You are watching the Vodka stream.
Happy Friday, everybody. TT, what is it? Almost said, what did I, wow, TT? TG, I should say. Thank God. I don't know where I was going with that. What's happening, everybody? Welcome to Vodka Stream. Hey, how's it going out there? Everybody good? Huh? Pull up a chair, grab a drink. What's going on? Yeah. Let's join that. Yeah. Let's talk. Let's do this, huh? It's Friday. I feel like my table is like a little tilted. I'm not sure why. It's because I have all the badassery of those two right there. They're weighing it down or something like that. I don't know. Anyways, welcome to the Vodka stream, of course. We made it through another week. I'm doing the Kettle One today, the Kettle One cucumber mint, because it's just refreshing. And I was like, you know what? Let's do that tonight. You know, I did bourbon. I did wild turkey last week, and I will tell you guys, I woke up a little foggy. That's for damn sure. So, man. So, yeah, we'll see. Yeah, let's go to the vodka. It's a little lighter and everything like that. So I pushed the camera back a little bit too. So, you know, you get more of the everything that's going on. So, cheers, guys. Welcome to Friday. Happy Friday. It's just refreshing. Really is. Dangerous. Absolutely dangerous. All right. Who's out there? How we doing? What? That's right. We got the Outlaw coming on tonight. I think he's actually live right now talking about Boba Fett and stuff, man. Guy's gonna be putting some work in tonight. You gotta love it. You gotta love the hustle, yeah. Because obviously we're gonna be talking Boba Fett tonight. Get his input on some things. Yeah. No, it's not Tito's Kettle One. You know, Tito's. I'm not as huge on Tito's as some people would probably think. Does it look like Superman and Batman are holding hands? I hope so. Yeah, I think it does. Hey, after they fight, guess what? They are the two best friends that anyone could have. There's gonna be a beast. It's right, Outlaw Nation. There you go. Yeah. Thank you, Bennett. Appreciate that. Yeah, that's right. All right. Hey, hi, stuff. How's it going? Outlaw Nation, baby. Yeah. And I've been wanting to talk to Mr. Rocha for a while, you know. Really dig what he's doing. He's out there just like I said, he's hustling, man. Good night for a vodka stream. That's right, Mr. Venom. That's right. What's going on, Mr. Lobo? Holy shit. That's right. Mr. Jason also right here. You feel like I'm at a speakeasy? Well, that's good. That's what I try to do. Ahoy, ahoy, Mr. Jason McKenzie. How's it going, sir? That's right. It's going to be fun. Very groovy. That's what I'm talking about. Feels classy here. That's what I try. I try to have like a little bit of class when it comes to this. How's it going, Tony? Tony Chappie, D9, District 9, Neil. Yeah, you're a Neil Blomkamp fan, I could tell. Yeah, kind of feels like it, right? Yeah, if anybody's been to the Ice House, yeah, got the bricks. That's what I kind of went with the whole brick thing. That's why I like when, you know, there's people here, I have the brick background too. It's like, you know what? Instead of having the thumbnail, we'll have a brick background. That's right. What's going on, Ryan? Happy Friday. It is Friday. That's for sure. Worlds colliding. Ha! Zing. That's right. He was a part of that. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I'm a slave for you. I cannot hold it. I cannot control it. Singing some Britney Spears tonight, Captain Gator Girl. I like it. I dig it. How's it going, Stephanie with a PH? I'm doing pretty good. Happy Friday. Good to see you. Cheers. Everybody's saying cheers. There we go. Mr. Jose, what is up, sir? That's right. Super Bat. That's right. Figured I'd put those two right there since I, you know, pushed the camera back a little bit just to get a little bit more. So why not? What's going on, man? Carrie, how you doing? Excited to see the Outlaw, one of the Schmodown champs. That's right. That is right. He is one of the Schmodown. You know, Aren't they? They're going into like another whole like season when it comes to all that stuff. Maybe I'll try to get on there one of these days, huh? What's going on? What's going on, Run? How you doing? How you doing, Clay Italian? Got you in the background while well, okay. Nothing wrong with that. As long as you got me in the background, there's nothing wrong with that. Did I see that the box office pro is tracking the Batman for 135 or 185 million dollar opening? Yes, I did. That's right. But we're still gonna boycott Warner Brothers. All right. That's what's happening. We're gonna totally boycott them, that evil fucking company. How dare they? We're not gonna make it. It's not gonna make that much money. There's no way. No way. What are you doing? You know? Jeez. We got Legend here. Good to see you. You got your food. That's good. What you eating there, Jose? Let me know. Hello. Can't wait to hear Steven talk about Luke of Yoda Fett. Yeah, I know. I mean, that's the thing is like Book of Boba Fett's really becoming a full-on discussion when it comes to this, the weekly stuff. Man, it really is. I mean, that's the thing. It's like, even though it's kind of not exactly the series that we thought it was going to be, it's it definitely is. It definitely is creating a lot of conversation, which is good. Yeah, that'd be pretty sweet. Another. I mean, I've said this before, but fun fact: Christian Harloff was actually at the 2017 press screening for Justice League on the Warner Brothers lot that I attended. I actually saw him. Didn't approach him. I thought about it, and then of course when we were walking out, he was walking like that way. He was like that over there, and I thought about talking to him, but I was too busy talking to the guy that I was talking to before and talking about how de-Snydered the Justice League was. And then I, of course, just was going like, well, I've said that story many times. Like, what do I even say? What do I even say here? Seriously, what do I say? When it comes to my first reaction, I talked about that. Queso loaded nachos from Del Taco. You and that Del Taco, man. Swear, it's like it's gonna kill your guts. Dave, I think you'd be an awesome contender on Schmodown. Yeah, that could, I think I could be too. Yes, for sure. Mark Ellis, yeah, I listen to Mark Ellis. Mark Ellis is, he's a comedian. He's funny. The morning show that I listen to over here in SoCal, he shows up every Thursday actually to do like a movie thing. So it's pretty cool. Have you ever had Robert Meyer Burnett on your show? Yes, I have. If you just look back on my channel. It was last year. I've had Robert Meyer Burnett. Great conversation. I mean, the conversation went like with him for about 2 hours, but he had a bounce because he had his own stream to do. But we had a great conversation. So yeah, I have. Go look on the channel. Just type in Robert Meyer Burnett and Film Junkee. You'll find that. You'll definitely find that. So making you hungry? I don't know. Yeah, to me, when I hear Del Taco, I just kind of lose my hunger. I kind of do. I do. What's going on, man? What's going on, Chuck? I have not yet. I haven't watched it yet. I got to reactivate my Hulu or something like that because I did cancel my TV, my YouTube TV, because I don't need it anymore because football season has now wrapped up. Of course, we still have the Super Bowl, but don't need it for that. I'm going to be going to some friends for Super Bowl party, so I'm not going to need that. But I'm going to probably reactivate my Hulu now that I'm going to cancel my YouTube TV. So I'll catch up on that. I need to catch up on Women of the Movement too with Ray Fisher. So I know people are going to be doing that. Dave, join my space next time. Don't be shy. No, I was just listening in. All of a sudden, like after the Patreon stream, you're just like, I got to talk more. Oh, yeah. Get a little bit of inspiration there, Jose. I don't know. You had somebody on there that doesn't like me anymore. You know who. Next time, get Mark Riley. Okay. Oh, don't worry. Always trying to get these people to come on here and have a nice little relaxed conversation in the Vodka Stream Lounge. That's for sure. I think all the whipping in the dungeon is what's going to ruin. Yeah, that could be it. That could be it too. to get into the Schmodown. That would be that will get back in. I haven't watched in years. Yeah, it kind of fell off a little bit, but they're still going at it. They're going at it still. So, oh yeah, Chick-fil-A for dinner. Good for you. I whipped up some eggs. That's about it. That's all I really had in my refrigerator. I was like, all right, making eggs tonight. Eggs for dinner. Nothing wrong with that. So I make good eggs. What can I say? I'm a good egg and I make good eggs. Danny, how's it going? I'm doing pretty good. I think people are exaggerating the woodenness of synthetic Luke Skywalker voice. Yeah, definitely should have Martin. Yeah. I mean, I guess we'll be talking about that too. That came about. I mean, yeah. If you haven't seen Book of Boba Fett, spoilers all around. I mean, nobody's holding back. We didn't hold back last week. We're not going to hold back this week. It's just if you haven't seen Book of Boba Fett, make sure you have. Make sure you check it out because. Yeah, if you're not caught up, but then at the same time, people just can't help themselves. They just start posting shit like right after they watch it. I'm actually surprised. I got Luke spoiled for me when it came to Book of Boba Fett. That was it. And then I was like, oh well, I already knew Grogu was gonna be on that thing, and because why not? I mean, they already teased it with the last episode. It was like, all right, Grogu is definitely coming, and then it's like, okay, if Grogu is gonna be there, we're obviously going to see Luke, right? So, yeah, I mean, it wasn't any shock. But then, when you got Ahsoka and then, of course, Mr. Bane, which, I still have to, like, totally dive into all the animated stuff. So, I knew about the character, but at first I was like, who is that? Oh, wait, what's his name? It was like one of those kind of things. And then, of course, just looking online, I'm like, oh, yeah, that's who that is. And then, you just kind of do your little research, but I need to really dive into, I need to dive into a lot more of the Star Wars lore when it comes to, I haven't even watched Rebels. I need to watch Bad Batch. I need to do all that. But tomorrow, I'm probably going to be doing that. I think I'm going to be doing that big time tomorrow because I have a free Saturday of just like doing nothing. I haven't had too many Saturdays where I could just like, all right, let's just sit and relax. It's usually like, okay, I got to stream or I got to go somewhere, got to do something. Tomorrow I don't got shit to do. I'm going to wake up, probably get a breakfast burrito or something like that, and then just watch whatever. And I think I might just start diving into some more Star Wars animation. I need to really catch up now that they're just really bringing that into the live action stuff. So we rearranged some guts in the dungeon. There you go. Yeah. Hey, Mr. Aaron Bailey, how's it going, sir? Yes. Yep, I inspired you. See, everybody wanted to hear your voice, sir. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. You carried the conversation when it came to the Patreon stream. I mean, when you came on, it was like, all right, here we go. And then you and Mr. William were really going back and forth, which is great. It was a great conversation, and it was, it was debate too. That's what I love. I love it when there's like debate, even like last week on the podcast stream, because, when it came to the Screen Rant guys, when it come to Colbert and Dice and Keys, Jesus Christ, that's a fucking group right there. Colbert, Dice, and Keys. Dice, Keys, Colbert. They're not liking Book of Boba Fett too much. I'm kind of in the middle, and then you got Ray who's enjoying it a lot. So it was kind of cool to get that kind of balance, I guess you could say, when it came to what was happening there. So it's good stuff. It's good stuff. Healthy debate. That's what it was. Thoughts on Dakota Johnson getting cast? Yeah. Hey, why not? I mean, she's talented, right? That was very out of the blue right there, and I'm kind of curious to see when we first start getting more stuff when it comes to that whole world. And obviously, that's going to take place. We're going to start. That's going to be taking place. I don't know, in obviously the Sony universe, and when it comes to all that, I don't know who's gonna be the Spider-Man in that. Who knows? I don't know. I guess we'll find out. But yeah, that was kind of out of the blue today, because I remember they announced Madam Web a while ago, and then it was like, all right, and then nobody really talked about it. And then all of a sudden it's like, hey, guess what? Dakota Johnson, she's now going to play said character. So cool. Why not? All right. So let's go ahead here. Let's see. Get my tweet ready. Yep. All right. So get all ready to go. Everything's looking good on the stream. So yeah. What's going on, Dane? Good to see you, buddy. Always good to see you. All right. All right, scrolling all the way down. You guys are talkative tonight. Love it. All right, let's bring my guest in. You guys know him as the Outlaw from the Outlaw Nation, Mr. John Rocha. How you doing, sir?
What's up, everybody? How are you doing, Dave? Thanks for having me on, man. Looking forward.
No problem. Thank you for joining. I know you had you just got done with the stream right now.
Yeah.
Huh?
This is my 5th show of the day, brother. It never stops. I'm always working.
Dude, always hustling.
Yeah, I gotta hustle. Yeah, you gotta have revenue streams in this world, ladies and gentlemen.
Dude,
so,
I tell you what, that's what I love about this world and people and talking to people. Is just the hustle that people have, man. And you definitely have that.
Thank you,
Mr. Outlaw Nation. Love it, man.
That's right.
So talking some Book of Boba Fett, were you?
Yeah, we just finished our 2 hour and 15-minute live stream talking about Book of Boba Fett, episode 6. We had 850 people watching us live, which was really great. In the comments, yeah, it was fantastic.
I saw it. I tuned in for a little bit as I was preparing for the stream tonight, and I was like, "Damn, a lot of people tuning in on that stream right there. That's awesome, man."
Yeah. Geek Buddies are great people, and it's great to have Laura Kelly as our guest, who of course has carved out a nice place in the Star Wars fandom. So we're very fortunate to be able to do all this stuff with her as well for the Star Wars situation. But I'm excited to be on here as well, my man.
Yeah, no problem. Star Wars situation. I do want to have a conversation with you about that because there is a lot of debate about what is happening with this show, which is very interesting. But first off, I'd always like to get to know the guests, get your origin story. Sure. So you're in California, correct?
Yes, San Diego.
Yes. Yeah. Okay, San Diego. Oh, that's nice. How long you been living there?
We just crossed a year this past October. Yeah, we moved just when, stuff was getting really crazy in LA with COVID and the rise of so many things going on there that it just felt like it was the right time. I'd been there for 20 years. My girlfriend had been there for 15. And we just kind of hit that wall where like, you know what, let's explore other places. And her sister lives down here in San Diego. So we just came and looked at a few areas and we ended up making the jump. And nice. We locked down a house and were moved out within 3 weeks. So it was great. Wow. It worked out. Yeah.
That's pretty cool, man. How you liking it down there? I'm sure I love it. Yeah.
I love
it.
I love it.
Yeah. San Diego's beautiful. I mean, it was funny too, because when everything was when everything was on lockdown, of course, in this area, I'm in Southern California, but I'm like an hour and change out of LA in Riverside County. Oh yeah. And the only when Tenet came out, and of course, they were releasing in theaters, like the only place that I could actually go and watch it was in San Diego County. So I hit up my brother. I'm like, you want to go see Tenet? We're gonna have to go to San Diego. I have to go to San Diego County. They're the only ones that are playing it. So we drove about an hour and 20 minutes just to go see Tenet, just because we were just jonesing to see a movie. And of course, we wanted to see what Nolan had to offer us, then. And so we made the venture out that area to watch Tenet in IMAX.
It's crazy. I know people who drove to Vegas to see the screening. Remember, they had a screening in Vegas for Tenet, and if you were any remote influencer or YouTube critic or Rotten Tomatoes critic, you got the email, and if you could go to Vegas, you could see it ahead of everybody else. Crazy.
I think I got one of those too, and then it was funny because I was tempted because I have family in Vegas. My dad lives in Vegas. So there was even a temptation. I remember even talking to my brother even then. I'm like, you know what? I mean, Vegas, they got movies. If you want to make a trip for a week, we thought about it for a second there, but we're like, no, we couldn't do that. But luckily, good old San Diego County was like, hey, you can come here, just mask up, you're good. And we made a day out of it. But it was just great. It was just so sad. I mean, just for not being at the movies for like, I don't know how many months it was and just to go and see a movie and just like being seeing the huge screen and just everything. And man, it was fantastic. It was just fantastic to see that. So,
yeah.
But yeah, so you used to live in the LA area?
Yeah. Moved there in 2000, pursuing the dream, being an actor, that whole jazz. And it didn't really you look back now and you're like, well, I thought I really wanted to be that. But the fact that I kept taking jobs that would make it harder and harder for me to audition and harder for me to get jobs as an actor, I kind of subconsciously maybe realized that on-camera acting wasn't necessarily my favorite thing or the thing that I really wanted to do. And after a while, 15 years into it, Christian Harloff just kind of pitched something to me to come on and be a guest on Far, Far Away, and which was a podcast or a show he was doing. Yeah, podcast, I guess, with him and Tiffany Smith. And from there, that's where everything kind of launched from there. And I took to this world like a duck to water, man. It just felt more natural to me than anything I ever did in the first 15 years in LA, man.
Yeah, no, I feel you. I always had, like, even like growing up, I had friends say, you should be a comedian. You should be a comedian. And I was like, it's just one of those things where it's like, oh yeah, I have that. Can I actually do that? And for some reason, I just never made that jump. And maybe one of these days I'll try to do something like that. But then when it came to, doing stuff like this, and it's just like, I could put my personality right here, just stick a microphone in my face and a camera in my face and just kind of I love talking movies. I love talking the nerdy shit. So, why not? There's nothing wrong with this. I mean, it's just basically just anytime that somebody asks, like, how do you do it? I'm like, just turn the camera on, turn the microphone on.
Yeah.
Just do it. See what happens. Trial and error. It's never going to be like, I mean, you look at, I wouldn't even want to go back to my old videos and look just like, you just, yeah.
Sitting there with a cowboy hat in the corner of a room with no mic, using the camera from the MacBook Pro. I mean, dude, for the longest time, my first live stream, which happened right after Collider let me go, was 30,000, 32,000, was leading the view count on any video I'd ever done until my Batman reaction at DC Fandom. That had been my number one video for so long, and it was crappiest video, crappiest audio, but it was just a timing situation, it was just
crazy,
the right time because everybody knew about that stuff. Yeah.
So how did the whole Outlaw thing like come to be?
Well, yeah, that was part of the Schmodown, that movie trivia competition. And of course, it's ironic. Today's the day when they kind of gave me the Yodi Award, and it's fully officially, I'm retired from that. And it was a blast to do it for 7 seasons. Christian Harloff, again, calling me up, being like, hey, I want to go next level with this movie trivia competition. I only done a season of it, but I want to create characters. I want to do those kind of things. He knows I'm a pro wrestling guy. And so we were just talking, and he goes, I'm just looking for a heel, looking for a badass. And I'm like, well, look, I got a cowboy hat and I'm a big fan of Westerns and I love the villains in Westerns sometimes. And so we could create something where I'm the outlaw. That way I don't have to like be one thing or another. So it just kind of came up organically through conversation. And then I built the costume in my head from stuff I had in my closet, the V for Vendetta mask, the cowboy hat. It just happened to work in my head. And when I put it all together and took the pictures and stuff, I'm like, oh, this is great. This is totally going to work. And so from there, it kind of built, because I've always been a guy who's kind of said my piece for better or worse in situations. So Outlaw felt right for me. And I've always had the kind of rebellious spirit anyway. And so that's kind of worked out. And then we turned that into a heel character for the Schmodown and really verbally mess some people up in situations, for the entertainment of the fans. And it just built from there. And then eventually I hit a wall where I was like, okay, well, look, I mean, Collider let me go. I want to build my own thing. I already have an Outlaw Nation group on Facebook.
Yeah.
So why not create something like this, call it the Outlaw Nation, create my own shows, make sure it's a place people know they can come and say whatever they really feel about it, and with respect, and then and see where we can go with it. So it just kind of built from there. And thankfully I made enough contacts to be able to transition into getting screenings and getting all those kinds of things and connections with publicists. So I didn't really miss a beat, And so I'm very fortunate in that way, Dave, for sure.
Yeah. I mean, one of these things is like, you just have to evolve constantly. I mean, I always find myself just like constantly trying to do. I mean, like when it came to live streaming during the pandemic, I was like, you know what? I mean, I was doing the vodka stream. I've been doing this probably for about 2.5 years or whatever. It just kind of started with like, hey, I'm gonna sip vodka, and you guys in the live chat just ask some stuff, and when I get done and I'm feeling good, then we stop. And then it just kind of, went forward into just like, hey, all right, now I had people coming on and all this stuff. And then it just kind of turned into something. Then I was like, all right, well, what about just doing like a live stream, like during the week? And then Film Junkee Live started happening, and I started trying to just update, because I thought, hey, everybody's at home right now. We're all locked down. Why not just do that? So, I mean, you're constantly, when you're looking at everything and just trying to do your own thing, I mean, you're just constantly just going, all right, how could I be better? How can I do this? How could I do this better? How can I make the quality better? Yeah, it's just constantly a learning process, and it's the fun of it too. Yes, there's a lot of times where you just want to like pull your fucking hair out and just be like, why? And things aren't working right, and you're just like, but it's just part of the process.
But you're one of those guys I've watched in the past. Like I've watched you randomly on YouTube, just like, oh, he's live talking about something. Let's watch him. And it's so simple, your approach, man. I mean, there's almost a little bit like it's just straightforward. This is what it is. If you like it, you like it. If you don't move the fuck on. And I appreciate that, to be honest with you. And I like the way you interact with the fans. So when I got the message on Twitter, I was like, oh yeah, fuck yeah, come on. I've always enjoyed watching your stuff, man. So
I appreciate it.
Cool people, dude. Like Junkee.
Well, I know. Yeah. Oh, I know. That was when that happened. When I tweet, all I did was tweet him too. That's what was funny. It was like I tweeted him, and I was like, "Hey, why not? Give it a shot. Let me tweet Junkee XL." And then all of a sudden he quote tweeted and responded, said, "I'd like that." And everybody like on Twitter was like, "Dude, I didn't even see it at first." All of a sudden my fucking phone just starts blowing up. Wow. And I'm like, "Oh shit!" And I just kind of went, what do I do? I don't know what to do. Like, what do I do? I didn't think that was going to happen. And then all of a sudden we just made the connection, and then of course talked to his people and then got him on. And man, that was surreal, because that guy is a personality, first off. And, oh man. And then the fact that he was just like, he was just smoking cigarettes, drinking his beer and just kind of chilling, and then brought people on to talk to him. And he was all about that. And he started playing some stuff from Zack Snyder's Justice League. Yeah. Jesus Christ. And it was funny too, because, and I've said this before, where it got to the point where all of a sudden, like, his people were blowing me up on an email going like, he needs to wrap it up. And I was like, how do I say that? How do I tell him, like, hey, Junkee, you gotta, Tom, hey, Tom, you gotta you got a thing after, you got a phone call or something. And then he finally like wrapped it up. But man, he was like, totally just kept going and going, and where his people was like, hey, he will talk forever, you better wrap it up. It was funny. It was hilarious.
Yeah, you always got to walk that line, don't you? Because you don't know, because you want as much of the time with that person as possible, because you never know how you can chop it up into little videos or take little excerpts to promote.
Exactly, which is what I did.
Subscribers, but then the publicist, you're like, well, can I risk pissing off the publicist? Because then will that person book other people?
Exactly.
So you kind of have to figure that out as you go along in a case by case basis. Yeah.
And that's what I learned. Like getting like people on. I'm like, okay, so especially when it comes to those kind of people that are working in Hollywood and stuff, just trying to figure out a time to like talk to them. Sometimes I'll do pre-recorded interviews, because obviously 8:00 at night, depending on where they're at, it could be kind of a struggle. So it was always like, it always came to like, all right, how do we approach that? And then I always usually say, we'll talk. I mean, it could be a half hour, 45 minutes to an hour, hour tops. And and I love it when it goes over that. That shows to me that, hey, this person's having a good time. We're having a great conversation. I always try to keep it as laid back as possible. It's not a press junket where I'm like, so, well, how does it feel to have this role in this? You kind of do that whole thing. I've done the press junket thing. I don't really like it that much. To be honest, it's so just go, 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 go. Right. I like this kind of setting where it's like, let's just chill and have a conversation like normal people. Right. I'm sure you've been there too.
Oh, totally. A press junket is like, I don't know if you've seen the new Jackass movie, but it's like walking on electrified floors. It really is. Press junket.
I chose to see Moonfall last night instead of Jackass.
I'm seeing Moonfall. My friend Shannon from the Geek Buddies got married, so I couldn't go to the Moonfall screening. So I'm going to see it this weekend. So we're in reverse here. But yeah, there's a scene where they're on an electrified floor, and that's what it feels like, because you can go in with all the questions you want, and you've got unless you're in one of the big like Entertainment Tonight, you've got 4 to 8 minutes tops with someone, and you've got to come up with questions, and then you don't know if that person is a talker or not. So you may burn through all 4 of your questions before the 8 minutes are done, and you're just sitting there kind of trying to come up with stuff on the fly, or you may only get to 1 or 2 questions because that person goes on and on and on and on. So you just never know. And that's what makes it so interesting, but also so frustrating, because you want to kind of have more time to get into the nitty gritty and the bones of things. If that's where you go, naturally, instinctively. So yeah, junkets are a whole other animal.
Well,
and I'm with you. I prefer the long form.
Yeah. And then there's like, they're getting asked the same questions over and over and over again. So I'm like, I want to ask something differently, like different that nobody else has asked. And I mean, the last one I did was for Mortal Kombat. I interviewed God, I can't remember their actual names, but Sonya and Kano. Josh Lawson and Michelle, I can't remember her last name.
Okay,
I forgot, but yeah, it was just like I had 2 people this time, and I was like, oh crap, So it's like it was just kind of like you have 8 minutes, go, and I'm like, all right, I got to ask about this, the relationship between Sonya and Kano. But then I wanted to be like, hey, let's get into some things, and luckily they were really cool. They were really talkative. And I mean, I flat out said like, so Josh, how's it feel to be the douche of the franchise? And he actually laughed, and I'm like, there you go. I just needed that, something just to make both of them laugh. I think when Michelle kind of went, did he just say that? But he laughed. So that's all that matters.
Well, he's Australian, man. He doesn't take nothing seriously. So he respects the ball busting. He's very funny, Josh Lawson. Oh my God.
Oh yeah. He's a funny dude, man. Especially, And I think we kind of briefly talked about his role in Anchorman too, because I loved his role in that. Yes. Yeah. Everybody doesn't remember. It's like, that's Kano there, guy. He's the guy who's running the 24-hour news right there. That's him. But so basically just after Collider, I mean, how long were you with Collider?
3 years, around 3 years. Yeah. And the whole time I had been doing my other podcasts, the Top 10 and the Cinephiles, while I was at Collider. And I can't tell you how many times people said, you should stop doing those podcasts. You should not do those podcasts. And when stuff went down and things fell apart, having those revenue streams from the Patreons were a godsend. Were so essential. So I was very happy we never stopped that. It's still going, both those podcasts now. So, I'm always kind of working and hustling. And Collider was a great experience for the most part, and teaching me the ropes of the business, the good and the bad, for sure. But yeah, I would never regret my time at Collider at all. It kind of helped elevate me to the next level of understanding what's required in the business,
Yeah, everything's a learning process. I mean, when it comes to like even like my day jobs, I'm in the telecom world. When it comes to my day jobs, I mean, I was once a cable guy at one point. Now I do the behind the scenes stuff, and it's just very interesting. I was like, how the hell did I get here? Where I'm like literally now engineering some stuff.
Wow,
that I used to like. I used to be just a fucking cable guy that just showed up. Hey, you called installation. You want all that stuff, climbing poles. Now I'm like designing stuff where it's like, oh yeah, they're going to be placing all this stuff in this neighborhood and blah blah blah. But it's just like I always tell people, I'm like, no matter what your experience you had, we all have bad experiences, no matter what. Even I worked for not worked, but I ran a YouTube channel for an Android website called Android Spin for Android phones and stuff. And that kind of got me really into like, okay, so this is how a kind of a business works. So it's like I was writing articles, I was handling their YouTube channel and doing all that stuff. And it really kind of went, all right, but I was still doing my stuff on the side. So then when that kind of fell through and that went away, I just kind of took what I learned there and applied it to my YouTube channel just to make it, just stronger, I guess you could say.
Oh yeah. I used to write the descriptions for all the videos the 3 years I was there. That was one of my duties, along with hosting, along with reviewing, along with writing every once in a while. But yeah, writing the description. So that taught me about SEO and hashtags and how many words to put where, and all that kind of stuff. So you learn that, and that kind of made it very easy to transition into my own channel to do that on my videos and learn how to do that to fit what I'm doing on my videos. So yeah, absolutely. You never know what you pick up that will end up helping you down the road. Yeah, for sure.
Exactly. Yeah. So you haven't seen Moonfall yet, which I will say, hey, if you could walk in with a Roland Emmerich checklist and just go, yep, there it is. There it is. I mean, if you're a Roland Emmerich fan, hey, like there's, I always do my first reaction reviews, and when I pulled away, and I was just like, yep, it is what it is. I wasn't expecting it to be anything like, it's not going to be a rival from, or something like that. It's just, we're going to see a great shot of, New York or something is going to be destroyed. There's going to be some craziness, and that's what you get. Yeah. So so expect that. I mean, I'm sure you've already heard.
I can't wait. I can't wait. No, I mean, I'm the guy who still defends Independence Day Resurgence, for God's sake.
Oh, wow.
I'm in the Emmerich train, man. I like his I mean, because I'm the person's like, who's going into this thing expecting Citizen Kane? You understand what Roland Emmerich is. Yeah. So my mindset is different. It's why I like the Transformers movies. I went in knowing what Michael Bay was going to do with these movies, and I was along for the nutty, crazy, effed up ride. And so it's just like, for that, they just kind of appeal. Same thing with Fast and Furious. I have friends who never go see those films.
Yeah.
But I loved the last one. Fast 9 was a blast. And I saw some people like, oh, it makes no sense. And what are you talking? They're catching cars with their hands. Of course it doesn't make sense. They did that 6 movies ago.
Exactly.
And I love people lamenting, going, remember when these people stole VCRs? And I'm like, it's the fucking.
We've had some discussions about that. We've come a long way when it comes to, and you know what? I mean, I think after Paul Walker, passed away, and after 7, I was kind of like, all right, I'm kind of over this franchise. But then all of a sudden, it's like, and I've watched obviously 8 and 9, and it's just like, there's some enjoyable action sequences, dialogues ridiculous, and it's ridiculous. There's a lot of bulging biceps. And stuff like that. But then all of a sudden they cast Jason Momoa as the villain. And I'm kind of going, well, but John, I have to ask you this.
Yeah.
Do you think, though, because we did hear that Dwayne Johnson, he wanted to have Jason Momoa be in Hobbs and Shaw.
Oh, yeah.
And the fact that he couldn't get him because of scheduling conflicts. Do you think that Vin Diesel, after, putting out that Instagram where he was like, hey, we need you to come back as Hobbs, and Dwayne Johnson turned out, do you think that he kind of went, hey, let's get Jason Momoa because Dwayne wanted him? Do you think there was a little bit of pettiness there?
Yes, 1,000%. Yes. 1,000%. Yes. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's so ridiculous. And the pettiness all comes from Vin's side of this equation.
Oh, yeah.
And so that tells you who's really in power. The petty one is the one who's not in power. Let me just tell you that right now. Okay. Whenever you see 2 people going at it, the pettiest one is the one who feels like they are not in power. Whether they actually are in power or not objectively, I don't know. But they're usually the one that feels the least in power. That's why they kind of dial into their pettiness even more. That's been my experience. Certainly on my side, when I've been a little bit petty, it's usually when I feel inadequate with the person that I'm going back and forth with. So no surprise. And The Rock's been nothing but magnanimous. He even outed him when he said, like, dude, we talk behind the scenes. You know what I said. Stop bringing your kids into this shit. Don't reference Paul Walker. Don't even bring this gentleman who passed away in this way to me, man. That's not my responsibility. And so him going and getting Momoa, and look, Momoa is probably like, dude, keep me out of it. Whatever the contract, I'm happy to come do it.
Yeah.
It's great for him because it's one of the main franchises out there, and an installment from the main franchise as opposed to Hobbs and Shaw, which is a spinoff. So it's a smarter move for Momoa career-wise. I got no qualms 100%. With that. Yeah. And so they couldn't make it work for him. But the fact that The Rock wanted him first and then Vin go and swept him up, that's super petty, man. But what do you expect from Vin, man? This is all he has, dude. This is
it
all
really is.
There's no pacifier 6. This is all he has.
What was that season of the witch? What was that witch or the whatever the hell, like whatever the hell that was?
Witch Hunter or whatever.
Well, yeah, something like that. And then of course he tried blood. What was the blood?
Bloodsport. Oof. Oh no,
yeah, that's right.
Bloodshot.
Bloodshot. There it was. Yeah, I almost said Bloodsport too.
Yeah.
Yeah, that didn't really quite work out. It's funny because it's like Vin Diesel has tried many times. It's like, dude, all you have is XXX and Fast and Furious. And god damn, when he came back for that XXX 3, I was like, oof.
Dude, seeing him on a skateboard at 50 years old,
it's just you can't do it anymore, dude.
It worked. No offense to people who love MacGruber. I saw one episode. Motherfucker's got wrinkles like Dave. Dude, cut it out. You're not MacGruber anymore. It's over. Like, move on. Yeah. I hate when you see, like, it was like watching Mike Myers and Dana Carvey bring back Wayne's World for that Super Bowl commercial. Like, oof, this is not good.
Yeah, I know. It just gets to a point where it's like, yeah, the nostalgia is there, but it just, I mean, I had that feeling like when Dumb and Dumber 2 came out, I was like, oh yeah. When those two, I was like, hey, they're back. And then when I'm like sitting there in the theater, I'm like going, this is not good, but I love seeing them interact. They have great chemistry, but Jesus Christ, this is not. The first Dumb and Dumber is one of my all-time favorite comedies because it was just so well written. The Farrelly brothers were just on, that was when they were just busting out and just being like, hey, we're going to write a dumb movie that's super smart. I always say it's smart dumb. And the chemistry between Daniels and Carey was so great. And it's like, yeah, you had lightning in a bottle. And then, of course, 20 years, 25 years later, you try to do it again. It's like, nah, not going to work. Sorry.
No, and look, I respect some of the people in the chat talking about, of course, Guardians of the Galaxy. And totally. Yes, he's part of those franchises. Financially, it's fine, but he's not leading them. And the Riddick one, possibly that last one, though, didn't do so well financially, even though it was better than the second film. So how much of that is really, people are clamoring for a Riddick 7, 8, 9, and 10. I mean, this Fast and Furious is what he has. And look, no, I mean, a lot of people would kill to have at least one franchise, for God's sake. So seriously, it's not that. And he's
got one big franchise. He's got two. I mean, apparently there's going to be 2 more movies. They're talking about spinoffs, maybe. I don't know. Yeah. I mean, I just wonder, like, what the fuck else can they do? I mean, they went to space in the last one.
Everything we joked about, they did. They went to space.
See, that's what I worry about, because then I'm wondering, okay, because everybody's joking about what, time travel, multiverse, and I'm like, don't be surprised if we fucking see it in this next movie. I'm like, well, I mean, Spider-Man, we got the Flash coming out talking about multiverse. They might try to do a multiverse time travel thing. Who the fuck knows, man? I don't know.
I would kill for Fast and Furious multiverse into the MCU. Hell yes, make it happen.
Dude, I mean, I just would not put it past him. I would not, man. Woof. Oh man. So yeah, when it comes to this year, I mean, how much are you looking forward to the Batman?
Oh man, big time. Dude, I mean, like I said, it's my one trailer that like blew up on a reaction that blew up on my channel, which I was very appreciative of. But dude, I said it afterwards. I mean, this already looks like the greatest film, one of the greatest films, regardless of superhero otherwise, that I've ever seen. What an incredible trailer. It was very reminiscent, I felt, when I saw the Joker trailer, that 1970s vibe Joker trailer with a big name and white letters there. It was incredible. It had that vibe of like being so much more than the genre has ever seen before. And I think Matt Reeves has been developing to this really powerful filmmaker. So what he's going to bring to this, and the rumors were there was a 4-hour cut. Here's a new goal for me, Dave. I need to know the people that will allow me to get into a 4-hour cut of the Batman. That's the next goal. But it's 2 hours and 40 minutes. There's a hubris there, Dave. 2 hours and
so it's 2 hours and 4. I thought it was 2 hours and 40. Oh yeah, 2 hours and like 47. Yeah, 47 obviously with the credits and shit like that, people have to like accommodate. Yeah, but. Yeah, I know. I mean, I'm like, when you hear 4-hour cut, you're like, so is that going to be on HBO Max? I mean, what's going on with that? I mean, he's already developing series. I mean, that's what Matt Reeves, what he did with the Apes franchise. I mean, I always forget who directed the first Apes movie. I always forget. Yeah, see, right? It always that sucks too, because it's a good movie. It's a good freaking start off to the franchise. Like they did a good job. Somebody in the chat will say what it is. But what Matt Reeves, when he took that and then it was like, all right, well, now we're going to progress with it. It shouldn't have worked. I always say how is that supposed to work? I mean, you watch the old classics, of course, you're damn dirty apes, all that stuff. It was classic for then. It worked then, but it's like, how do you reinvent that? And he fucking did. Yeah. I mean, I thought Andy Serkis deserved an Oscar nom for his performance. I mean, but the fact that they probably looked at it like, but he's mocap. And I'm like, and he's still doing all of that. Like Rupert Wyatt, that's who did it. Rupert Wyatt,
that's right.
Yeah. But I mean, I always was like, I don't care that he's mocap. I mean, well, first off, the mocap is it's like fucking flawless, first off. And he's still acting. He's still giving. I mean, it's still him that's in the mocap that's doing all the acting.
Oh, yeah.
And it's like, don't sleep on Cirque. And that's why I love when he was cast as Alfred. I was like, fuck, yeah, that's perfect. Absolutely perfect. Thank God. I was like, yeah. But yeah, I just always thought like, why, but what he did with that franchise. So that's why when he jumped on to Batman, and then of course there was that whole thing, it was like, is it going to be Ben Affleck's Batman? Is it, and then it turned out to not be. There was that whole thing. And then of course, when we've been hearing recently, where Matt Reeves was like, oh yeah, I read Ben Affleck's Batman script. That wasn't for me. Right. I was like, that's great what he had right there. And, fucking, can somebody leak that shit, please?
No. Take back the Joss Whedon Wonder Woman script. Give us the Batman script for Ben Affleck.
Oh God. I remember that you just read that script and you just kind of go, ugh, this is awkward. I feel embarrassed alone. Yeah. Yeah. Had some interesting stuff in it. No, but and then he was just like, here's my pitch. And then he thought, oh yeah, they're not going to take it. And then all of a sudden they're like, all right, we'll wait for you. And it was like, oh, okay. But of course they still had to play the part. And I think some people have trouble realizing that. I mean, at Comic-Con, I think during Justice League, I
was there for that.
Were you?
All H. Yep.
Didn't he also say that was the one where he said like, I'll be a monkey.
I'll lay down on the ground for Matt Reeves or being Matt Reeves movie.
Yes.
Yeah.
But little did everybody know that he was done. Like he had such a bad time with what happened on Justice League. But he couldn't say that, obviously, and oh yeah, he's totally been, he's been. I want him to sing a little bit more, to be honest. I mean, I think he's still holding back a little bit. Let's face it. And then even Matt Reeves said, "Oh yeah, of course it's part of the DCU," but it's like, and then people go like, "He lied." I'm like, oh, stop it. He was, he was stuck between, they just had to do that. I mean, that's just the way it is when it comes to this business, man.
Yeah, and when I was there, dude, I study people. I know people, haven't been an actor, people watch or whatever. I know people, right? I can tell by body. The fact that I knew Ben was done, and I said this too, and I might have said it on Movie Talk, but I remember that I was there. I remember watching it. They all came out, and I remember Ben was the most relaxed I'd ever seen him in any kind of event. He was totally chill. Gal Gadot was leading the conversation. Momoa was chiming in. Ray Fisher, Ezra Miller. They're all talking and blah, blah, blah. And here's Ben just kind of chilling. And I said to my friend there, I can't remember who was sitting with us from the Collider crew. I just said, he's out. He's not coming back. Look how relaxed. He doesn't care if he says anything right or wrong about this at all because he's so relaxed. Everyone else is like kind of like having fun, but also a little nervous not to say the wrong thing. And Ben, his physical body was so chill through that whole and he didn't lead. If Batman would lead the conversation about the Justice League, right? Whoever was Batman would lead the conversation. And he was so relaxed. And that to me was the sign that he was done. And he knew he was done. And they were just playing this out. I knew. And so I was not surprised when they announced it eventually.
Well, but what's great about it is like, Ben is Ben, which is, I mean, obviously I was always a big Kevin Smith fan. So Mallrats, when that was probably the first time I take that back. Buffy the Vampire Slayer was the first time I saw Ben Affleck. If anybody realizes that he had a little small, tiny role as a basketball player in that movie, which is funny. Great movie. But anyways, but yeah, I love that, he develops like these relationships as a director, even being a director himself. And he, when he came back to do like Jay and Silent Bob, the reboot. Which was a great, fantastic scene that he had. Yeah. And then of course he came back, even though he was pretty much kind of done being Batman, what did he do? He came back for Zach. You know, he came back for the additional photography, and it was just so fucking fantastic.
It was, man.
Dude, I mean, I tell you, right?
Dude, I mean, that movie made me cry like 30 times watching. I mean, there was so much in it that was like, God, man.
I texted Zach and said,
wow,
motherfucker, you made me cry about 5 or 6 times. Great shit. When I got that screener and I watched it that Saturday, I was like in tears, and I texted him right after that. I was like, dude, yeah, I am totally with you, man.
You have Zach's phone number? Jesus Christ.
Shout
out to you, Dave.
I don't know. I can't even believe it myself.
Moved from Zach. This is good. I'm getting close.
Dude. I always go. It's a very surreal thing. I mean, when Army of the Dead came out, I was like, all right, we're gonna have a fucking spoiler discussion on there. And I sent him like, hey, if you want to join, and he just joined. He was like in his pajamas. He just showed up, and of course we're like grilling him for fucking like, hey, so what did this mean? What did that? And he would just be like, yeah, maybe, no, I don't know. Maybe, you know, he would just say shit like that. It was great. And it was like, yeah, I mean, that's how cool that guy is. It's like
everyone says he's awesome. Everyone who works with him, everyone who's had any kind of relationship with him, they say he's great. All the actors, everybody. And, you know, and you need to just read that Joss Whedon interview to understand the difference between Zack Snyder and Joss Whedon, you know, and I've been defending Zack since 300. And so to me, it's like, he's a guy that he has a singular vision, and and if you can dial in that vision, it's incredible. Can people have issue with story or character? Have at it. Absolutely. But overall, the films are powerful, you know, and his and look, I wasn't a BVS guy, and I'll never 100% like that movie, but I loved Man of Steel, and like I loved Man of Steel. And so when this cut came out, that was the Joss Whedon with his cut, I was like, what is this? And then when you see the 4-hour cut, it's glorious. It's absolutely glorious. And you think to yourself, well, what was the problem here? Was he not able to do his full vision in BVS? Like, you just have to ask these questions and wonder, because he got it so right in Justice League that now a piece he's like, I'd love to see this. And it's always frustrating to me that Warner Brothers is creating all this other stuff here. They're creating a multiverse. Why can you not create a Zack Snyder part of the multiverse, since it's a multiverse? So to me, I always find that to be an odd thing, but of course it's because they're embarrassed by the whole situation, and they have to kind of push back. And it's a shame, because we're losing out on potentially some fantastic interpretations of these characters and their stories through Zack's eyes.
Yeah. I mean, it would have been nice just to like, hey, let him finish his story, because it wasn't like he was trying to be a Kevin Feige and like, hey, this is the way it should be. He was just like, no, I have a story I want to tell. He's just an artist, like every comic book writer or something like that has a line like, hey, I'm going to tell a story. It's not going to be full on canon, but hey, if anything wants to stem from it, sure. That's what he kind of did. It's like, yeah, I'll build these characters, we'll put them in there, and then other directors can do their thing, whatever they want to do their thing. I'll have little placeholders. I mean, when he released that whole 1853, whatever the hell, the Crimean War Wonder Woman photo with her with the heads, it's like, yeah, he had a whole backstory for his Wonder Woman, but then he worked with Patty Jenkins, like, oh, okay, we're gonna do this instead. Perfectly fine. And then it ended up being fine. He worked with James Gunn. What do you want to do? There you go. That's what you're gonna do. That's perfectly fine. And then of course there was like Flash stuff, but Jesus Christ, that fucking script. I mean, like, how many versions of that script is there out there? Jesus.
Exactly.
But you know, he wanted to set the foundation, but he wanted to tell his story, which is essentially just, I'm gonna tell a Superman story going through all this, and we're gonna bring the Justice League in. And it was essentially just a Superman story that he wanted to tell, you know, in this huge, crazy, epic, you know, way.
Yeah.
And I think they were just, you know, Warner Brothers is too busy looking over at, you know, Marvel and being like, what about that? What about that? And it's like, no, you're not supposed to do that. You're supposed to do something. And I'm hoping that Warner Brothers is realizing this. I mean, the Batman is not anything what the fuck they're doing over there. And it sounds, and it's the most hyped movie of the year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Batman and the Joker, these are the paths they're walking, right? And the fact you can't do that in Marvel. You can't do that under the Disney banner. You can't. Deadpool's going to be a fun R-rated movie, but it'll barely be R. I'm telling you, it'll barely be R, and you know, and they'll adhere to that. But like the greedy, unsettling exploration of what you see in those movies You're not going to do over at Marvel. And look, even Peacemaker, there's no way they get away with a Peacemaker show the way it is over at Marvel. They would never do that.
No.
I mean, all their series, which I love, by the way, I'm not bashing Marvel. I love their series are very self-important. Like they're very important. They're about important things. Peacemaker, although it is a little bit about a father-son, those are important relationships in your life. Overall, it's just an awesome, great time with a guy who's trying to figure out how to break the conditioning of his father and be a better person against his own instincts sometimes. And it's brilliant to see the way it's been developing throughout the season with that incredible cast. And so you don't get those kinds of shows on the Marvels. And that's why people who love DC love it so bone deep, because it feels like the most realistic approach. Whereas Marvel is aspirational, DC is realistic. And so that's the difference in the balance overall. I'm not saying 100% one way, 100%, but that's overall the feeling you get when you look at both of those approaches to comic books and stories.
Exactly. And you said that perfectly, because, whenever, just looking at the Batman, I mean, it's going to be something special. I mean, and it's funny too, because everybody always goes like, who's your favorite Batman? Everybody always says like, oh, it's there's no one that's going to be better. And I always say like, I mean, right now, Ben Affleck's my favorite Batman, my favorite cinematic Batman, the way, just the way that he looked, the way that it was portrayed. He was a 20-year, just total, like, obviously it's worn down on him. I totally got what they were trying to do when it came to BVS. And I love the fact that he went from that guy who was just like, fuck everything, fuck this alien that came here, to, oh shit, I was wrong. I'm going to be, let's bring in everybody. You have a superpower. Okay, let's do this. I love that growth from him. I mean, he went from this guy right here who wanted to fight this guy, and just like, but I'm like, but I'm going to go into the Batman hoping that Robert Pattinson is going to be my new favorite Batman. Just because I want the next thing to be better. I think everybody would want the next thing to be better. Films should be better or something like that. We should always strive for that.
That's the core of, that's the thing that I hope the fandom starts to really evolve into, is this idea of, yes, you can criticize eventually, but go in with the hope that it's good. If you go in with the expectation that it's going to suck, and then certain things reaffirm that, then you're going to come out angry and make all those videos and whatever. And to me, that's so frustrating, because I mean, we want it to be good. And so go in hoping that it's good, and maybe you'll have a better experience. And so that kind of frustrates me when the He-Man stuff really drove me insane, how people manipulated the stuff in those Heat-Man episodes to reaffirm some sort of idea that it's about lesbian women with butch haircuts and emasculating men. And nothing could be further from the truth. When you watch the episodes in total, it's completely opposite of what people were claiming in those videos.
It was fresh. It was a fresh take. It was like a fresh take. I was like, when that first part came out, and then of course the controversy became behind that, I was like, this is what I mean. It was a fresh take. It was not what I expected, which I like that when it's not what I expected. Or and then of course, I mean, now when it comes to the Star Wars universe, and this is where and I was starting to bring in some people, and we got Travis here from Geek Nation. What's going on, brother?
Not too bad. Happy Friday to you, gentlemen. I hope everything's doing well.
Doing very well. Brought you in just in time to start talking about what's going on in Book of Boba Fett.
Oh, nothing controversial is happening there, right? Like it's all fine. Everyone's happy. Ever since 2015, everyone's loved everything of Star Wars. First of all, I just gotta suck up to Rocha real quick, because I've been podcasting for 6 years, but before that, because of Schmoes, I found you, and you've been like definitely an inspiration. I loved the Schmodown because of when you started. I love that everyone was there for trivia, and then when you started really promo hard, everyone's like, what is this? And you did change the game, so congrats on the Yodi Award. But that was like, okay, I like the Schmodown, it was fun, but then when you got in there and Outlaw and everything, that changed the game. So just a big shout out to you, because I've been watching you probably since long time, at least as far as I can remember. So, and I love what you're doing over there. So yeah, everything, respect the hustle, everything. So congrats on that again. So
thanks, bud. Appreciate it.
There you go. And we're going to bring Mr. Stephen Colbert in too, who's fixing his eyeball.
Yeah,
good timing on that.
It is -3 here now, so my eyes are all like. And I never sleep also, so like the combination of no sleep and -3 degrees, my eyes are like they're doing the Anakin Skywalker thing all week.
Dude, what camera are you using? I love this look you have. What camera?
Dude, this guy in his shot. Yeah,
20K, you son of a bitch.
No, it's just it's a first gen Sony A7S, but I got a Soviet projector lens on it that like that I adapted to mount to it. So it's like a 50mm f1, I think. So it's like
trying to get that dream lens look, man.
Yeah, I was on the
what's her face in Boba Fett swooping up the N1 over.
I was on the set visit for Army of the Dead, and Zack Snyder was geeking out about the Canon Dream lens, and I wasn't like really into. Like I've always been into photography, but wasn't really familiar with lenses at the time. So to do my coverage, I was like, okay, well, I guess I got to research what's so special about this lens. And I was like, ooh, shallow depth of field.
Yeah.
And then like next thing I knew, I'm like eBay. Like let's see what I can find.
I might have to hit you up later, man.
There you go. Oh, I know. Oh, yeah. Before I bought my camera, I was hitting up Steve. I'm like, is this good? Is this good, Steven? I don't know. And he gave me some pointers. So
like what you're looking at is the C7V, and you haven't got it correct. You got to put it together with this and get something and import it from Soviet. But I know you can talk to the dark web.
It's actually all it is a like a universal focusing helicoid and a and the lens, and then it just clamps together. It's like probably like $60 total for the kit. Yeah. Well, I mean, not counting the camera.
Right.
But like adapter and yeah.
It's crazy. No, but you guys are we were just going to start getting into this little bit of Boba Fett talk. I mean, I'm sure you're kind of tired of talking about it, John. But
I'm good.
Yeah, okay. All right.
Yeah,
well,
unless you guys need me to go, I'm good.
No, you're good, man. No. Stay as long as you want,
some white
man.
cheddar Cheetos to stay alive.
No problem with that.
I've been podcasting since 10:30 this morning, so I haven't stopped.
Christ, man.
You're my 6th show of the day, and so I'm just I haven't had lunch or dinner. I've just been going from one show to the next.
Dude.
White cheddar Cheetos.
Man.
We don't have those luxuries here in Canada. White cheddar Cheetos. We just got the regular and jalapeno. I like white cheddar too, so I really want that. I'm kind of jealous. Like Canada, we only get like half the good stuff. I'm still every day waiting. We just got Popeyes. I'm waiting for Jack.
Oh, you just got Popeyes.
Jalapeno or Flamin' Hot?
I think we do have both, but the jalapeno is like rare to find. It's like what are those Fritos that come in like the spirally shape? It's the same thing. Like those are rare to find. You get them like once every 6 years. All the Canadians buy them up, and then you don't see them anymore. So it's ridiculous.
How cold is it where you're at, Trav? It's probably super fucking.
It's -5 Celsius, but it's starting to warm up. It's still snowing here. I live in Kelowna, BC, by Vancouver. Yeah, so it's still snowing, but I'm used to it now. It's just I've lived in Canada my whole life, so my egg is kept well.
Meanwhile, over here in Southern California, it is 51 degrees, clear, and just nice.
All right, go screw yourself.
I've always got to check myself when I jump on with a Canadian, and I'm like, oh, it's so cold. I'm like, oh, shit, I said it. Now I got to hear.
You merely adapted the cold. I was born in it.
Yeah. Where's Steven? Are you in Minnesota or something?
I'm in Iowa.
Oh fuck.
So I mean it's Midwest, but like it's like just far enough. Like
frozen popcorn. No thanks, man.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, chilly. But so this recent episode, obviously we had the last episode, which threw people for a loop, where it was like, oh, all right, Mandalorian, cool. They're putting a ship together, and Mando needed a robot to put this panel on. I mean, that part always bugged me. Me and Steven have talked about that.
That epitomizes the entire Disney Plus Star Wars process to me. Where does this part go? Right here. Thank you for the hologram.
I needed that shot of the robot to show. Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
So we talked about that, of course, last episode, and we had a healthy debate about it when it comes to all this. But man, when it comes to this episode, I mean, I mean, we all knew Grogu was going to show up, so it's like, all right, naturally Luke was going to be showing up. And mind you, people in the chat, of course, there's going to be spoilers like crazy. I warned you at the beginning of this. But yeah, how are we feeling? I mean, first off, I mean, the one thing I'll say off the top is, man, that whole Luke de-aging shit, that vast improvement. Holy shit. Very well done. And it's almost like, but I'm almost at the same time going like, is this just Disney going, hey, look what we could do. We hired the guy who did the deep fake. See, we know, we listen to you. But what are we thinking, John?
Yeah.
Let's get your take on this last episode.
I'll start off more positive than the three of you. Yeah, I like.
How did you know?
I can sense it on the edges of Dave's words. I'll say this. You look. It's called the Book of Boba Fett, but I think it's the Book of the Mandalorian here in these last 2 episodes. And obviously you don't like realize it's going bad after 4 episodes and bring everybody together and shoot 2 episodes on the fly. This was all part of their plan.
Yeah.
And it's a fascinating approach to a first season for a show called the Book of Boba Fett, to have him basically be shown once in the last 2 episodes in one scene with no dialogue. It's a fascinating approach to build up the Mandalorian more and offshoot into season 3. So, but overall, I've loved the last 2 episodes. I've enjoyed getting more time with the character and seeing Grogu come back. The Luke stuff looks fantastic. Now, nothing is out of the realm, in my mind. Nothing's out of the realm possibility of what can happen. I called Luke last season on Mandalorian season 2, like halfway through the season. I felt it was going to happen. Not that I was the only one, but other people, it just felt like, yes, this makes sense. Now seeing him appear here was a really big surprise. And now I'm like, well, what's next? Because they already did Leia.
Yeah.
And you had the backlash with Han, with Solo, Star Wars story. So do they dare do a de-aged Han that shows up at some point, or a Lando? They're both still around, those gentlemen. So it's an interesting door that they've opened here in this way. But bringing in Cad Bane, bringing back Ahsoka, this was a Dave Filoni love fest for himself in terms of this episode. So overall, I enjoyed the hell out of it. I just don't know how they're going to wrap everything up in one finale. I just don't see how that's possible.
It's a good question. I mean, I enjoyed
what
the
is
episode.
there to wrap up?
Yeah, I know.
What are you wrapping up?
It's going to be a cliffhanger,
man.
Yeah, I mean, for the most part, I did enjoy the episode, but at the same time, I'm just kind of going like, all right, so what was the plan here when it came to Book of Boba Fett? Because obviously, when we found out about this and we got that little tease when it came to like the end of Mandalorian and everything like that, it's like, all right, cool, we're gonna get to know Boba Fett, which obviously he's a popular character. I mean, even though he was like barely, he had some moments when it came to the original franchise, and of course we got a little bit more of a backstory in the prequels, and it was just kind of going, all right, it'll be cool to see that, but I don't think anybody really, like you said, it wasn't like they just went, oh, people aren't liking it that much. Let's get the Mandalorian here. Let's do this. Let's do that. No, it was always part of the plan, obviously. But I just kind of went like, I'm kind of thinking like, did they just kind of assume that maybe it would just be not what people thought? And then they thought, all right, well, let's expand it a little bit and let's bring this in, or I don't know. Like, to me, I'm wondering if like the finale, they're just going to be like, do something and people are going to like, oh, well, then I'm okay if they did that. But then I'm like, what could that be? I don't know. There's just so many questions when it comes to this. And as much as I enjoyed seeing the Luke stuff, the Grogu stuff, Ahsoka, all that stuff, it's just, but at the same time, I'm like, oh yeah, well, we did get a cameo from Boba Fett in his own show. He was right there. Yeah. But I'm just kind of going, all right, are they is Star Wars still just depending on the Skywalker lore? That's the thing. Steven? No, Travis. I think Travis has been holding back a little bit.
Oh, no, it's good listening, because I'm very mixed. I'm somebody, last time I was on here, I talked about the first 4 episodes I liked to dislike. I was kind of all over, much like the show. I've preferred these last 2 episodes, but I can't disagree with anybody that loves it or dislikes it, because I could see if you're really enjoying those first 4 about Boba, this show's completely detour to a different route. If you're someone like myself who wasn't liking it and loving all this, it's great, but I don't know if it helps the show. I loved this episode. I actually thought it was some of the best Star Wars ever, just because what I compared it to is it felt like No Way Home, as far as we're taking every if you're a fan of Star Wars, it had something for you. If you're a fan of animation, if you're a fan of the original trilogy, sequel trilogy, prequel, it felt like a big celebration, where sometimes Star Wars feels like it's like pushing things to the side, like, oh yeah, we're Star Wars, but we're not going to talk about this, or we're not going to talk about that. This was, we're including everything. Where is it going for a finale? Oof, that's tricky. It's just that, like, kind of what Steven says, they set up the Pikes, but it's just they walked out of a ship and it's like, these are the bad guys. And I guess next week I think we're just going to get maybe a big action-packed thing with a lot of cool moments. Yeah, I don't know exactly where they're going with it, because I don't want to joke and say, oh yeah, Star Wars classic, they don't have a plan, but Filoni and Favreau have seemed pretty in sync, so I feel maybe it might hurt this show, but I feel this show is building towards setting up a lot of things for Star Wars overall in the future. Whether it happens with Grogu, whatever happens with Cad Bane, whatever happens with Boba, Mandalorian, that might hurt Boba's journey, but I'm a biased person to ask, because I wasn't really enjoying Boba's journey, so I'm fine for the detour. The DH thing, I understand people's problems. I did not enjoy him and Mando too, because I liked all of a sudden when he took that the hood off, I couldn't, it took me out of it the whole time. I could not, my emotion got cut. Yeah, and it just, the eyes. This time, I think it does look great. I know it came out about the voice being ADR, or like the robot voice, and it sounded like that. That is the weakest part. And it's tough because you have this, where some people say, I don't like this, let's get an actor. But then you had Alden Ehrenreich, who many people were like, I don't like this at all as Han. It doesn't feel like Harrison Ford. So they're kind of stuck. I'm kind of just fine whatever they do, as long as the story's good. I'm not going to be like something like, oh my God, this is the death of cinema, we're cloning our... It's just like, it's a movie show about wizards with swords. You know, we have much bigger problems going on. People are still going to make every other movie. If they want to have young Mark Hamill, fine. But I get the problems with it. So I'm very more just curious what they do next week. And but I loved this episode. I had a ball the whole time. I was cheering. I had emotion. Maybe that's how they know. Every time Luke shows up and he got certain beats, you're like, man, they got me, you know? So I had a good time.
Oh, I know. And then of course, when he had the little, whatchamacallit, the ball that does the training, and when he's shooting at Grogu, everybody was like, how fucking dare you asshole. Do not hurt that little guy. We love him so much. Steven, go ahead.
I think it's the death of cinema. No.
Finally, someone said it.
Yeah,
it's over for us.
It's over.
Yeah.
No, it was on Disney Plus, but the theaters caught on fire. Yeah. I don't know. I guess before I say the other things I have to say. There's a lot of stuff in this episode that I have wanted to see for a long time, and so there's a lot of moments that were really like, not just from old Star Wars stuff, like, oh, I've wanted to see this character in live action. I wanted to see Ahsoka and Luke on screen together for so long. Like, not just do they meet, but like to actually see them interact, to see them talk about Anakin.
Absolutely.
To seeing Luke train Grogu, there's all this stuff that's like, I've wanted to see for so long. And I think part of the reason that I'm extremely frustrated with it is the fact that they make me dislike those things. Because what I feel like, I think one of the best ways to sum it up is to go back to Dave Filoni was talking about working with Kevin Kiner doing the music for the Clone Wars. And a quote from him that I always remember is he was talking, I think it was advice that he got from Lucas actually when he was like putting together the soundtrack, is that he was just starting to play with the Star Wars sandbox and he was so excited to use that Force theme. And as if you've seen a fan edit of Star Wars ever, everyone's so quick to hit that button and like Force theme, because it's just so evocative and emotional. And he says George didn't let him use it for 3 seasons, and he said no, that theme means something, and you have to grow to the point so that when you do finally use it, that's the moment. And I can't remember even where they used it now. I wish I remember the exact moment, because I think it was a moment with Ahsoka. Maybe it was when she was on her own for the first time.
You mean the
Yeah.
That was right when he climbed to the top of the tree and showed Grogu and talked about balance, and that's when you heard the score.
Right, but in the Clone Wars, I was trying to remember the first time that they used it in that. Yeah. But and so part of what's frustrating then when it comes to the Mandalorian, a lot of the stuff here is it's so I've seen it be compared to it's almost like a Wikipedia. I wrote an article. I said that they kind of are prioritizing canon over plot now, where it's hard to follow, like, what is the story that they're setting up? Like, what's the arc of this? Like, what's Boba Fett's story? What's the story of this season? Yeah. Sure, these moments are cool and they're moments I wanted to see forever, but what do I do with them? Why are they in a Boba Fett show? Why aren't they in a Mandalorian show? How do I contextualize that as a piece of art as opposed to just a moment of Star Wars? And like, where does that fit, and what is it adding to? Like these moments are cool because of stuff that has happened before. You know, it leans very heavily on, it's Luke with a little Yoda and a backpack on his back, and you know, and it's got all these things that are big moments because
he did that flip.
Yeah, like, there's all these moments that are iterating.
I was Leo DiCaprio, like,
yeah, exactly.
Like, he did the flip,
and that's what it feels like. The whole thing is like every 30 seconds, it's the remote. You look at, like, it's all these member berries. If you remember from South Park, the member berries. Oh, remember Dagobah? Remember the backpack? Like, and so you know, and so you get like Luke and Ahsoka, and like that's one of the big examples. Like, if I wanted to see that for so long, and then what you get there is like a reference to a moment, but like you don't actually have the full. There's not a story there. There's just a moment there, and like, moments are great. There's a million moments I love in Star Wars, and it's really frustrating and sad that there's no story to make these moments matter the way the moments that they're referencing did. Like, they're piggybacking on a story, but they're not. I don't know what this story is, and it's really, really frustrating because it's stuff that I wish was punctuating an important story, and I wish was fleshing out or highlight. So going back to the Dave Filoni and the Force theme idea, it's like they're just hitting that button because they know that it's going to make, you know, reaction video tears happen, but it's just like a highlight reel of money shots without anything. Like, I don't want to say there's nothing stringing it together, but it's not like what you'd expect from Star Wars. Like, George Lucas is like the heavily memed, like, it's like poetry, it rhymes. And it's all the like single syllable rhymes, and then there's no like cadence or rhythm or beat, or I don't know where it belongs. So anyway, I guess I could go on it forever and ever. But the point is, like, it's stuff that I love, and it looks and Luke, you know, Luke looks great and sounds pretty good, I guess, if like in context. But like, I'm kind of deeply troubled by when you combine the fact that like, they're scared of what happened with Alden Ehrenreich, and they're scared of what happened with The Last Jedi, and they're like, so you know what? We'll just do I call him pull string Luke, because it's just this Luke doll where it's like, oh, let's remix a line from Empire Strikes Back because people like that. And it's all, and like literally they're not even recording new lines or casting somebody new. It's just, oh, here's something we'll know they like, and it's just writing on that, and there's nothing. Like, the only reason that I like it is because I like the first time they did it 40 years ago. And it's just, you know, remember Master Yoda, that's how we talked. And it's like, and it's frustrating because like, this is something that I should like, and I should love. And instead all I can see is like the cynical, too afraid to cast a new Luke because, you know, and I feel bad for Alden. It's gotta be weird to be Alden Ehrenreich if you like this stuff, watching it, and like, oh, right? This is what they wish they could have done with me. People wanted them to cast that Anthony and Gruber impersonator guy, which is just such a like Alden. Yeah, sure, he's not a photocopy of Harrison Ford, but he's charismatic and had a great personality. I thought he was a phenomenal young Han, and so by I don't know. It's like, I get why they did it, but also there's this cynical like, what does this mean? They're gonna like literally they just did text to speech with an AI for Luke's voice. And that was surprising. So 10 years from now, are we just gonna have like digital Han, Luke, and Leia off on new adventures, and like they're filming in the volume with a digital background, they're filming with a digital Luke and a digital voice? And it's like, at what point are they just like, oh, let's just literally have an AI make new stories based on, here's the Force theme, here's the reference to Empire Strikes Back, here's a little version of this, here's not Boba Fett, here's not Yoda, here's like anyway, I'll let someone else
they're kind of almost doing that with Jungle Book and Lion King, right? You look at Jungle Book, that's one kid with just a bunch of CGI balls, and it's supposed
and who
to be
directed that?
Live and John Favreau, exactly. So I think you will get some of that. I do feel as a business for them, it is very hard to resist that you can do this with Luke. How do you not do that original 3 together? And I'm not saying that's right, wrong, but if you are running a corporation, you want people to get buzz and stream. How do you not have that? When everybody talked about that with the sequel trilogy, all we need is them reunited. You didn't get that, right? So for me, I get the business side of it, because I think
it's got me clenching for this next episode too, because because we're talking about like what's the finale for this. Well, at this point, unless the show just makes no sense, the only way to tie this story together is Grogu chooses Mando, they go to Tatooine, they get in trouble, Luke and CGI Han and maybe CGI Leia, I think that would be too far, swoop in the Millennium Falcon.
I called the Leia thing. I think Leia's showing up next week. Everyone thinks I'm crazy, but they all thought I was crazy about Luke in Mandalorian season 2 as well. At least my crew think I'm crazy.
Oh man, that would be, and I'm sure what they'll do is they'll be like, oh, Billy Lord blessed it, which, but it's,
but I don't know. I think the reason I bring it up and why I think it might happen is because, well, some people mentioned in our chat tonight for our review, somebody said, well, Luke could, a fan of ours, Ed Haskell said, and Luke could show up because Grogu chooses the Mandalorian armor and so goes and takes him back to Mando and comes upon the fight here with the Pikes, and then he takes part in it. That's how Luke could be involved. The idea here is, listen, the Mod Squad and these bounty hunters ain't going to be enough against an organized Pike syndicate that's backed up by Crimson Dawn. There's no fucking way that's enough. So to me, we saw the X-Wing fighters already in episode 5 when they pulled over Mando with that.
How do we know they're backed up by Crimson Dawn?
Well, just kind of in the hood.
Oh, okay. It makes sense. I just didn't know if there was. I was like, did I miss an Easter egg, or is that
no? But you're not going to be running spice without Crimson Dawn getting a piece. It's just how it works.
Well, and with some of like what they're doing in the comics, they're like, oh, here comes what's the Kira?
Yeah, Kira.
Yeah.
A lot of people think Kira's showing up next week for sure. A lot of people think that Emilia Clarke. So
Darth Maul 3.0.
Yeah, and then you've got to have, so if you're gonna have that kind of a force massed against you, you've got to have some help. And so with X-Wing fighters always showing up, there's a possibility Leia could swoop in and send some of her New Republic people to come and help out. This is Luke's home planet. All this kind of stuff could happen here, but like, it's crazy to think about the Patton Oswalt ending to this series. It's like weird, because they spent so much time setting up this kind of Native American influenced story. Or whatever indigenous people influence story, depending on where you live in the globe. And they push that with Boba, and Boba's changing, and he's good with animals, and he's learning not to be a bounty hunter. He wants to be something else. Being a crime lord isn't that much of a difference from a bounty hunter in terms of the fact you're still committing crimes in a way. So that seemed like an odd decision. And now you completely divert away from it in these last 2 episodes. And I hope that this final episode kind of ties this stuff together in a way that makes sense, because it's a colossal tightrope they've moved, or it's a real high tightrope they've moved on to now.
If you think about it structurally, it feels like the structure of like an animated, not just Star Wars animated series, but like most like 8 episode, 10 episode like animated series. Voltron did this a lot, where there's like 4 episodes that are kind of, there's a little bit of a through line, but they're also kind of standalones. And then you have 1 to 2 episodes that totally divert, but there's some weird emotional climax. And then it comes with the finale that's like, oh, this is how it ties it all together. And like, so to have Dave Filoni kind of behind the planning, it's like, oh, that's the same. Like, that's very much how like a lot of animated series run things.
Well, I like what Tushka says here in the chat. He's one of my followers. He's a Native American. He says, as a Native, we are used to getting pushed aside for a narrative about white people and their religion. LOL. So there you go. It's a great point, Tushka.
There it is right there.
When it comes to
Whitey's, the blue-eyed white devil's at it again.
Oh, and when it comes to Boba Fett, that was one of the weird things to me too, because I mean, I didn't even talk in my rant about like the sidelining of his character, or like they have this character development with him, but again, they just reference the character development. We don't really, they're just like, oh, he's changed, but it's like, well, but show it. I mean, you gave me the pieces, but you didn't like where between going into the Sarlacc and coming out of the Sarlacc, and at what point did he actually go experience anything that changed him on screen? And what's really weird about that is you get, well, yeah, they had the dream, but I mean, there was no, like I said, it's a reference. It's like a plot point on a checklist, not a scene in a show. But what's really weird is that there's such a clear and I gotta wonder if it's intentional and they just didn't capitalize on it, or if I am connecting dots that they should have. I don't know, but with him finding out that the Pikes were responsible for killing the Sand People, it's so weird then that there's this disconnect between like there's no clear reason like why is he taking over Jabba's empire? Why is he a
still don't know why he wants to do
and
no
yeah
and there's such a
Not
clear like if you're gonna have him motivated and changed by the Sand People, then you're gonna have them killed by the Pikes. There's such an easy, especially to lean into his character, like actually character development, and say, well, I need to take on the Pikes. In order to do that, I need muscle. In order to get muscle, I need to, and there's a really easy kind of snowball into like, oh, so that's why he took over Jabba's kingdom, so he could leverage the muscle to prevent this kind of tragedy from happening again, because he cares about these people now. And like that not only makes sense of the character moment that they didn't capitalize on screen, but explains all of these other things. And like I said, the puzzle pieces are all there. It's just they don't like go together, and I don't know why. Like there's like so many parts of the show. It's like why is that there? I don't know.
What's DJ AF's problem? What's this guy's problem? DJ, what's your problem, man?
Oh, there's
I know
always
you got
gonna be those people.
I know you
Always
got
gonna be
6
those
followers, but
people.
what's the problem? I didn't talk shit about Snyder. I love Snyder. I've always loved Snyder. Now, did I not like some of the DCEU stuff? Yes, I'll own up to that. I did say that, and I have said that. But when they said they want, because I've always been very clear about my BVS and not liking it, but I've always been clear about loving Man of Steel. So you can suck my balls, bro. I spoke correctly about this situation.
The fact of the matter is like when people hear like if anybody's in any kind of association to Collider, it's automatically, oh, you're the enemy. You're who.
Oh yeah, was it really? Is that
you're who we fought. You're who we fought back in 2015
I
or
fought so many people at Collider when I was at Collider. What the fuck are you talking about?
That's just what it is, man. I mean,
once you have a logo, you're part of the perceived hive mind.
You check marks, you verified scum.
Yeah, okay.
How dare you? No,
we can't trust those blue check marks to have an opinion.
Rocha. They all fucking died, man.
No, that's just. I mean, it's just that's what happens. I mean, I get pushed back too. I'll have people like, because I'm not like 100% like, hey, I support a billboard that says restore the Snyderverse, and I'm just kind of going, all right.
Yeah.
I'm like, hey, it's just Steven's gotten it too. Travis, you probably gotten it too. I mean, like
BVS was my first ever negative comment. We had a panel of 6 we had a panel of 6 people on the podcast. We were only 3 months in, and 3 people failed it, and then 3 people passed, and I gave it like a 7.5. And I remember it was 2 days later, someone was getting mad at me for not liking it. I said, well, I passed it 7.5. It's like a C plus. I enjoyed it, had some problems, but they're like, well, you didn't like it enough. And I don't know how I'm supposed to respond to this sort of comment. But then like I'm all over, because I really didn't actually enjoy Man of Steel. I liked BVS, and I loved Zack Snyder's Justice League. I loved that movie. So I'm kind of all over it. But that was the very first comment I ever got was, oh yeah. And then from there it was just, oh yeah, you hate DC. And then that's the thing. Once someone watches the first time and shares with buddy, like, look at this guy, he must hate all of DC. But it's just like, I loved Watchmen, and then they don't watch years later when it's like, no. And at the end of the day, it's just, again, they're movies. They're like food. No one gets fucking mad at me for like not liking mushrooms. You don't like mushrooms? Oh, okay, Travis.
I fucking hate mushrooms.
They don't send me 50 texts being like, this is the reason why you should like mushrooms. Well, movies and maybe sports, like the old and
pineapple
with wrestling. Wrestling too has that, where it's
because
like
nobody gets their identity and sense of social status from how much they like mushrooms.
Yes.
Well, I mean, not many people. There are people. No, there are people who love them. There's Mario. No, but
yeah, he's an addict of
but
those mushrooms.
there's a social hierarchy established around who knows the most trivia, who has the most memorabilia, who's got the most followers, who's the biggest Stan account, whatever, and that is a territory, like they need to defend their turf. And so for many of them, like they don't even watch stuff. They'll just know like, oh, well, you said something I don't agree with here, therefore you must be a hater of this thing that I have dubbed myself the upper echelon of the hierarchy for, and so I need to paint you as such in order to, I guess maybe they never accomplished anything in like real life that makes them proud enough, so they need to establish a fictional hierarchy on social media to make them feel like they have done things. But
that's the battle.
Yeah.
And we've all been there. We've all had those arguments where, like, I remember BS came out, and I used to talk to people all the time because I definitely always leaned
for real
towards-
though, you should have liked that more.
Oh, I should have liked
Yeah.
it more. I know something. I guess I should have had some melted cheese on it. Maybe I'll like it more. But it's one of those things I remember in 2015 when obviously like the Batman killing debate comes up every 6 months, right?
God,
And in 2015 when I first started stuff,
God.
you talk to people, get in debate, and I would go back and forth. Nowadays, it's just like, this is how I feel. Oh, you don't agree? Okay, cool. And then you move on because it's just like there's no point. And I've found every time, especially now when you podcast with people, if you were to have the same conversation on Twitter versus if we get on like the Vodka stream and just talk it out, you'll have a much more civil, like layered conversation where if you just take the 20-40 characters, it's like there's nothing there. So my favorite thing is I just dropped the Adam Sandler front cut gems I disagree gif all the time, and I just move along because it's not worth the time. It's not worth the time to get in those. If it's for fun, then of course, but then there's a line when it takes that turn. You're like, okay, this person this is their personality that they need to defend this movie or this storyline. And that's same thing with like what we're talking about Boba Fett. I get why people don't like it, but I'm not going to try to convince anybody why they should or shouldn't like it. I'll put out my thoughts. And but yeah, BVS was my other one. And then I hated the 2016 Suicide Squad. So people that hated me for my BVS review really hated me for that one. But I felt justified years later when they're like, oh yeah, Ayer got his movie ripped to shreds. I was like, see, I knew something was going on, but it should be fun,
And you see, I mean, with stuff like Suicide Squad or Justice League is a real big one, where like leading up to Justice League, you've got all the anti-Snyder critics are gonna tear on this movie, and it's gonna be, and then the movie comes out, and for a week or two, some people were like, defending it or whatever, and then all of a sudden it was like, oh well, I bet you probably liked Justice League, didn't you? And it's like, well, rewind.
That's my favorite. Why the fuck should I listen to you? You like the Transformers movies. You don't know shit about movies. It's like, let me come to your house and let me take a look at your collection of movies, and we'll have a conversation. I bet I could pick out 10 of them that are terrible. And so it's a matter of taste and perspective. And when people lob shots at you like that, it's always about the fact that they don't have what you have, or they're not doing what you're doing, and they don't see how hard we all effing work to be able to do what we're doing. Am I allowed to cuss? I didn't even ask that before I went off and said, Dave, I can turn down the cussing.
Yeah, you can, even though you would have been way past that point if you weren't allowed.
Dave is a strictly PG show. His mom was on a few weeks ago.
It's non-alcoholic vodka.
John, my mom watches my show. Okay.
I didn't know this was a Marvel show. I'll keep the cussing.
No, I think
you can say shit like 20 times, but one F-bomb, that's it. You're off Disney Plus. No, not happening. No, Oscar Isaac, don't try it.
Now you're good. Cuss up a storm. I don't give a shit. No, but we get that. And you know what? Actually, this dovetails right into a Patreon fan question from Carrie that we'll play right now. He's a fan of yours, John, so he wanted to submit a little question for you. So we'll do that right now. Let's see, where's it at? Right here. Here we go.
Oh.
Hey, Dave. Excited for the show tonight to see Mr. John Rocha, the Outlaw, the champ of the movie trivia schmodown.
There it is. Oh, it froze.
Right now, and I'm out of touch for a few years. But
oh man, why does it keep doing that?
I always enjoyed seeing you on there when I was watching. I was always rooting for you. You brought such a fun and liveliness and unique way of approaching it that was just always super engaging to watch. And was always rooting for you, and hope you are continuing to go forward and continue to succeed with it. My question for you tonight is this. Because I'm a massive Zack Snyder fan. I love, especially his DC films. I love Man of Steel, Batman v Superman, Zack Snyder's Justice League, of course. I found Dave's channel because you seemed like for a while he was one of the few people out there not only praising Zack as a filmmaker, but then talking about the Snyder Cut and talking about, is it real, does it exist, what would it take for it to get released, what's going on with Warner Brothers that's causing it to not happen or eventually did happen, and so on. And I was wondering, I know you're a massive Man of Steel fan. I don't know your exact feelings on Zack Snyder's Justice League, but I was wondering if you could give us some insight into what it was about, or still is maybe, about the film journalism field, the online film journalism punditry arena that you have been a part of. What is it about them that oftentimes is so anti-Zack, that is so just has this almost this hatred for not only his movies, but sometimes goes after him personally. It seems like. And again, I'm not saying that's you specifically, or even Collider Movie Talk. I think Collider Movie Talk, especially with John Schnepp, tried to have some amount of balance around with that. But yeah, there's just for a long time for me as a Snyder fan, it just seemed like, wow, everyone hates his movies, and sometimes hates him. Why is that? So I'm just wondering if you can maybe offer some insight to that from any memories or conversations from your time as part of the Collider Movie Talk crew, or even now, hindsight being 2020. And then, what could that shift, and maybe what you're excited about for the future when it comes to either DC, the DCU, or Zach. I would love to hear your take on some of those things. Have a good night, fellas. Looking forward to the show tonight.
There you go. That's a loaded question there, but thank you, Carrie, for that. But yeah, John.
Is it me causing the echo with that? I didn't know if I was causing the echo or not.
Is there an echo? No, I think it was probably me. It's probably me. I don't know, because I'm the one that's sharing the video. Maybe that's the case. Okay. Was it really bad?
Echo in the chat. A lot of people were saying there was a lot of echoes in the chat.
Okay.
So basically, he was just asking, what is it about some of the members, or maybe a majority of the members of my field of what I do in film journalism, whatever, and who kind of have a thing about Zach, or don't like Zach, or don't like his movies, and sometimes attack him personally. And what do I see is coming next for DC? So here's what I'll address that first part. Yeah, it's an odd thing that I've discovered as well. Like, people have like a personal animus against Zack Snyder, which I really don't understand. I think and same thing with Michael Bay. I think these kind of people who approach film from a certain point of view, and I don't think Michael Bay is necessarily in the same camp as Zack Snyder. I think those are two different things, but their films have a certain kind of emotional effect that appeals to a certain level of film fan. They enjoy the cinematography, they enjoy the visuals, the panels that you're seeing on screen come to life in live action. They get upset about what they deem to be a loss of character development in some of these movies, and so I get, from a critical point of view, I understand their anger, but I don't understand the full anger that where it veers into personal animus and where they discount or they scoff at Zack Snyder. And listen, there's nothing you got to understand about people who are involved in film criticism. A majority of them are failed filmmakers. A majority of them are failed people who didn't get a shot to make the things that they wanted to make. Now, does that mean they should be vilified? No, but it's been my experience that, the days of Pauline Kael and Ebert and Siskel and these really great writers have gone past. And so what you've got now are people who can analyze film and love film and understand film, but they bring their own kind of sometimes writer angriness to this thing, and they see Zach as an overt male. They see Zach as, never mind that he's got these great relationships with female actresses and the female characters and brings up, but they see him as this kind of alpha male toxicity, which is bullshit, because when you analyze his movies, it really isn't about that at all. And so that, I think, kind of, for whatever reason, resonates in some of their writer nerdly hearts, and that causes them to be upset with Zack Snyder. And I'll say this to their face: I'm the outlaw, not because I keep my mouth shut. I don't have a problem telling my opinion on what I think. Doesn't mean I think any less of them or don't want them to be friends, but the truth is, I do see that, and it's a really weird thing. If you like Zack Snyder, all of a sudden you're like a male bro, and it's like,
you like QAnon or some shit.
Right? I can see you can make that case with Michael Bay. He objectifies women out of the fucking water, absolutely. But Zach doesn't. Zach endeavors to create these really powerful, and all these people fall on those to praise Wonder Woman. Who the fuck do you think cast her? So these things that, like, sometimes they pick and choose logical connections to fit their narratives rather than looking at the whole picture and accepting, hey, they might not be 100% right with their point of view. And I think that's what you get sometimes in on the film side of things. And it is frustrating. It is very frustrating sometimes, because you're like, why do you feel this way? Like, what is wrong with it? What happened? Just tell me what happened.
Well, and I think something a lot of fans don't always get either is, even the way that the conversation and the question is being framed is there's this perceived separation. And I know you said a lot of people in the media are failed filmmakers, but also they're all fans also. And so you look at, or, a lot of them are originated as such. And so the difference between, like, quote unquote, like, fans and media is often simply just what side of the typewriter or the keyboard you're on. And well, I guess you're both on the same side of it. Whatever. The metaphor makes sense. And so in the same way that there's also, fans that dislike Snyder and fans that like Snyder, and there's that same conflict there. But then also, if you look at like the rise of like film journalism and what was popular at the time, and there's a reason that a lot of people that are in this field love Star Wars, love Marvel. It's because at the time that was what there was to write about. I mean, if you look at like most like YouTube and like SEO oriented like writing, the bread and butter of that, like the first Iron Man post credit scene, who is Samuel L. Jackson in Spider-Man or in Iron Man, and what are the Avengers, and all of a sudden there's this whole realm of explainer videos and articles and stuff, and at the time it was about mostly like Marvel and Star Wars, and then you've got like the Nolan Batman stuff happened, but then because that was like entrenched, then Zack Snyder is kind of the first force that came in out of that like first generation of people who were fans and kind of cut their teeth and gained notoriety writing about this other stuff. And then Zack Snyder comes in, and his approach is very much to challenge the perspective and the approach of all these other movies. And it's not that he's like anti-Star Wars or anti-Marvel or whatever, but his approach inherently, he subverts and deconstructs these things that people have come to love and appreciate about these other movies. And Marvel movies will be one way, and he'll come in and say, well, do they have to be that way? And it feels there's already a Marvel versus DC kind of thing there. But and so all these other things combined, I think then you kind of add that he's a adversarial force almost to the art style of the predominant thing that got most people into writing about this stuff in the first place.
We lose the discourse and we lose the nuance, and I think that's what's, like this morning I hosted a show for an hour and a half talking about Whoopi Goldberg's Holocaust comments with my friend.
Oh, geez. Yeah.
Yeah. He's Jewish. And so I'm like, I want to talk about it. I'm not afraid to talk about any subject because I like to talk about it. Discussion is important. And to me, this idea of being afraid or this idea of kind of vilifying or one-siding everything, other than, some of the QAnon shit, I have an issue with, because you got to hear things out. You got to talk to people and hear what you got and explore the different nuances. And to me, the way they vilify Zach sometimes is incredibly frustrating, because it's this idea of like, well, where are you going to fall on this opinion on this? And if you fall on this side, then you clearly are this kind of person. And it's like, this is where it becomes unhealthy in the conversation. And some people are invested in having a villain, needing a villain in order to uplift themselves or promote themselves and the things that they are writing about. Never mind that they love these Nolan Batmans. And can you really tell me Katie Holmes and Maggie Gyllenhaal were used that well in those movies compared to how Zach has used female characters in his movies? I don't. She's a nag in the first movie, and in the second movie, he blows her up. So it's like, what are we talking about? And so to me, this sometimes gets frustrating when people don't want to actually go into the analysis and really pull out these examples and look at everything. Because Amy Adams is a powerful character in Man of Steel, and Wonder Woman, when she shows up in BVS, is a powerful character as well. So you talk about these things, and it just gets frustrating when you hear the same narrative with people not supporting it with any kind of basis of fact.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, I think that's where we always, Stephen and I, we've always talked. When it comes to, the first time that we actually messaged each other was after we saw Justice League in 2017. I think I messaged him. I was like, did that feel like no, you said, was it me that said that? Does that feel like a Zack Snyder movie, or was that you? I can't remember.
I don't remember, but I
know, right? I can't remember which one like said that.
I think I saw you. I think you were talking about your first reaction video. I think I might have seen that first, and I watched that and I was like, oh yeah. Yeah, he's not.
You saw that, I was like, because
I had talked to someone who was at the junket who had talked to a line producer and was like, dude, they said Snyder got fired. And so I heard that right before I saw the movie, and I had been
good opening, like
right. Well,
Justice League.
The actual opening of the movie didn't help any at all. Yeah. But I had been hard on the like I dug into the DJ. My brain's breaking. The DGA guidelines and the WGA and all the rules for how things are credited for writers and what they're allowed to do in reshoots when they bring in a replacement director and all that stuff. And per how that stuff is normally handled, it was like, oh no, Zach directed 100% of principal photography, so he's still got the say. They don't have the authority within the DGA to oust him in that way. And so, and they were all saying that Zach was still involved. He just had to step aside, and there was all this stuff. And so I was very hard on that, like, oh no, it's still Snyder's movie. Whedon was just, and in retrospect, it makes no sense because Whedon's aesthetic was never going to match what Zach does. But then you see the movie. I heard that and I was like, oh, I don't know. And then you see the movie. And it's like, oh yeah, no, this is clearly just not even. It's amateur how they even tried to blend some of the scenes together. Like especially the ones where they like inserted, like there'll be a shot where they like inserted a joke or something, and like the blue, like the green screen or blue screen, like color grading doesn't even match what had been there a second ago. Yeah, the hairlines are flipping.
The hairlines are weird. No, I remember, what's funny too, John, it was like, speaking of, Christian Harloff was like at the screening that I went to, like, yeah. And I almost wanted to like approach him, and I'm hopefully I can maybe get him on this one of these days and talk to him, because I've always wanted to talk to him. But like I didn't, because like walking out of that thing, I was talking to this other guy and I was just like, Jesus Christ. I mean, I finally got a press screening. I got invited to Warner Brothers lot, and it was just like, that's what I had to see. And then the whole time I'm going, what do I say in my first reaction? Everybody's waiting. What do I say? And then I try to be like as positive as possible. And I should have just like right in my first reaction said, fuck, boy, what the hell? I almost wanted to be like, what did they do? That was a butcher. They just, but I didn't, because obviously when you want to just be as optimistic as possible. But I felt, now I wish I can go back and be like, don't do it. Don't fucking do it, man. Just say what you really want to say.
People forget the con because people always go back to the like, so-and-so said such and such the week it was out. But the context then was also so different because the perception of what had happened behind the scenes and what was possible as far as like going forward, what could get released was very different. And so there was very much a like, oh, well, if this is all we're going to get, it would be disrespectful to Zach to like trash all over it, because what's he going to do about it? Like he had to leave because of family tragedy. And so like, it kind of is what it is. And so I know a lot of people were like, look, it was bad, but like, let's not go all knives out for it just because like what, like you're going to kick someone while they're down. And then when it came out, it's like, oh, you know what? He doesn't really take criticism of this movie personally because it's not even his. And he's got another cut that he wants released. That totally changes the conversation about the way, the context in which it exists.
Yeah.
It's funny when more facts get revealed about a problem, how your opinion can change on it. But if that's true, you're only held to your very first thought on the subject. You can't change. And
that's why I never say anything until all the facts are.
Yeah, I'll review this movie a year later once I've No, we've all had those. Like I'm just still surprised when I've only seen Justice League twice, that version of it, but I'm just still surprised it's something that does actually exist when you think about for what it was supposed to be, this massive tentpole, and the fact that this is the dice they roll on this. And for me, I think it's just with the Snyder thing, I honestly don't think he'd have this reputation if he never directed Man of Steel, because it was such a big franchise that's coming off of the Nolan series, which was like, okay, you have Avengers and everything, but Nolan's creating this great Batman trilogy. And I think if he was still making, let's say he did just Army of the Dead and Rebel Moon and there was no Superman, BVS, stuff like that, obviously I don't think he'd be in the public eye. I think there's lots of people that at that point he supposedly want to go, okay, this is the 5 or 3 movies I want to do, where Warner Brothers had the idea of, well, we want this to be our MCU, right? And I think there's a big camp of people, and at times I was including myself there, as far as I don't know if this is the vision I want for 20 movies, and stuff like that. But then when you get years later, you find out that, well, that's not what he wanted to do. And that's where it's tough. So, But I think if Man of Steel never happened, he would be directing. He'd have his fan base. He had some detractors, but I think it's such a hot button issue. Like Man of Steel, with how controversial it was just a powder keg. And it was, like Steven said, it was that time where Star Wars and Marvel were making, people pretty happy for the most part, and that came out as a much more bigger take, and either you liked it and didn't. And then it was like, hey, this guy's doing Batman versus Superman and probably Justice League. I think that also started too. I also wondered if he did Man of Steel and a different director did BVS or Justice League, if he'd get that as well, because it's kind of like With Taika, he gets out a little bit of Thor because he's just doing Thor. Be like, oh, I hate those Thor movies, some people, but then they move on because it's just Thor. If you were to announce Taika was doing Avengers 5 or something, then you'd see, oh man, it would be a powder keg on Twitter again because it's like, oh, he's taking the biggest Avengers thing, he's doing Secret Wars, and he's gonna ruin it because it's Thor.
How dare they get a director that makes every single character an insert character for himself and put him in charge of an Avengers movie?
Well, yeah, and that's the thing with Thor, though. It's like, well, if I still like Thor, I'll see him on other stuff, right? And that was a gamble they took, which I still don't actually know why Warner Brothers took it, because if they weren't happy with things he was doing with BVS and Justice League, it was also bold of them to be like, you know what, no, it was just a bad relationship all around of like that ex you have, like, oh, I should have ended this probably about a few months ago, but no, we're still living together. You know, we got to do rent. Okay, one more month, I'll do it. One more month, we'll break up. And then like, oh, you know, and a good day happens. So, and
I think,
go ahead.
It's been crazy. Just to comment on something
we got said. Ray joining in right now.
Ray. When you said that you don't know if you'd want that vision for like 20 movies, but you'd be cool with it for 5 movies. That's one of the things I was most fascinated about with the whole process to going from Justice League coming out to getting people to kind of come around on the Snyder Cut. And one of the things that I kind of always tried to hammer, because once I saw that, I was like, oh, people don't know what we didn't even know. It wasn't until a little bit later, actually found out through Dave that it was going to be a Justice League trilogy, making it just 5 movies. Everybody from Jump Street with Man of Steel was analyzing it in the context of, okay, this is what Man of Steel is. So what does this mean Avengers is going to be in 10 years? And when the people were like not in favor of the Snyder Cut is because they didn't realize like, oh, this would have been like chapter 3 of 5, not the equivalent of Avengers 1 heading towards Endgame. And the more I saw people realize that, the number of times I saw a comment something along the lines of, oh, if I knew this would have been done after 5 movies, I would have just let it go. 100%. Like this would have been done already. We would have wrapped and been moved on already. And they're still in this weird period of like, what happens after Zack Snyder? Like,
and we got mixed messaging around that time because remember they threw up their MCU billboard of here's the next 6 to 7 years plan, Cyborg movie, Flash movie. And I always wonder like where that conversation happened with Zach as far as, okay, you're doing this hey, what we also want to do, like all these 12 other films that are kind of connected to your movie and stuff like that. And I think, Steven, you're right as far as especially stuff like you got the Batman and Joker. I think we're getting more in an age where if you were to say, if you had that marketing right away, this is Zach's vision, whether it's 3 or 5 movies, he's going to do his thing and then it would be complete and you move on. But that was in an era where no, it's Zach's movies and that's it. Where if people didn't like them, I think that's where the vitriol came, because like I just really don't. And even just the kind people, if they didn't like these movies, they kind of felt like, oh, I'm stuck with this vision and I don't really like it. Where if it was like, no, we're going to do this and in a few years you'll have like Joaquin Phoenix's Joker. As someone that did not like Jared Leto's Joker, Joaquin Phoenix was like, oh, it was like the heavens coming down. I was like, oh, thank goodness. But now when they said, okay, Jared Leto's come back for Justice League, I didn't care. You know why? Because we have multiple versions going on. It's like comic books. I could pick which one I want now. I'm not stuck with one. But back then that was not the pitch. It was like, okay, well, this is the universe and hope you like it. And here we are.
Yeah. You know, Travis, to that end, like going back to the point you raised about Man of Steel, like I've had this thesis about Zack Snyder for a couple of years now. And it goes even further than Man of Steel. It's the fact that he touched Superman. It's the fact that he did a Superman movie. That's where it's like you wonder how different things would be if he had never done anything with the Superman character, because it's clear based on reaction to the Dark Knight trilogy and early reactions to the Batman, no one really cares that much about what Batman actually does on screen. But when Superman is involved, oh no, it's all manner of, all holiest of holies. You can't touch that character. It really is.
And this might also shade my opinion on like the pull string Luke CGI thing they're doing in the Disney Plus shows, because with DC, like if they could do that with Christopher Reeve, they would. Like
yes,
that's
they would, especially now.
You never know what is going to happen in the future.
Well, here's the thing, though, and I thought about this when I was reviewing this week's episode of Mandalorian season 3, episode 2. I'm sorry, I mean the Book of Boba Fett. I mean the Book of Boba Fett, episode 6. When the whole thing with the CGI face. I think people, that's not a Disney thing. Go back to Revenge of the Sith and go back and watch the lightsaber fight between Palpatine and Mace Windu. Now, Samuel L. didn't use a stunt double. Ian McDiarmid did, and they very badly CGI'd his face for a couple of shots. Go back and look at it. I don't know if they fixed it, but it's awful. It's 2005. It's terrible. So there's a history of just Lucasfilm doing that. This is just and then Tarkin was like the big grand experiment in Rogue One. And once they pulled that off, they've just decided we're going to continue and we're going to, do it with voices too now, apparently. So, and all that.
Well, but then when it came to Solo, they were like, well, let's try to have maybe they thought that we can't do a whole entire movie with like a CGI.
I would have loved that pitch to Harrison. Here's our pitch. You're going to do a whole movie.
You know what he would say? I don't care.
Yeah.
I don't care. That's what he would say.
My wife. Yeah. He would like two shits about that kind of shit.
Yeah.
No, I can only imagine them going to him now. We're gonna do a CGI, huh? We just need you to come and do the voice. And it's like, get the fuck out of my house.
That's the only reason I like, because there's I think someone, the Sun, so who knows, reported that that Harrison recorded a cameo, and it's like, okay, they did that so much with Luke, so like it's not, you can't say no way. But my brain can't square the like getting Harrison Ford into a studio to record, or I guess they wouldn't need to. I guess is the point, right?
No,
because
they wouldn't. They've got
you can use
years and years of
whatever they have in the archives.
They've got enough audio. They've got enough audio to, because that's what they did with Luke. Is they just used a voice deep fake equivalent.
Hey, I was surprised he was in Rise of Skywalker. I did not expect to see him in Rise of Skywalker at all, truthfully. So I figured Force Awakens was his out, like he was done, and so who knows?
It was like, finally they killed me.
Right?
Yeah. Oh my God. Yes.
I think if Carrie Fisher was still around, I don't think you would have saw him Rise of Skywalker. I feel like that's the only reason why maybe he buckled, of like, okay, I'll do this because I see where you're in a pickle. Yeah. Obviously, it meant things to him, so I feel like that makes sense. And it was
and that's where he comes in the movie too. Is the moment where they needed that boost and they couldn't get it from her. Yeah.
Yes,
would have totally been her. Absolutely,
absolutely right. Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, seriously, but I mean, like, when it comes to this last episode of Book, I mean, I think John, she's probably going to show up.
That's my prediction. She shows up next week.
Oh man,
it's not like they haven't CGI'd her already. If we're
and Rise of Skywalker, I mean,
then I guess they did
with Han and the Falcon. Come on,
but in Rogue One, I don't know. It's such a weird jump from Tarkin and Leia to in Rogue One, which are like, Tarkin's a side character, and also he's such a specific, like, I don't know, it's a bit role, and then Leia is like, happens right before A New Hope, and it's just a one line, so it's like, okay, fine, let's put that in there for continuity. And then even Luke at the end of, like, even though it totally took me out of that episode, I was like, and I've seen enough reaction videos to see this was common, where people are like, ooh, who is it? Is it Mace Windu? Is it Mara Jade or whatever? And then they see the lightsaber, like, oh, it's Luke. And then he pulls back the hood, and it's like half the videos are like, oh, okay. But like, even though I didn't like that, I can see the value in, like, okay, get this. It's a send up to Hamill, and it's introducing this young Luke into this era of Star Wars. And then you bring in another actor to whatever. And then you get to this last episode, and it's like, oh no, they're just, I guess if you don't have to, and you can get that kind of reaction, then they're going to do that. But yeah, it's.
Well, one thing I just want to point out in the chat that they're bringing out, like, Mark, if you watch the Disney Plus gallery, I don't know what the case is for this season, but Mark Hamill was there for all of season 2 finale. He was legitimately on set. So when people are saying, oh, they didn't want to pay him, he didn't want to do, no, he's fully cooperating with this. So I don't know if he's there again doing this, because that's what they did last time. They changed his voice. Yeah. They did the CGI marking, stuff like that. So he's all aboard doing it. So I wouldn't be surprised when we get another gallery if he was maybe not there for all of it, but what they would do is they would have him for speaking lines and acting, and then they had a young stand-in with the hood on that did all the action part. They could be doing the same thing, like the scenes when Grogu and him are sitting. That could easily be Mark Hamill. That's easily for him to do. They want to change his voice. If he already signed up to it once, because I think he loves Star Wars and he loves that character. So I'll be interested to see how much he was for it there. But I predict he at least had some sort of role physically being there for a day or two. So
this time around, they used two doubles, as opposed to last time only one. And the other part of this that's really something that people need to factor in is that Hamill didn't like how he was as Luke in that sequel trilogy. And no matter how many times he's waffled back and forth on this, it's very clear he was not happy with that situation and not happy with that Luke. So this is a way to kind of redeem Luke in a way. I mean, those training sequences with the Yoda is what people wanted to see with him and Rey in Last Jedi and what have you. So this is a way of him to kind of maybe restore that love of Luke for people and that remembrance of Luke after Return of the Jedi. Seeing all of that come back, I think for him is a way of taking care of the character and giving it a better end before whenever Mark Hamill shuffles off this mortal coil, he leaves us feeling like we're back in love with that character again. So
you got to be careful with that, though. I agree that that's probably his motivation, but you'll start getting the people that are like, oh, they're gonna Filoni and Favreau are gonna redo the sequel trilogy. start getting that shit again, right? Like all of that, and it because you know, as somebody like I live on the island with like, you know, Tom Hanks and Wilson the volleyball of There's No Bad Star Wars movies. I live on that island, and I got on that island after a rewatch that I did. I did a rewatch up to the whole thing up to Rise of Skywalker, because I had very strong feelings about the prequel trilogy because I'm 39. I didn't grow up with Jar Jar. I didn't grow up with, you know, Trade Federation and taxation of trade. I didn't grow up with that. I grew up with, you know, Imperial March and like 2 Death Stars and all that, right? Like, so I had really strong thoughts about like Phantom Menace to Revenge of the Sith. I went as I've gotten older and I'm less hateful. I watched them and I'm like, you know, no, I could find some good in here. Yeah, there's still things I don't like. I can find some good in here. So I am somebody that like when everybody was like all not my Luke for The Last Jedi, I'm like, I was the complete reverse. I was like, no, dude, that is Luke Skywalker's my favorite character in the whole trilogy, and he was an absolute badass in that movie, in my opinion. Yeah, so for somebody like me, that I don't need him to revalidate things, although
but he does.
No, I know he does. Right. Yeah. And that's fine. I have no issue with that. But like him aside, it was just an overload. Because it's like Luke, Ahsoka, Grogu, Cobb Vanth.
Oh yeah, we didn't even talk about it.
Cad Bane. I'm like,
we didn't talk about him.
Stop. Slow the fuck down. Why are you everybody? Go to the future. Everyone just in one. It's like, okay, Steven, if this is what they were going to do, they should have just changed it. Call it Tales of Tatooine. Or like Star Wars stories.
That's what I was complaining about earlier.
Different.
Before you got on, I was saying that there's so much in this that I've wanted to see for so long, and it was at the point where the second I saw Cad Bane's silhouette, I said, "Oh fuck no," because and I hated that because I've wanted to see that character in live action for so long, but the second I was like, they're bringing him in at the end of this episode, I was like, why can't you? Because it was like a highlight, like there was no. All these moments that I wanted to see, but these are stories I wanted to see, not a highlight reel of, oh, there's Luke and Ahsoka with a one-liner about Anakin. I wanted like, you know, there's conversations and I didn't want a series of moments. I wanted like, you know.
But did you have an issue when he showed up in Bad Batch for that one-off in that episode?
No, but that's animated. That's a sequel to Clone Wars. And also he factored into that in a way that was like logical to the plot. And it's not even and it's not that he's illogical to the plot here. I actually don't think his role in the story is as like egregious as like he makes more sense than Yoda and Grogu and Ahsoka do.
I'll agree with that.
But it's the fact that the episode it's the fact that he is an existing character and they're going back to that well again for that. And so if that was in there, but all that other stuff wasn't, it's just one more of those moments where it's the YouTube reaction vid highlight reel of, it's this, like, it's just, there's just too much of that, like, designed to like. I used to hate the nerd crew on Red Letter Media. Is that like I used to I hated that stuff, especially like their Rogue One reactions and everything, because it was so cynical. And I've gotten to the point with Star Wars where it's like I don't agree with them about the old stuff, but I'm like those reactions apply way more, or are way more applicable, I think, to a lot of the new stuff, where it's like just, I don't know, it's really hard for me to not watch it and not see it like engineered for social media more than it's engineered for a story.
And when social media reacts accordingly, as they have in the last 2 weeks, it just proves the point. Like, watch, Hondo's going to be in the last episode.
Oh, Hondo.
Hondo's going to show
up. Oh, no.
See, for me, last week was like...
it's going to be like that.
It was like, as a Canadian going to the Golden Corral for the first time, I was like, holy shit, look at all the good things that you guys have a chocolate fountain. I was just loving it the entire time. But that's where it's tough in that territory. Like, when Rocha asked about the Bad Batch thing, like, it's a sequel to Clone Wars. Not that this is a sequel, but it is a continuation of these characters, right? Like Boba was in there, now Fennec was in Bad Batch, so it's like happening. So it's weird when you're getting into this almost kind of the MCU territory of, well, Mando's in his own show, but now if Grogu does come back to Mando, this is why I don't think he will. I think he's going to stay with Luke, because if you watch the Mando season 2 finale, and let's say you don't watch anything of Boba, and he gives them away, and then Mando season 3 starts, and he's right there with Grogu again, you go, well, that was a very small vacation. Like, we spent a whole episode of Mando trying, where can Grogu go? How can we get him to his people? Oh, he was there for 2 weeks and that was it. And you miss this whole little part, but that's where it is that kind of MCU effect where it's like, well, get the full story. You gotta watch it all. And that's where I guess I'm conditioned, because I'm a big MCU fan. So I'm like, cool. And I'm going to be watching this stuff till I die. Like, I have kids that love this stuff now. So for me, it's like, but the GA, I guess, stuff like a Grogu. Pardon me?
Travis's kids?
I have 3 kids.
You're like 12, dude. What the fuck? You just got your...
Okay. I'm glad he said that, because when you posted that picture the other day on Twitter, I was like, he's got fucking kids?
Yeah. It's like this is Virginia.
Oh, yeah. He posted a picture.
I lost my Virginia. Like, this is it. We're doing it. No, I'm 28, and my lady and I, we both come from a family of 4. And we're like, well, we want to have them younger, and we want to do everything. And we're still probably planning on having one more. So that's the plan. But, and that's the other thing where it's just like that. It's such a fun time watching this stuff with them. Like, some of them are younger that don't get it. But obviously, the Grogu merch is everywhere in my household, but it's one of these things that it is that MCU effect. And now with the MCU doing that and Star Wars, you're going to see a lot more. Even then, like, look at DC coming up with, if you got Keaton and Flash, and if Batgirl literally still stays in HBO Max and Keaton's in there might be a vital part of the story. If they do a Justice League 2 and you have a Batgirl in there, you're going to kind of have to go watch that Batgirl movie to find out how she met Keaton, how she got the suit. And other people have tried to do it, right? We saw the Monsterverse. We've seen things like fail. But I think Star Wars, they dabbled their toes in it with Solo with Maul, and I don't think it really worked for the G. I think there was a lot of, like, literally my sister texted me after that, was like, Darth Maul's still alive? And that's where it's like, you have to still educate people. But I think this is what they're kind of doing. So when Cad Bane pops up in, like, let's say do a Boba Fett season 2 and he's in the whole thing, then it's like, well, now you have some reason to know who this character is, and you can go do your homework with Clone Wars or all this stuff. So
there you go. There's the word right there, homework. Because you can just hear the Disney execs saying, okay, we're going to get them to watch this Book of Boba Fett show the same way that, it's the MCU problem all over again. And when someone comes to me and says, which movie should I watch to get into this? That's a list. I'm giving them a list. Yeah. I'm giving them a list of minimums.
And that's cool and everything. I think, like, especially as someone who, like, loves Star Wars, the idea of bringing it all together is so... I mean, that's why I loved Rogue One, right? Rogue One was such an amalgamation of so many different things, but it didn't have any of those, like, wait, who is that moments for the general audience. A lot of that stuff was done in a way that... that didn't fly under the radar, but it didn't, like, it wasn't this jarring, like, wait, do I need to do homework to know who that is? All of the homework was supplementary, not
when Jimmy Smith showed up, everybody was like, oh yeah.
And a lot, like, especially in Boba Fett, but a lot of the Disney stuff and Disney Plus stuff in general, it feels almost like they are turning the Marvel post-credits scenes into the primary
show?
story. It's like the primary story is now the post-credit scene.
I think Marvel's
And-
even doing that too. With like, you look how Shang-Chi ended with. It ends perfectly fine, and then Wong pops up in a pause, like, "Hey, I need to talk to you."
Yeah.
They're starting to do that too. Almost like, oh, the people, because people still leave for the end credits. They're almost like, no,
Yeah.
we
Which is
really
weird.
need to hook them.
Oh,
and
you know
if
what?
you watch
And-
Eternals, that like I loved
Yes.
Eternals, but like you look at what's different about it, and I know I keep on. I'm so cynical now. I hate who I've become. But
Love
you,
Eternals?
I love the I like the Eternals a lot. But you look at it,
Oh,
and
Go
the
ahead.
biggest difference with Eternals and like any other MCU movie at this point really is that it didn't have those YouTube reaction video moments. The like, oh, I know who that is, like, oh, so and so showed up. Like there's none of that in the entire and I
in
think
my
that's part
movie-
of go ahead, what?
No, it's like in my movie theater when so and so showed up, Mr. Styles. The
Yeah.
girls were screaming because it was just him.
Yes.
They were like, I looked
Yeah.
at my brother. My brother's like, who is that? And I told him, and I'm like, I guarantee you, nobody knows who the fuck
Yeah,
that is.
Yeah.
But
I
even
completely-
Eternals ends in the way though of like it ends, but then they all get pulled from the sky, and it's focused on Kit Harington. Like, you got to go find them. It's very end credit scene again. You know?
And then who's the last voice we hear?
Oh, that voice.
that.
Blade.
See,
At
and-
first,
and-
I was like, who was? I was like, that wasn't Nick Fury? No way.
no,
And then I had to look it up.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I-
and I was
I-
like,
I-
oh shit, we got
I knew
Blade.
the voice as soon
Yeah.
as I heard it. But Travis, you brought up Shang-Chi, and that speaking to this point, reinforcing it further, right? Think of all the MCU shows we're getting on Disney Plus this year. We're getting Moon Knight, we're getting She-Hulk, we're getting Ms. Marvel, right? And there was a whole they're going to start doing. Have they started filming the Agatha show yet? Is that going? Or like,
I think
no,
it's
not
this
yet.
year. They're filming Secret Invasion right now, so
Right,
it could
Secret Invasion.
possibly hit.
By the way,
the
I
2020.
gotta get going after Ray's
Oh
comment.
yeah.
So
Oh
go
yeah,
ahead.
yeah.
So
Yeah.
like all of that, and yet because of the end credit scene of Shang-Chi, I'm just like, where's my 10 ring show? Give me my 10 ring show, because it says the 10 rings will return. And I loved Manga Zhang in the movie, and I want to see that show. I really, quite honestly, I mean, I'm going to watch the rest of them, but it's like, no, shut up. I don't care. Agatha, whatever. Sing the song as long as you fucking want. Give me the 10 ring show. Like,
There you go.
but that's how they do it now. So
Yeah.
There it is. John, go ahead. Dude, you've been, save your voice, man. I mean,
I got a wrestling show in 10 hours. I got to do a pro
Oh,
wrestling.
man, I'm
Wow,
telling
I'm
you,
not
man,
done.
you are just
I'm not done.
hustling right now. and your voice
Rocha,
is so
I gotta
fun.
ask you with
Okay.
with Charlotte and Ronda, with live crowd, live crowd, 60 days left. If they end that show, do you think it's gonna go well?
What in what way do you mean?
So, do you think they're
You
gonna both?
think Ronda and Charlotte and the entire 2 night of WrestleMania?
No, even night one. Do you think they're gonna be into that? Do you think they're gonna? Because I feel like
No, I think
eventually,
the fans gonna boo both sides.
yes, I feel like we got a Goldberg Brock situation from WrestleMania 20, and
Oh,
I just don't see how it stays 1-on-1 till the night one. I don't get it. Brock and Roman's hot right now, so I get it. But like with those two, I very interesting to see
Well,
what's
the
gonna
thing is,
happen.
they kicked you in the nuts and then stomped on your neck because they were like, "Hey, we're gonna give you Ronda Rousey." Ah, fuck. All right, fine. She's back. She's gonna win, of course. And you think we're gonna do Becky? All right, fine. I can see Becky and
Yep.
Ronda again. That's fine. Oh no, it's gonna be Charlotte. You
Nope.
sons of bitches! Like
Yeah.
they make such colossal missteps. It feels like they're walking on rakes all the time and having them slam. What was that in The Simpsons? It just keeps
Yeah.
walking.
Sideshow Rob.
Yeah, exactly.
But
That's
Rocha,
right.
most
That happens
profitable
in real
year
life, by
ever.
the way.
So
The most profitable, yeah, because they
Yeah.
cut like $500 million worth of salary by firing all those people. So yeah.
No, but John, this has been great. The door is always open. If you ever want to join the Vodka stream every Friday, man, just come shoot the shit, man. It's the way it
Respect.
is. But thank you for joining, man.
Thank you, Dave. Thanks for having me on. Great to see you guys. Great to meet you, Travis,
Yep.
Stephen, Ray. Thanks so much.
thank you,
guys
sir.
are
Take it
awesome.
easy.
Much
Have a
respect.
good
All right.
weekend.
See you.
John Rocha, everybody. Thank you, man. What a good dude. Like that guy. But what were we talking about?
Star Wars is perfectly fine. No one's
I-
mad.
well,
Everyone's
well,
excited for next week.
Mr. Bane, he looks great in live action, right, Steven?
Okay, Steven, who wrote that headline? Who did? Who
Oh
wrote that?
no!
Who did
Oh
that?
no! I just remember what happened.
Which one?
So the guy
The
it's-
fixed.
Yeah, because the guy's even come out, and whoever it was has come out and said, no, I wasn't fixing anything. He was just doing a Clone Wars edit, and I guess he got blasted because of the headline for that said he fixed it.
Yeah, I think people make too big of a deal out of that stuff. It's a word. We're not. I don't think fixed implies it was like. I mean, I think it was broken, but I don't think that people are like so hyper defensive of this. Of like that this is like all like if you look at I tweeted what did I tweet right after I saw it, something about like it feels the Book of Boba Fett feels like you had an AI create a script based on every internet comment on Star Wars.
Well, I saw the one you reposted that, didn't you? Were you the one that reposted the Patton Oswalt filibuster?
Oh
from
that was 100%
from Parks and Rec.
Yeah. Well, even John said that. He was like, "Oh, I didn't know they were going to do a Patton Oswalt script like that." Yeah.
And like the tweet kind of took off, and like because I have my quality filter on, I like forgot about it. But I went back and checked it out, and I was like, "Whoa, that's like got a lot of engagement." I started looking through the quote tweets, and it's hilarious because it's like you have, yes, it's sad that this is just purely fan service and there's nothing else, and then you have like, how dare you not enjoy this? Are you soulless? And then you had the like, I know, isn't it awesome? And I'm like, I don't. That's not what I meant.
So you didn't like his. You don't like his design in.
No.
In the Book of Boba Fett. You don't.
No,
like
I don't.
Okay.
There's a few different issues with it, but primarily the teeth are way too big. And the problem with that isn't just that the teeth themselves are too big, but it's because they went with a practical look and they tried, it's like a mask or whatever they did. It reminds me of the mouth of Sauron in Return of the King, where when you have big prosthetic teeth like that, you have to, and it's weird because like it's dubbed, so they could do whatever they want with the mouth, but you have to over enunciate everything, and so as a result, you have this scowling, scrunched faced version of Cad Bane where he's doing a lot of lateral motion with his mouth. And like this is a dude who like the voice is spot on obviously because it's dubbed, but like this is a dude who is like cold AF. He's got a toothpick in his mouth most of the time, and because of the teeth, it makes him feel very like ragey. It like takes away that side of his personality altogether. I mean, the vibe, the trench coat, the hat, the like everything was awesome except for there's this thing going on with his face, which also it doesn't look like other Duros that have appeared in canon, which is another weird thing about it, where like the quote unquote fix matches it up like more closely with what the other ones are. So I don't know. It's not that it has to match with canon, but it's just weird for them to deviate with it when I think it looks better for the one that's more consistent with other canon. But you because
were so cynical in your older age, man.
Well, I mean, there's a variety.
What has happened to you?
I mean, I like the character, and it's not just that I'm not like, oh, he doesn't look exactly right. I'm okay with things not look. I mean, the Pikes themselves they look totally different in Solo than they look in the Clone Wars, than they look in are they in Rebels, or are they in or Clone Wars season 7, I think was when they showed up last. And they even look a little bit different in Boba Fett. Like I'm okay with, and people were like talking about the like the Count Dooku, like, well, you know.
Oh, I saw. I
which,
saw.
That's a weird one though, because like I said, the Duros in canon in live action look different already, so it's not really an apples to apples comparison. But my biggest thing, like I'm okay with like the proportions and everything being different than canon. I'm with all of that. But specifically because of how big those prosthetic teeth were, it created this really, like he had to, you know, how people talk about Tom Holland having a frog in his mouth. You ever seen that meme where they're like, he always talks like he has a frog in his mouth? Never mind, forget I said that.
Yeah, I'm not looking that up.
But well, they just say because the way his mouth is closed. But so when you watch, but when you watch this Cad Bane, he's fighting so hard to close his mouth over his teeth, and then when he talks, he has to do this way over exaggerated mouth movement, which also gets his cheeks moving a lot, in order to have enunciation. There's a lot more face acting going on in the mouth, and because of the way like a Duros' face is shaped, and because of his personality, that's just not how any of that moves. It's not even about comparing it to the Clone Wars like exact look. It's just the whole vibe.
I do like the darker blue though. Like when I saw like somebody actually did, you know, they did a whole mock-up and they did a deep fake and they made it more like, and I was like, I like the dark blue.
Yeah, no, that was I think that's the thing we're talking. I think you saw the thing that we're talking about.
Yeah.
Because the guy, because that was the side by side.
Oh, yeah, that was the same guy. Yeah.
Although, I mean, he's like 40 years older at this point, so like I can understand why he'd be a lighter blue, but the design decision to have to not have the longer nose ridge and have this more like,
especially when he says nose in his dialogue.
Yeah, it's like a Voldemort almost thing going on. It totally changes the composition and the way the face moves when he talks, and to me it's not just he doesn't look exactly the same. It actually changes his personality pretty significantly for me.
Maybe he just got his jaw broken, some reconstructive surgery, and look at the poor guy.
He's probably seen some shit. He's probably seen some shit.
Maybe he went in the Sarlacc pit too.
This goes right into the category of Ray didn't notice any of this shit and didn't care because Cad Bane was on the fucking screen in live action. Yeah, and it's it's also one of those things where it's like it's also difficult comparing a character. Like one of the toughest things I think for all of us. And I can say this now that I actually binged through Clone Wars and Rebels during work from home a couple years ago, because for years I hadn't watched either of them. Then I finally did. And now I can. Now when this wasn't lost on me. This happened a couple years ago. I would have been like, "Who the fuck is that?" I would have had no idea. But now it's not lost on me. The difficulty though is the animation style is decisively different than how real people look and or move. Never mind the Dooku example. One of the things that I've always loved about that animation style is how everybody runs. Now, how everybody runs and jumps in those cartoons, it's not how people run and jump in real life. It's not how their limbs move. It's not how, but it's cool. I like it. I don't know, for some, like there's I forget what scene it was, like any scene where it's a bunch of them like charging toward, like Ahsoka and like Anakin are charging towards something. It's just, I don't know. It's just cool. Like it's
an interpretation of reality. I think the Dooku example is one of the really interesting ones because while he looks not nothing like, but it doesn't look like exactly like Christopher Lee.
His shape is gone.
But it's very, it heightens the persona of the character. I mean, it is very Count Dooku in the same way that like James Arnold Taylor was told not to do an Ewan McGregor impersonation when he voiced Obi-Wan, and when he went into audition, he actually has a like proper Ewan McGregor impersonation that he can do, way more like his voice. And they were like, no, we don't want you to do a spot on look. We want it to be an interpretation that gets the vibe. And like I can say that like James Arnold Taylor to me is like more Obi-Wan to me than Ewan McGregor or Alec Guinness are, just because of my love of that series and just the fact that I've seen more screen time and story time of him in the role than I have of either of the other ones. So like I'm okay with there being a difference, but you're still interpreting the vibe. Like Dooku's face isn't longer just because it's a wonky vibe. Like that actually fits with that is not contrary to the character for me. Or like James Arnold Taylor and impersonating Obi-Wan that way to me is not contrary to the character. It's actually fits in with how the character should be. And so I don't know. So to me, that it's not like I don't care if it's not an exact match or if the voice isn't. The voice is obviously the exact match. It's the same person, but I'm okay with changing details of the character. But when those details undermine the characteristics that make the character kind of who they are, that's a little bit different, because at that point I would actually argue that the character looks more like Bane than he behaves, because of the way that they did the prosthetics.
That is a very intriguing perspective. To me, when I saw him, I went, holy shit, this is the crazy SOB from Clone Wars. Fuck. He's working for the Pikes. Like, that was my reaction. Like, I wasn't, like, looking at nuance. I was just like, I know this dude is, like, it. And it was one of his reveal was, again, like we were saying earlier, bunch of awesome moments in the episode. That was one of them. Because even in the distance, before you saw what he looked like close up,
people were like, "Oh,
the jacket and the hat. There was no one else he could have been.
Yeah, I loved all that. I thought
been.
I thought the jacket and the hat were great. I think it's weird whenever they do an alien that has long fingers because there's like they always give them these like they like pull the gun and you're like you're not holding the trigger on that. I don't know why you did it that way, but whatever. I can forgive that. But the teeth and the mouth to me just really drastically altered the way he felt. It was like I don't know. It cheapened the look of the character a lot in a way that I because I love Cad Bane. I think he really deserved a like kick-ass on-screen interpretation, and just the fact that Cad Bane is on screen, in the same way that like the fact that Luke is on screen doesn't overcome the fact that it's this uncanny valley voice and body and just regurgitating lines from Empire Strikes Back. That's like, I wish I could be excited about Luke being on screen. I wish that I could love seeing Luke and Ahsoka together, but like, what the fuck is this?
Okay. To that end, though, like I'm hearing some real cynicism in that reaction, and this is the 6th episode now, and you've had plenty of time to really brew that cynicism over this entire series. I feel like some of that is coming out in how you feel about this, and maybe you're being a little, just maybe a tad.
You mean the fact that I've disliked most of the episodes means that I'm being extra disliking? I mean, I think it should stack.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. Is like there's like it's almost to the point where it's like, why the fuck are you still watching the show? Like there is a thought process to that, because I understand. It's just like, I don't know, like it's all subjective. It's all subjective.
There it is.
I mean,
it's also
sure, but like for me personally, like loving it just because it exists kind of devalue.
No, and I'm not saying
like when it comes to any kind of art, like I don't know, there like I said, like this is stuff that I love conceptually. If this was animated or if this was a comic, I probably would feel entirely different about it. So like the medium and the presentation, I think, need to match the medium, and that there's a lot of this stuff does not have story grounding. A lot of this stuff, I think I described it before you got on, that part of what's so frustrating about it is that it is referencing a story that they're not telling. That like especially this last episode is just, it's like a clip show of here's things we think you'll like, and not the actual thing that I like.
Right.
Like Luke and Ahsoka, it's like they're making references to a history together that, like, I wanted that history. I didn't want them to reference the history. I wanted them to show it, but I also didn't want them to show it in Boba Fett. I wanted them to show it like
you wanted another.
And so there's this like cascading like yes, I wanted Luke and Grogu. No, I didn't want this like shorthand Luke and Grogu in the middle of a Boba Fett show. Like, yes, I wanted to see a young Luke. No, I didn't want to see a CGI Mark Hamill with a synthesized voice. Like, and so there's this whole, like, part of why I'm so frustrated about it is, like, the fact that they put Cad Bane on screen and it's in a way that makes me, like, not enthusiastic about it makes it especially frustrating because
So do you think, like, if it was like a more centralized, I mean, obviously the first few episodes was very centralized around Boba Fett, but if it just kept with that and didn't go off in the Mandalorian sense and the Grogu stuff and the Luke stuff, and all of a sudden, Bane just showed up and like a scene where Boba Fett was present, do you think that would have been a little better?
Well, like I think the Bane stuff is really a really good example because, like, aside from my gripes about like the character and the presentation, that whole thing is like the beginning. You get like Cobb Vanth with the pikes, and he lets the one go, and then you get all this Grogu, Luke, Ahsoka, Mando stuff, and then they go back to Cobb Vanth, and it's like, what? Why is Luke and Ahsoka and Grogu bookended by Cobb Vanth? And like, for someone who doesn't know who, they saw Cobb Vanth once. I guess most people didn't even read the book that he was introduced in, so that may not even matter. But like, you see that, and then you get all this other stuff, and you go back to that. What does that mean to most people? Like, what are you? And now back to.
Meanwhile,
like, what's going on? Why does this matter?
And not only that, like, pursuant to that, Stephen, like, that scene, the second time Vance shows up, I think the fundamental flaw in that scene is that conversation should be between Vanth and Boba, not Vanth and Mando. Boba should be the one, or what it should have been, in my opinion, was like, okay, maybe Mando and Boba, maybe Mando takes Boba to see him. Boba is the one making this plea, and Mando's going, listen to my friend, hear him out. Like, you know, you can trust Boba Fett, that type of deal. And that's one of the biggest problems I have with this episode, which was full of things that I enjoyed, but still for the second week took me down a road that was not what the show was billed as in the beginning.
Especially because Bane has that stinger at the end of like, hey, that Boba Fett guy you might help out. Yeah, like he's a fucking piece of shit who helped out the Empire. You want to help this dude?
Why should Vanth even remotely care about that at all when he's not even met Boba? Only connection he has to Boba is the fact that he had his armor,
which is like it's a weird unspoken thing where he's not even like, you know, that guy whose armor used to wear,
right?
Well, like,
but they do that. They do that with Mando too. Like he's not saying a single word to Ahsoka or Luke about Boba Fett. Like they hide. It's like, we don't really want to deal with this right now. We don't want Luke Skywalker to be like, oh, you're with Boba Fett. That's a guy who kidnapped my brother-in-law.
He's got the Darksaber. Think about that. He's got the Darksaber hanging from his belt, and he's talking to Ahsoka. Like
that scene,
this stuff is all like it's supposed to like mean something and have value and like and have all these like this thematic weight, and like yet this like Ahsoka knows exactly what the Darksaber is, and she's got like hardcore Mandalorian connections, and the fact that like she's not like, where the fuck did you get that, or like not, and once again that even that though, if they did that, it's like, okay, so now we're on a Boba Fett show where he takes a detour to see Ahsoka, and it's like, how many, like, it's this live action Wikipedia adaptation where it's like you're like link hopping on, and I love link hopping on Wikipedia. Like I could do that all day, and it's like awesome reading all these stories that connect, but like that's hardly a thematic narrative.
And that's you know what's also interesting too is like when she was like flat out saying like, no, you should not go see Grogu, but at the same time it's like Grogu sensed him, so did Luke. It was like, oh yeah, when we see him fly away, you see Grogu in the backpack kind of go like, oh, and you're kind of like, yeah, but it's like, so why did Ahsoka just like, I mean Ahsoka, why did she just go say like I mean I guess to have a full on like, hey, here I am, kid, let's have a hug and whatever the fuck. I mean, I guess that was like to save from that. But at the same time, it's like Grogu still knew that he was there. I don't know.
Well, and I don't know. You want to get this is maybe more
technical. Yeah.
Well, there's a theory / like maybe a Force theology debate to be had about it. So I don't know. But you also have this situation where like Luke at the end of, and this gets into like, you know, Last Jedi debates also about his portrayal there, but at the end of Return of the Jedi, well, in the prequels you have this whole like, no, attachment's a bad thing, the Jedi should not have attachments, and then Anakin's attachment to Padme ends up being twisted against him to cause him to fall, and his attachment to his mother, and these things are all end up twisting him. But also at the same time there's this Jedi dogma that he's caught in the middle of, and Palpatine manipulates all of that to turn him. And then you get to the end of Anakin's story where you have Luke. Anakin thinks his family is dead, finds out Luke and Leia are alive, or he finds out Luke is alive at least, and then he's hunting Luke down, and then like Luke talks to Obi-Wan and Yoda, and they say they're trying to train him in the ways of the old Jedi, but also acknowledging like we failed, and they say your father is lost, you have to kill him. Like that's the only way to end this is to kill your father. And he's like, I can't do that. And he goes to the throne room, and like how does he win? Well, he wins because he uses Vader's attachment to his family, brings him back to the light. He lays down his sword. He says, I won't fight. And the fact that Anakin had that attachment that to Padme is he feels that for Luke, and he feels that for Leia, and he's like, that thing that I was trying to hold on to I can still have well, I mean, maybe not forever, but I mean, in this moment, I can have that.
15 more minutes.
If I turn on Palpatine, like it's not gone. I didn't kill it back then, and he turns on Palpatine, and so there's very much this question of like, oh, is this a new era of the Jedi? Is this idea that the Jedi can't have attachment, a misinterpretation or overzealous dogma?
Yes.
And then you get into this, and he's like, oh, you can choose between your attachment to Mando or the Jedi path, and it's like, how is that? How do you get from the Luke that challenged that dogma, and one, because he didn't adhere to the overzealous Jedi tradition that his masters were pushing him towards, to now this one who is like, let's hold up this rigid version of the Jedi that I was never even really fully taught. The idea of attachment being bad wasn't even really taught to him, and like that didn't arrive until the prequels.
Like even the no sex rule is not spoken a single word in the original trilogy. You know, that's not a thing.
Yeah.
But they're in a rock and a hard place, because I agree with you of where Luke is, but then if you go to Last Jedi, that sets up of, hey, I tried again to do it exactly like the Jedi, and that's the point for Rey and others. The next time is don't do it like me. So it's like they could follow that path of where Luke was Return of the Jedi, but then you get a bunch of people being like, see, they're saying screw you to Last Jedi. This wasn't the way Luke was, but in that movie, it sets up that he did try. He had the
but
Jedi
I mean, the problem is that if you go from Return of the Jedi to The Last Jedi, which I think that I don't dislike Luke's arc in The Last Jedi.
Mm-hmm.
I just think that you needed more than like one flashback to really get him there. But now, based on kind of this plot, you're going back and you're saying like, oh no, he was already there. And it's like, well, you'd think that he'd reach that point sometime, like maybe once he becomes a master and he has a group of students, then he feels like, oh, it's important to adhere to this tradition because I'm not responsible for these people. But you'd think at this point, I don't know. It doesn't.
Some people have proposed that maybe it's a test, and if he picks the chainmail, that's the right thing because he is like showing that he has a connection on it. So that's where we gotta see it play out. And that's the same thing. I'm like you, where I desperately do want I want the meeting of Ahsoka and Luke, like how they met, where do they go? But that's where I'm taking a wait and see to hopefully
I wanted that to happen in her show. If it was
and that's what I hope could still happen through flashbacks. Whether there was a rumored Luke and Grogu shoot, like I'm taking the wait and see of this could happen. This is a little teaser, so it's almost like if they announce a Luke and Grogu show, you're like, oh, did you like that little part in Mando? It's like they did with Mando season 2, right? You had Boba, and then the Boba Fett came in. It's like, okay, I liked him in Mandalorian. I'll watch a show, and I feel like that's what they're doing here.
Yeah, look how that worked out, though.
Well, yeah, exactly. But in concept, the idea of, hey, you liked it, we're going to do a whole spin-off, I think they may do that again. And I do think we will at some point see the Ahsoka-Luke meeting. If 5 years later we don't, it's a huge missed opportunity. But I'm waiting to see. You know,
I'm fine with it.
Hey, guys, you want the internet to fucking burn?
No, he's just saying. I mean, like, what are you supposed to do? You insert a new character.
So,
but at the same time, I'm like, oh man,
my
people
biggest
fall in love and so attached to that little guy.
They won't kill him. They're gonna keep him around forever.
No, they're
Well, I think the ideal thing is they take Ahsoka and Grogu, and maybe Mando, and you send him off into the unknown regions to find Ezra. And they get stuck there, or whatever. Or maybe Luke even says the Jedi need diversity. Why don't you go start a new school that is more open?
Jedi need diversity. I really hope he doesn't say that.
But like diversity of
Cinemar. You know what? There's a lot of white
diversity training. They killed Mace Windu, and he's the only one that we have.
All right, now watch this webinar.
Right.
We need diversity of thought, and so he says like, and because you look at like the Mandalorian tradition versus the Jedi, they juxtapose those, I assume intentionally, in the last episode or the episode 5, where he says the Mandalorians are attached, and there's all this the Mandalorian Jedi War and the first Mandalorian Jedi, and there's all this stuff, and so. I think it would be cool and fortuitous for the future of the franchise to take a handful of characters, send them into the unknown regions, and plant a new strain of Jedi there. And then you can have, like, Grogu can become another Yoda where he founds a generation of Jedi, and you can do that entirely insulated from the Skywalker saga, entirely insulated from all this other stuff.
Even though I think Grogu will meet Finn or Rey one day. I really do think that.
I think the fear, though, is that as much as people want to see, like, no more Skywalker saga. Like there are people out there, definitely fans who are like, I am tired of the
nobody
Skywalker
wants-
saga. Disney is not going to go away from the Skywalker.
That's what we got Zack
No,
Snyder for.
it's the same people that say no more Batman. How much? We can't have another Batman movie, but it's one of the most.
people-
But the people that want more Skywalker, what they want is Luke wearing a blue backpack with a Yoda looking person in it, doing backflips and using the training remote and speaking in riddles and like just
everything that we just got.
It's put Star Wars in a
happy
blender
with
and
it.
everybody's like, oh
Yeah.
I don't know about you guys, but when I was watching that scene, I was like, all right, well, how much time has passed? I'm like, I mean, is this
This was
I
another
was
case
wondering
where
how much time has passed.
It's like
This
5
was-
years or something like that. I think
This
the
was
canon
another
is.
case where I had.
No
well,
way.
okay, are we
Well,
talking
since
about like?
when?
Are we talking
Oh,
about
yeah,
how
we-
much? We're talking about how much time has passed in the show, or how long it was going in the episode.
No, I was talking about like how much time has passed, like between like when Luke took Grogu,
Okay, that-
and then
yeah,
where
no.
we're at right
can't,
there.
Oh, it can't be that long because
Couple
Yeah,
months.
because he
Mando-
barely has taught him anything, right?
Right. Well.
Yeah.
Plus,
The first 2
Mando
months
hasn't
is
had the
meditation.
starfighter for that long.
Yeah.
That's the other thing. Like he was.
Because
looking
he's like
for-
telling him shit that I was like, man, that should be the first day. Shit, man, what the hell?
Right.
Yeah, I'm like, yeah, I was like going, whoa, all right, but
Well, and I just think I think my biggest issue with the show is other than being on the side of on the other island of people that really liked the first 4 episodes and just wanted to see that continue. I think structurally, I think it speaks to the structural problem that this show has. I got a former Twitter follower tried to tell me, like, he tried to use Star Trek against me.
Former
that's a-
Twitter
that's a-
oh, how
that's a-
dare he try to use Star Trek against
That's
you?
a fucking mistake. Do not try to use Star Trek against me. But like his reasoning was because he didn't like my whole thing of like give it a different title, call it Tales from Tatooine. And I said, and he was like, stop it. Star Trek has episodes that focus on other characters all the time. And I said, okay, first of all, the shortest Star Trek season of any show is like 10 episodes, and that's Lower Decks, right? Not 7, 10. And on top of that,
usually they're 20 plus.
20, right, back in the day, 24 easily.
Yeah,
But on
yeah.
top of that, Star Trek has always operated on the principle of ensemble casts, whom they introduce in their entirety when the show starts, and then down the road you get the individual episodes where, you know, Crusher fucks a ghost that lives in a candle in a Scottish cemetery. I'm not joking, that's a real episode. It's
I gotta
called
start
Sub
watching
Rosa.
Star Trek.
But like,
I know, right?
or the episode where Worf is a gunslinger fighting an army full of datas, and it's literally called A Fistful of Datas. It's real. It's 6th season. Yeah,
Oh,
but that's
man, that
but
sounds
that's,
awesome.
that's after you introduce everybody at first, and then spread it. Like even you know what even if they had gone the Game of Thrones route, you know, because like even in Game of Thrones, it's like, okay, you have so many characters, you have such a sprawling cast, but you introduce them all at once, all at first, and then episodes down the road is like, okay, well, this is a Targaryen episode, this is a Stark episode, this is a Lannister episode. Do that. Don't give us 4 episodes of Boba, and then everybody else. Or Mando for episode 5, and then everybody else for season 6.
The Clone Wars animated show just kind of does that, where I know people don't love it, but it's like technically the movie is like the start of it, and then you go forward. So you meet most of your characters like Dooku and Ahsoka and all that, and then you go off. I think they want to do that. I think they want to get the live action stuff like the animated stuff. It's just it's not conventional live action TV yet. So even though you gave some examples, but for Star Wars it's new. So I think we might get to a point where you get Mando season 3 or 4, and then it's like, okay, here's this, here's that. But maybe this is them kind of experimenting it, like Luke being last season was them experimenting with, okay, can we pull this off? Can we do it? So I think maybe they'll get the hope is that they just get better at it, right? In this experiment of this type of fashion, and then you'll have something more natural flowing that instead of these very, very sizable, noticeable chunks of there's the Boba part, there's the Mando part, and then here's just this blender at the very end.
Well, it's like I was saying earlier that it's very very Dave Filoni animation, but I mean just a very animated series in general, the way that the series is structured. Like if this was, I mean, look at Clone Wars season 7, right? You had several episodes of Anakin and Obi-Wan and the clones, and then you have this little Ahsoka arc, and then what happens at the end, you bring it to Mandalore where she meets Obi-Wan and Anakin, and that's why I think that like the finale we're really headed towards like Luke is going to go to Tatooine to save everything, and Boba Fett's show, which I'm sure people are going to love that. But
I don't think I don't think it's happening. I really don't. I think Grogu's gonna stay there, and they're just gonna. I think that everyone's like, "Oh, look at that ship, that spot for Grogu." I think that's almost them on purpose, making you think that that's gonna happen.
Maybe. I mean, I hope they do that.
Weird.
It'll be worse for. I think the show is worse. I don't know. It's so weird to even talk about better or worse because, but I think I would prefer for them to do that simply because I don't want that Luke moment or that Boba Fett moment stolen by Luke, like in a Boba Fett show, even though like based on the episodes they've done so far, that would be the most cohesive, climactic thing they could do with the pieces that they have on the board. Like if this is a chessboard and these are all the pieces, that is the closing move. And so it is an inferior show that doesn't
playing that game on the Millennium Falcon.
That doesn't move those all in. Yeah, the Millennium Falcon is going to be in the finale. I'm sorry.
You know what? I would not be surprised.
And you know, and we talked about this a few weeks ago about how like I'm sick of the Millennium Falcon. I hate that I'm sick of the Millennium Falcon. I love the Millennium Falcon, but like, is there like why can't you have Star Wars without that? Because you destroy every other ship. But
I feel like they go in the territory though, because I know people said that with last year if Luke stole away from Mando, and you could make that argument, but to me it felt story-wise the whole season is building up to they're trying to find someone for Grogu. He's made the call out. It fit with that, and that's why I feel like that's why I'm in the camp. I don't think Luke will show up to Tatooine and Rex show up and say everything, because it would literally just be Mando season 2 again. It would be I don't think the reverse is instead I take Grogu, I hand you back Grogu. So I think they're using it as like a red herring. That's what I really do.
Maybe I don't think Luke stole in Mando season 2 because
no, I don't think so
because he was brought in at the conclusion to supplement Grogu's arc. Him coming in at the end here would be to steal Boba's arc, which is arguably isn't there in the first place. But
but again, like what happened, like in Mando season 2, that was a better example of okay, we're gonna show you Bo-Katan Kryze in live action. We're gonna show you Ahsoka in live action, but it's still Mando's show.
Yeah,
like they never took the show from him throughout the season,
and they all supplement Mando's story.
Yes,
Mando learns and grows from them.
Yes,
we learn about Grogu through it. Like Ahsoka teaches us about Grogu, which also I think, speaking of teaching about Grogu, if you want to talk about how packed this episode was with like references to stuff, how it like any other, if this was just take away all the other Luke and Cad Bane stuff people are freaking out about, there's the Order 66 shot that was in this with the clones and the Jedi is like that would be like such a huge highlight from Mando, and it's just so oversaturated with all this other stuff that people aren't even looking at the fact that we got
I saw some reaction to that, people that were like, you know, claim they were in tears when they saw that shot, and I was like, okay,
good shot. It was a great shot.
It is a good shot.
Yeah.
And
everyone says they cry about everything. I can't even take it seriously. I'm literally shaking right now.
What if you do?
but there's
touch grass. I don't know.
I'll wipe my tears with the grass. I'm an emotional guy.
You're
That's how I water my grass.
You're sounding like Shatner in that Get a Life sketch from SNL when he was at the Star Trek convention.
Steven would have hated it if he sat beside me during No Way Home. I was a fucking mess. I was like at a funeral. I was like, oh my god.
I teared up in No Way Home, or like in Rogue One. I got emotional when he's giving the speech to Jyn, or when
No Way Home. Yeah, No Way Home. I was like, I felt sorry for the girl that was sitting next to me because I was like that.
Oh, you were that guy?
I was that guy.
I
felt bad. I was like, shit, I was a clapping guy. I'm sorry.
Steven sounds like my wife, so during Endgame, I don't know what happened to me, but when Cap got Mjolnir, I didn't plan it, but I stood at my seat and I started clapping, and she just gave me this look of like she was ready to end things at that moment. I was like, it was one of these where I almost thought everyone's gonna be with me, and then I looked around, I'm alone in this situation.
My theater cheered like someone had just scored a touchdown in the Super Bowl.
That was me, and I'm like, I'm in Canada, we're all quiet. Sorry.
Right.
There's something about that. There's something that happened. there's just something that happens, and all of a sudden you just go, and then you realize they're like, shit, did I just do that? And there's a couple times where like I clapped and I went, why did I fucking just clap? Like I was at a fucking baseball game or something.
Like at the end of the credits, you're like, yes. You're like, no one can fucking hear this. No, Feige's not somewhere like, oh, thank you, Travis.
We all had that moment because, like, I think I said this before, when May finally said the MCU iteration of with great power comes great responsibility. I may have said out loud, about damn time. I may have said that. I may have said that out loud.
I think we're so used to just watching shit by ourselves, like in our places, that when we're in and like, oh yeah, we just forget, like, oh shit, man, there's other people around us. Sorry. Yeah.
No, but
there's sorry for that girl that sat next to me where I clapped in her ear.
But hey, the film junkie guy?
I saw John Wick 2 in an empty theater. One other dude came in after me and sat 2 chairs down from me and did that for every single kill.
No shit.
He's a sociopath.
No shit.
Yeah. Or like the pencil happened and he was like, yes, and I was like, all right, I gotta get out of here.
This guy is creeping me out.
I was like, I was like, we're the only ones in the theater. Like, am I allowed to like scoot a seat over? Like, what is?
I had to do that. So I saw House of Gucci like a week late, and it was like at a 10:15 screening, and no one's usually here where I live. So I sit down, and it's 5 minutes in the movie. Like, oh, I'm alone. I got this whole movie by myself. This guy sits not right beside me, but the seat next to that one, and I moved, and he shot me this look. I didn't say anything, but like, there's a whole fucking theater. Why are you sitting? Like,
seriously, like, why are you gonna do that?
Why are you doing this?
Yeah,
and
some people are
and shooting the look is funny. Like they take like, I wanted to sit one seat away from you.
Yeah, what's wrong? You know.
Yeah.
When I was picking my seats, I saw the X and I picked the one. You know.
Well, if you were sitting one seat over, I would have sat one seat over too. Like,
Army of the Dead, 4 people in the theater. And I'm in the middle row in the dead center, and I was the first one there. And so the other 2 or 3 people showed up, and I in mask, I'm just looking. I'm still mean mugging them with my eyes, like, not here. Not here.
You're doing the airplane thing, like, don't sit right beside me.
Oh yeah, no, not here. No, absolutely not. And so like there were 2 guys that sat like 5 rows down in front, and then another dude sat on the corner. Perfect. No one was like clearly the 2 dudes were friends and the other dude was by himself. Yes, that's how you're supposed to fucking do it when it's that empty. Like there's no, you know what? It's almost like the, you know how like there's the 2 bathroom rules that you don't break, the 2 men's bathroom rules that you do not break. And one of them is definitely the, you leave a urinal of space in between the next guy, unless it's like crowded, right? The other rule is no fucking talking. No talking. Okay? Don't say shit in the bathroom.
But then somebody farts and you have to comment about it. I've had
this movie, eh?
Oh, how many times have I had that? Well, I remember one time I went to see Tenacious D, and it was like right before they were like coming on, and like everybody was like for some reason in the bathroom. I had to go to the bathroom, and it was crammed, and then somebody just. And then the guy next to me just looks, it was like the guy that was on the other side of him, and he goes, God bless you. And it was just, and the whole fucking bathroom was just cracking up. Sorry, it was just a funny fucking moment. And yeah, it was hilarious. But, that's what happens sometimes. But yeah,
I miss it.
Like you have to have that buffer. You have to have that buffer. Yeah. I remember even in Seinfeld, they even talked about that too. It's like, if it's not a packed theater, even if you're like there with a buddy, it's like how you can even have the buffer then too. And Jerry goes, hey, if we were at my house, would we be sitting next to each other on my couch? No. It's like, have a little buffer or something like that,
even like forget the just respecting the rest of the audience members. Like, who wants to sit that close to somebody else in an
nobody
empty room?
should.
Like, you have an opportunity to be sitting with like
too.
10 seats of clearance, and you choose to have
pandemic too.
Right? Dude, I think
I'm gonna make sure I sit beside this guy.
Sociopath.
I feel like I feel like if anybody does that now, and it's like if there's 10 people in a 300-seat theater and somebody sits right like a seat next to me, it's like
ridiculous.
The fuck's
wrong
with you?
When I saw that one movie Cop Shop with that one with Gerard Butler and Frank Grillo, the theater I was in, there was like 3 other couples, and they were all in certain areas, and even where I picked my seats, I was like, nah, I'm just gonna go right up top, I'm going to be by myself, sprawled out. I'm just going to watch this movie. I had a couple of beers and I was like, no, I'm good. I didn't even sit in the seat that I picked at first because I was like, nah, I'm going to get like further up from these people right here that are obviously, you know, they're having their date nights. And I'm just here by myself. I'm going to creepo by myself on a Thursday.
Okay. The most
I'm
creepo.
lonely.
Yeah. The most lonely creepo I ever felt at a movie was it was a Valentine's Day, and this was 2003. Now this is a crazy thing. I went to the movie theater twice that day. Now earlier in the day, me and my buddies went and saw Daredevil, the Ben Affleck Daredevil movie, because it came out because it was out that weekend. I went back later that night and watched Chicago by myself.
Oh,
wow. I can count on one hand how many musicals I actually enjoy. That is one of them because it's jazz. I fucking love jazz. But I'm the only one there at a movie starring Renee Zellweger and Catherine Zeta-Jones. It's, you know, like it's not necessarily a movie that a lot of guys are really going to go see by themselves. It's a date movie, but I wanted to see it because it was, you know, an Oscar bait. Like everybody was getting nominated for it. And I used to do this. Me and my buddies used to do this thing. Was like, we're going to see all the Oscar nominees every year. And so everybody else was busy. So I went by myself, and it was like couples to the right of me and like groups of girls laughing at me to the left of me.
No, man. And
it was just really it was really uncomfortable at first. It's like, why am I the only person? And they were giving me distance, right? It was like 3 seats. It wasn't a completely packed theater, but it was still like, I'm solo. I'm the only solo motherfucker in this place. Seriously. It's like, oh.
Yeah, beside the couple's always worse. I had that last night in Soho where my new plan is, because right now my lady is on maternity leave, but she doesn't go see many movies right now. So I have to go see movies alone, which I hated before. Now I'm used to it, but I always take the handicap spot because usually people don't sit by it. The only risk is if someone does come in that needs that spot, you do have to move. It hasn't happened to me. So that's why on packed movies, I don't do it.
Good idea.
Yeah, so that's why I do it. But then, there was a couple same thing that sat just a seaway for me, and it just sucks because they're trying to have a night, but at that point you're just like, okay, I was here first. Why don't you guys like just shimmy somewhere else? Just go, like, just you guys can have a bit more fun there. And no, it's you're the whole movie.
Even when I picked my my seats for Moonfall yesterday, last night, I saw already there was people that were like, you know, usually the theater, when I go to this theater that's right around the corner, I usually try to get like, I don't get like up in the, you know, this part of the section. I'll like get in the very back of this part of the section when I'm by myself. I'm like, all right, it's perfect for me. I'm like, screen's right there, good. It's the back row of the ground level, I guess you could say. But there was already people like in the kind of in the handicap spot. So I was like, all right, I'm gonna move up just one row because even I don't want somebody just like directly behind me either.
Right.
Yeah, I'm like nobody's gonna fucking. I mean, this movie theater ain't gonna be packed for Moonfall. I'm sorry, you know, nothing against Roland Emmerich, but you know,
Dave, how dare you see me? This is the week we're supposed to hate Roland Emmerich. We're supposed to despise Roland Emmerich.
Years ago,
why can't people pick their battles seriously?
I know.
Who gives a shit what Roland Emmerich has to say about?
I know. When I read that, I was like, dude, just fucking go. Like, nah, I don't. You know, just pass. Pass. Just say
whatever.
Pass. Next question.
But it's like, but the first thing people point to is like, well, he did Independence Day and he did all that. Yeah, he's done one IP movie, Godzilla, whatever. He does disaster movies. Why do you care? Why does it matter?
I don't care.
You know,
Roland Emmerich thinks, you know.
Yeah, I mean, who cares what Roland Emmerich thinks about what's happening with cinema right now? I mean, you watch his movies and you're supposed to just turn your brain off. You're supposed, and then, you know what? I mean, like I even told John, because he hadn't seen it yet. He watched Jackass, which I was debating on it, but I'm like, you know what? You have to watch Jackass with like a friend. You have to watch Jackass with a friend. I wasn't going to go Jackass by myself. I was like, you know what? I got to watch that with friends or something like that. Or, you know, whatever. It just felt like, you know, but I wanted to see Moonfall in the movie theater. And I was like, all right, I'm going to see this, you know, because there's going to be some beautiful shots, which there is. Obviously, you're going to see some disaster shots that look absolutely gorgeous. and there was like, a shot of New York that's getting destroyed, and I'm like, there it is. That's what I want to see. I want to see the moon on the horizon, and it's fucking things up. Yes, that's what I was here for. But you could literally just walk in with a Roland Emmerich fucking checklist and go like, yep, there's that one, there's that, yeah, yep. He's got. I mean, it was everything in that movie that you could just check mark. I'm like, oh yeah, that's right. We got the main character who is divorced and he's down on his luck. He's got beer bottles around his bedroom, yet he's got bulging biceps, big time, pecs in a tight t-shirt and a six-pack. That's interesting. He's an alcoholic. Okay. That doesn't make sense, but okay. It's just
he's drinking that protein alcohol, the new.
Yeah, I know. I always find that trope funny because it's like, all right, can you make him at least like, he doesn't have to be jacked. I mean, I get that, that Patrick Wilson is, going into Aquaman 2. So he was probably getting in the shape for that.
But you don't have to show off. Put the guy in baggy sweaters.
I know, but he's wearing like a tight Henley and a leather jacket.
Well, and the other thing about that, Dave, like, have you seen any of the set photos of him from Aquaman and the Lost Kingdom?
Oh yeah. Well, when we saw him with when he was shirtless next to James Wan, he was just fucking
right. But he's also like homeless. I mean, like he's got the shag going. Like they've had him in Atlantis jail for a while.
But that's another thing they do in like these kind of movies too, is like, oh, he's got the stubble, like he hasn't shaved in a week. So it's like, that means he's really down in his luck. But I'm like, the motherfucker is still a really good looking dude.
That's every man in the world pretty much is like, you go a few days with stubble and then you gotta shave it up. But in movies, it means your life is in turmoil. Like you're going through some shit. If you have 2 days of growth, it's over.
Right. I think the biggest example of this was the Meg with Jason Statham.
I was just going to mention that because he's the same character.
Yeah, he was like, the down on his luck. They had to get this guy, and he's like
dangerous.
Getting drunk. But at the same time, I'm like, the dude's still fucking jacked with an 8-pack, and I'm like, I mean, at least like make him like Dad bod ripped, where it's like he has some definition, but not fully. It's like not where he looks like he's been training for, 27 years. It's like, come on, can we at least do that?
Well, it kind of reminds me of, the joke about like the Planet Hollywood guys, Arnold, Sly, and Bruce, and like the difference between like how they would all like physically be in their movies. Arnold would come out of like, he'd go through True Lies and have like a ripped shirt and maybe a cut over his eye. That's about it. Sly, he'd have like a couple rips, maybe he lost his hat, something like that, and he might be tired, right?
Yeah,
sweaty. Bruce Willis at the end of like every movie, especially Die Hard, looks like, dude, if you walk one more step, you're going to die.
See, that's what was so brilliant. That's how Die Hard broke the mold, because obviously you look at the fucking history of how they tried to get that movie made. It was supposed to be a Commando sequel for Schwarzenegger. They were talking about Stallone being in that. They were talking about but then they were like, no, let's get this fucking guy who's on a comedy show called Moonlight instead. And I mean, he wasn't like, but he very much had like what I would say a fit dad bod. He didn't have ripped abs. But he was very much like, okay, he's in shape, but he's not fucking like bulging with like, just bulging muscles and veins everywhere.
And they proceed to like make his life a living hell physically for 2 hours every time.
I know. When you get to that part where he's like, and he's just limping up to it. His wife goes, "Oh my god!"
I mean, he shirtless. He's been cut. He's been shot. He's been thrown downstairs. He's jumped off of a building. He's got glass in his feet because he's had no shoes on because he did the stupid fist with your toes thing at the beginning of the movie. Like, this dude, how is he walking? You just look at him like, hey, you should have died at least 8 times before even getting to Hans.
But that's what's so beautiful about that movie is the fact that they did that. And it wasn't just like it wasn't like Schwarzenegger Stallone that just shows up who's like a little sweaty, some grime on him, but then like he's got a ripped shirt and he's just like holding a gun and his fucking bicep is like out to here.
And then go to my favorite one, Die Hard with a Vengeance. And when that movie starts,
he's got a hangover the whole time.
Right, but he's got a hangover the whole time. And like when the movie starts, he is legitimately like supposed to be down on his luck. He's on suspension. He's estranged from his wife again, and he's alone in New York. And when they show him, yes, he does have like he missed a day or two of shaving, but he also looks like dog shit. Like the rest of him doesn't look good either.
The first time you see him in the movie, he's like this. He's doing this. He's like fuck, and he's asking for aspirin.
Right. He does not look good. Like they literally just woke his ass up. Like and they. You know what they did? That's how The Last Boy Scout starts too. He's sleeping in his car, and the Last Boy Scout, and the kid threw the dead squirrel in the car.
See, that's the thing. It's like Bruce Willis made his his name on. You're the everyman guy, like that you're down on his luck. You're a drunk, but you got to save the day somehow.
Well, that's why when like a couple years ago, like
even in Fifth Element, but he had bleached hair.
Even in 300 years in the future, it's like that's why it's the Fifth Element is Die Hard in space. It's Die Hard in space.
Is.
But like, but that's why like a couple years ago, like The Rock did that skyscraper movie that looked like it was his own Die Hard remake, and I'm like, that doesn't work with The Rock.
It does.
The Rock is The Rock's.
It's like they play a normal guy, unfortunately, because he's not any guy that size is not. Really, not that I shouldn't say normal, but if you look like that in real life, your life is the gym. You don't have maybe other hobbies, stuff like that. You're not like The Rock. Look at him. The reason he can do that is because he has this, big lifestyle.
Well, wait a minute, Travis. He was missing a leg. Oh,
right. See, he was missing a leg, and they put him in like khakis and like one of those short sleeve collared shirts. Like,
but he was still
kick out the leg at one point. I never watched it. Did he kick out the leg at one point?
Oh, he uses it at one point to like help him.
Yeah, but I mean, I saw the trailer and I'm like, this is just Die Hard. This is just Die Hard with The Rock in it.
Mm-hmm. But The Rock was smart that way because I liked the movie. I think it was called Snatch that he did with John Barenthal, and it's like his son gets like framed, so he has to go do some crime, and that was him trying to be like he's just like a trucker business guy, and he was trying to be like a normal type of guy, but it's just hard. It just doesn't work. It's like anytime Arnold is in Jingle All the Way, it's like, oh yeah, he's a mattress sales guy. It's like, okay, like I guess like
it's hard to believe it.
Yeah, and that's where I think The Rock was smart to pivot of like, I'm just going to do these very over the top.
You could for all the joy that Arnold has given us on screen, he's got a list of clunkers.
Oh yeah,
man.
But I will say, I like this past Christmas season, I did put on Jingle All the Way, and I laughed.
I fucking love that movie so much.
You know what? There's just if you accept it as just, I mean, you have him, you have Sinbad.
I was gonna say him versus Sinbad.
Phil Hartman is fantastic in that movie. He's so good being like the womanizer.
Yeah. Jake Lloyd.
Yeah. I was gonna say that was like a before because Jingle All the Way came out a couple years before episode. Because that was Jingle All the Way is how I knew who Jake Lloyd was. It wasn't. I knew who he was before going into Phantom Menace.
Jim Belushi, Rita Wilson. It's a stacked little cast there.
Rita Wilson, that's right. Rita Wilson was his wife. That's right.
Rita Wilson was his wife. Yeah.
And Arnold plays the worst human being / dad in the world, but is forgiven at the end because he looks hot in the Turtle Man suit. His wife forgives him for every sin. Imagine if you had a wife and you broke into your neighbor's house to go steal his kid's action figure. There's no way your significant other is forgetting you for that sin. But if you look hot in a superhero suit, all is forgiven. He almost set that neighbor's house on fire. But she forgives him.
I'm like, has she not seen him shirtless? I mean, apparently between selling mattresses, the guy is just in the gym for 3 fucking hours.
That's why he's a bad dad. When they're like, "You're never home, Dad," he's like, "Yeah, I gotta be big."
Right. Like he had a better excuse for being a horrible father in True Lies. Oh, he's a secret agent.
That made sense, though. That made more sense.
It made way more sense. But again, that movie is over. He is literally dealt with an army of terrorists with nuclear weapons in the Florida Keys. Right?
Oh man!
And when that movie is over, ripped shirt, cut over his eye. That is it.
It's always the cut over the eye. The eyebrow always gets cut, right?
And he has, and he has. I mean, he Uzis. He had a makeshift flamethrower with that gas tank, right? He hung off the side of a helicopter and like saved his wife from a crashing limo into the
classic
bridge.
in the water while everything's on fire.
But even speaking of the wife, I mean, she was like supposed to be like this normal everyday wife kind of thing, and then all of a sudden, like it's Jamie Lee Curtis, and she does that strip scene. You're like, what? Yeah. I mean, you're like, how are these people having trouble with their relationship? They're both hot. They're both like have like fucking top notch like fit bodies,
right? No,
it's all about emotional connection, though, Dave. It doesn't matter how hot
true.
you can be.
That's true.
If he's not home all the time, you can't look at him. You know. It's
yeah.
Just, but that's what I guess. Every time he's the dad, he's not home. You know.
But that's I mean, one of the best line in that movie was when he like got the true serum in, and he's tied up, and she was like, "Have you killed people?" Is all. Yeah, but they were all bad.
They're all bad people.
The best line in that movie. I mean, I crack up every time I see that line or hear that line.
And then just him explaining exactly how he's going to kill the
guy.
He's like, yeah, I'm good. He's like, is there anything you want to tell me before we start? Yeah, I'm going to kill you pretty soon. Oh, I see. Yeah. How exactly? Well, first I'm going to use you as a human shield. Then I'm going to kill this guard over there with the Patterson choker on the table. And then I was thinking about breaking your neck.
Yeah.
What makes you think you can do all of that? And he's got like this drool look on his face, like, my handcuffs.
I picked them.
Right, and then proceeds to do exactly what he said he was going to do.
Oh, dude,
it's pretty much like a Batman scene in an Arnold movie. Like,
it kind of
wouldn't be as smug, but like the way he thinks it all through and everything like that. And a huge shout out to Bill Paxton in that movie because man, he's so good.
Fuck.
I remember
that was the first Bill Paxton movie that first movie where I knew who he was.
Who's this guy?
Because I didn't know that he was Hudson in Aliens until later.
That was my introduction right there.
I rewatched Aliens later and was like, oh, that's okay. He's just younger. All right.
Any actor that's looking to play like the douchey, squealy piece of shit guy needs to go watch him in that movie and see like what you can take. Because he just oozes like he literally is the used car salesman, but he just oozes that like trope of that. And I remember that moment when he's in the car and he's talking about how hot Jamie Lee is, and when Arnold just punches him and his neck breaks and he's bleeding, and it's a dream. But I remember the first time I watched it, like, oh my god, what happened? But no, Paxton is great, and the whole setup of when they interrogate him, they put him on this mission, and he's lying about being a secret agent, and just it's all such good stuff. Like it's one of his best movies, like all around, like everybody. But for James Cameron, it's one that somehow doesn't get talked enough because it's not as bombastic as Terminator or
a franchise movie.
It's not a franchise movie, and nowadays it would be seen as a movie you can't do.
There's
100%. There's a lot of
that's another reason why it's not. And I understand why. Like,
but you know what?
But by the same token.
Kudos to Arnold Schwarzenegger, though.
Yeah.
Kudos to Arnold Schwarzenegger because during that time it was like it's already been 80s Arnold. This is like early 90s to mid. He did True Lies, which is very much almost like a parody of his movies, and then he went and did Last Action Hero, which was a direct parody. It was almost like Arnold was like, yeah, I get it. I get what I am. I'm going to make fun of it. True Lies was a little introduction to that, but it was still kind of like, you can take this seriously. It's still an Arnold movie. And James Cameron was like, yeah, we're going to make an Arnold movie and it's going to have a pretty cool story. And it's going to, and it's James Cameron. But then Last Action Hero was like, this is a direct parody of himself. And I love it.
And the great thing about the other really awesome thing that people may or may not realize about Last Action Hero is John McTiernan.
Fuck yeah!
It's like if you're gonna do a parody of these movies,
you get the director Die Hard.
Get the Die Hard guy to do it.
yeah,
for sure.
Yeah, and Arnold, obviously, people. I don't think people forget he was the governor, but like smart dude, like he knew what he was doing and all that time, and it's kind of, I'd say, not a shame.
The dude was an immigrant, didn't know English, came over here, learned English. He became Mr. Olympia, and then became popular. And there's like, you know what? I'm gonna come in after now. And then he became the biggest acting star in the world.
Yeah, there's only a handful of men and women that you can say at one point in Hollywood, you were the biggest star of all time. Like, look at Jim Carrey, Eddie Murphy. They have that same thing. Like, at one point, I was Nicole. Like, there's a few ones like you had that year of you were the talk of the town. Everybody was talking about you. Arnold had that, and I think where he was, and that's why I was always bummed.
He had that for years.
He did.
Arnold walked so The Rock could run.
100%. You know.
Yes.
And I feel it's, I don't know, it's weird to say because The Rock is like, what, 3 years in a row, most high paid movie star and stuff like that. But it still doesn't feel like The Rock has that sort of like, Arnold had just this like suffocating in a good way of like an Arnold movie was coming out and everyone paid attention to it, where Rock has that for a little bit. But I feel like now we're getting to that point where you can skip a skyscraper.
You know what? To that point, Travis, I think it's because there's two reasons. One, he does so many of them. So it's like
100%.
So it's like I'm not watching all of them. But two, I think the genre has also changed. The action movie genre is different now, and it's like it's crazy. I get into this argument with people about Live Free or Die Hard, to bring up Die Hard again, because they talk to me about how unrealistic Live Free or Die Hard is.
Oh yeah,
I'm like, go back and watch the rest of the fucking franchise and tell me what's real about
ridiculous.
It's all my dad. He got me into these movies, but he has told me on several times, you cannot rip out the anti-lock brake fuse and do that with a car during a chase in Die Hard with a Vengeance. When like the truck is chasing him and he's like, pull out the anti-lock brakes fuse, and he does a 360 while shooting. My dad's like, you cannot do that with a car. I don't care what panel you rip out. You cannot do that with a car.
Well, when it comes to Live Free and Die Hard, I mean, I've always been like, all right, the John McClane, the definitive John McClane trilogy is the first three, obviously. I know people even don't really talk about the second one, but the second one's pretty good too. I mean, I love that part when he gets in the chair and the fucking plane blows up and he launches up and he just he does his fucking John McClane scream. I love that.
It's all subjective.
I know exactly, but I even made the comparison. I mean, look what happened in Zack Snyder's Justice League when Batman launches out of his chair and he launches up. I'm like, the blueprint was John McClane, motherfuckers. What are you talking about? I remember I tweeted that out. I was like, the blueprint was John McClane on this right here. Anyways, but when it comes to Live Free, I'm like, it's hard for me to be like, is that a definitive Die Hard movie? I'm like, to a point, yes, but it is a little different, but I don't hate it. I not like the other one that came out after that. I did not like that one at all. I thought that was like totally Jai Courtney.
Yes,
because there's 4 and 5 now, right?
But so, I can actually watch Live Free or Die Hard. I can really enjoy that movie because it's an enjoyable movie. If you don't really think of it as a Die Hard movie, in my case, that's the way I look at it. I'm like, not a Die Hard movie in my eyes, but I still enjoy it because it's still a very enjoyable action movie.
I only watch the unrated version because because the theatrical version is PG-13, which not only means they cut out the cursing.
His catch line,
right? Exactly. And in the unrated version, there's at least 7 fucks, and they put the catch line back in where it should be, and I'm like, okay, good. I will roll with this version from now on. I don't give a shit about the other version.
Yeah, I have to watch. I haven't watched that. I have to watch that.
Yeah.
Hey, welcome back, Steven. We're just talking about crazy action movies and how they progressed since, and now Travis has left. He's got a big. He says washroom break. Oh, that must be a Canadian thing. He said washroom, not bathroom or restroom. It's washroom.
Taking a leak.
Yeah. Taking it. Anyways, no, we were just talking about. I don't know how we even got to this discussion. We just went off on a tangent about action movies and how. I think we just kind of talked about like. I don't even know, how did we get here, Ray?
It started with the whole theater discussion. Like we were talking about I can actually bring it back to theaters because there was a question that I wanted to ask when we were talking about like theaters and like empty theaters and all that.
By the way, Ray, nice. I like your angle. Your new camera angle. It looks really good. Is the Ecto one you have right there? Is that the popcorn thing?
That's the guys Squadcast Media got that for me for my birthday. It's the one from Afterlife.
Yes, I got that. I got that one too. Scott got that for me. So
cool.
Scott's he's such a fucking
Yeah, and if we want to talk about like emotional movies, that was my most emotional.
Oh yeah, I fucking cried.
Afterlife. That was I cried at the end of the movie. I cried on the way home in the car from that movie. But no, like as far as like theaters, so it sounds like if I want to see this movie on opening weekend, I'm gonna have to deal with a crowd.
Which one?
The Batman.
Oh yeah, you're definitely
at least based on these early projections. It's like, are that many people really going to go see this movie on March 4th? And it's entirely possible that I'm just going to have to. And I'll try. I don't know. This might be my first.
Just do it, dude. You're gonna have a good time, man. You're gonna have a good time. Just do it. Wear your mask, whatever you want to do. That helps you. But I'm just saying,
I am boosted.
You're good.
So
You're good. You're good, dude. Like you're good. Don't worry.
Yeah, that's But I'm just wondering, especially for like how long the movie is, like 2 hours and 55 minutes, which I'm not complaining.
Fuck yes. Man. Oh God, I cannot wait.
That's a hell of an estimate, though. Like they're talking like they're I think that came out today, right? Where they're like,
well, yeah. What are you thinking about the projections, Steven? You're a numbers guy. Sound pretty right? It said 135 to 185 million, right? Domestic.
I don't even know anymore. With stuff, because it's so like you're in a situation where like some movies, like. I don't want to necessarily make this argument, but I think there is a question as to like whether or not No Way Home would even have been as big as it was if it weren't for the pandemic situation. Like if we were still getting one of these or multiple of these a month, and then that one arrived, would it have been such a big deal if it weren't for the fact that it was like the one, like or Dune, I think is another good example where like there was the phenomenon of like it being like saving cinema or being this return to theaters kind of narrative. I don't know if I don't know how much that would have impacted it, because also you've got like people before the pandemic where like the average person, that like the average moviegoer would see like 3 movies a year tops, and so after being deprived of that for some time, like how does that, is that audience on impact, like what audience disappeared? Is it the people that went once a year? Did the people that used to go 3 times a year just go to 1 now? And I don't know. But what you do very much definitely have is guaranteed that the audience is going to be consolidated more. And so while the average movie maybe is dropping significantly, these big tent poles could easily be even bigger than they were before, because you are focusing more of the box office on these big tent poles. So I don't know, but because it is of anything that has come out in the last couple of years, it's going to be one of the only like must see movies that we've had in a while. It's not getting a simultaneous streaming release. It's one of the most popular characters ever. The marketing looks great.
Dude, they've been nailing that marketing.
Oh, the marketing.
The hype machine it's in full roll right now, and
it really is
great.
Look at that! He's got the pizza. I had it last week.
Oh, next week. I haven't had the calzone yet. This was just a normal hot and ready, but still, like
that's cool.
Last time I had
so even with the normal pizzas, they're putting that box.
Well, up here in Michigan they are, but like the last time I had a Batman pizza box for marketing was like the Dark Knight, and that was Domino's. So this
it's interesting because, and this is the thing, I'm somebody that 100% the box office does not dictate if you love a movie, like a movie, whatnot. But I do like watching as like a sports element, as far as because you get to see the trends, see what people are into, not into, and you have stuff like, you look at the last Scream that just came out. The fact that in its opening weekend made more than its entire run than the last Scream domestically, and it's crazy to think that this is a pandemic. It's Scream to me hasn't been that popular for years, but it just an entire weekend beat the last one. That's not a pandemic. That's even further years ago. Well, so it's and that's a
genre that was like largely, I don't want to say unimpacted, but of the genres and the way they were impacted. I mean, horror is one of the ones that like was the most resilient. You look at like A Quiet Place 2 came out in March or something. And it did more than A Quiet Place 1. I think it would have done more if it weren't for the pandemic.
And it had the shorter window too, because Paramount was doing the 45 days for everybody else, and it went to Paramount Plus.
I will say real quick before the conversation gets too far away from it, because I was not at the computer when you were talking about True Lies, and also with Avatar coming back. And like the James Cameron conversation, the thing that people don't talk about with True Lies and like whether or not that movie would exist today or how it would perform, that was the first movie in history with a budget over $100 million.
That's interesting.
No shit.
Was it really?
So,
Wow.
James Cameron.
Right. I remember hearing
and that's why
that.
like when people like start to sleep on like Avatar, I'd be like, oh, that's not gonna whatever. And you talk about James Cameron, and I go on this rant like every time James Cameron comes up, but like Terminator 2 was the most expensive R-rated movie ever made. True Lies was the first movie to ever be made with a budget over $100 million. The Titanic movie, obviously the budget and production of that was just insane, but then the numbers that it did for a historical drama, becomes the highest grossing movie of all time, untouched for a decade.
Yes.
Until he breaks it with another original property that's Dancing with Wolves in space.
Plus
and remember
Pocahontas,
opening
plus
weekend.
Fern Gully.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and I remember opening weekend, all the headlines were like, oh, it wasn't a bomb, but it's because its budget was so big, and when it came out, it's like, I think it was like a 36, 40, something opening weekend where it's like, this is pretty low, and it's like, oh, James Cameron kind of, not going to make it back, this seems to be, and then it just kept making money and money.
Yeah.
I think he's probably made a deal with the devil, because this man, not saying he's lucky, because he has a skill, but man, like you said, Titanic stays until he breaks the record, and it's pretty interesting.
Right.
And Avatar 2 is going to be such an interesting study because I always want to see what it would do not a pandemic, but I think enough people are going to go out because of curiosity. I think it's just Avatar 1 had that repeat viewing business, and I don't know if 2 will have that, but we haven't seen a lick of marketing. We don't know. We just see these photos of people in a pool, and you're like, it's coming. Like,
exactly.
Cool.
Well, not to compare to Aquaman because of the underwater part, but Aquaman is another example of it opened at like what 75 million or something like that, and the opening weekend is a big deal for sure. But what a lot of these movies kind of show is that at the end of the day, it's like the legs that really do it. Or you look at like a lot of Christopher Nolan's like comic book stuff.
Inception.
It doesn't open huge, and it's the legs that carry it. And these aren't the highest grossing movies of all time, but Dunkirk did like 500 million or something like that, and it opened at 60 million or whatever. It doesn't necessarily mean Avatar 2 is going to become like the next highest grossing movie of all time. It could, but the legs really make a big difference with those movies, and IMAX was a big part of that because IMAX, at least at the time, that was before. That's why everything started getting IMAX releases, was because Avatar was a must-see 3. Like people were talking about it, like you have to see it in IMAX 3D.
It was an event film.
A thing people talked about, and so IMAX, because there's so many IMAX theaters, the window on that was so much. It would be like out on DVD, and people were still going to IMAX to see it in IMAX 3D because it was still available there because stuff wasn't getting pushed out. Now IMAX just shows whatever is showing in theaters often, so I don't know if that same thing will be the case, but yeah, I mean the dude always. He breaks convention with budgets. They cost more than people say they should. They gross more than people expect them to. It just doesn't follow. He doesn't follow the conventional rules of what does well and why.
Yeah, I wouldn't bet against him. If you're going to say, hey, you want to bet against... No.
You don't bet against James Cameron.
No, you can't.
No.
And you especially don't use conventional box office logic as your reason for betting against him.
No. Yeah. Well, and Steve, just to clarify, my point about True Lies not being made today had nothing to do with anything technical. It had everything to do with the subject matter and characterizations of certain.
The villains are a little tough.
The villains, that's a problem today.
It's a very rah America type of movie at times.
Dude, come on! Charlton Heston is the head of your organization that you're working.
Doesn't he have an eye patch?
He's Nick Fury. He's playing Nick Fury in that movie, 100%. Like
totally.
That was James Cameron. Like, you know what? I'm gonna do this instead here. But
totally has an eye patch.
So no, I Cameron. Listen. Crazy enough, we're talking about Cameron. I watched a little bit of The Abyss yesterday again.
Oh, you finally did?
Oh no, I've seen the dude. I've seen The Abyss. I've seen The Abyss so many times.
I haven't seen it.
Okay. Oh, it was you, Steven.
I'm waiting for a proper transfer. I'm waiting for a good Blu-ray transfer.
Steven, I mean, I tell you what. I mean,
I
you're gonna be
pulled it
blown
up
away
on
by it.
Amazon.
You're gonna be like, "What? This movie was made in the '80s?"
I know.
What?
I pulled it up on Amazon Prime and started watching it, and I was like,
Yeah.
"This is
Can't do
not. This is not.
Yeah.
Something's not right." And I started googling, and I was like, "What version is like the?" And I started finding these forums about like, and I was like, "Yeah, you know what? I'm just gonna wait till there's a proper transfer because."
And you've also got to be careful because there's a theatrical there's an extended version of this which does change some things with respect to some stuff at the end, especially. And that movie, I mean, we're talking about one of the most like troubled productions like in the history of Hollywood. Like if you look at the behind the scenes of everything that went wrong, like Mary Elizabeth Mastrantonio and Ed Harris won't talk about that movie. As amazing as it is, it was because that is how awful everything went wrong. Everything that could have gone wrong went wrong.
When you're dealing with water, I mean, obviously it's gonna be it's gonna be bad.
Well, and it was just like his ambition. It was one of those early cases where Cameron's ambition got the better of him. And instead of being given 10 years, like he has been with Avatar, he like tried to do it on a regular schedule. And it took like 7 months. And it was
like I've said,
arduous and horrible.
I think I said last week, watch on Netflix, The Movies That Made Us. Such a great series. So fucking fantastic. I love it. There's 3 seasons. And I didn't realize that they uploaded that they made a season 3 when it showed up at the end of 2021, and I binged it. They have aliens, and they talk about that. They talk about like, I mean, James Cameron has always been that ambitious one, and it's never always been pleasant. Let's just say, when it comes to making his movies, and it's funny too because I didn't realize. Hicks, which is Michael Biehn, they was a totally different actor at first. Michael Biehn was called up like on the fly. Like, hey, can you do this movie? It was what's his name? I can't even remember his name. He played the first thing that comes to me. He played Raiden in Mortal Kombat Annihilation.
Michael Lambert, isn't it? Or
yes,
like that?
There you go. That's his name.
Is it his name?
Or
is that Michael Lambert? I think his name.
You mean Christopher Lambert?
Christopher Lambert.
No. That was the first Mortal Kombat. I'm talking about Mortal Kombat Annihilation.
Oh, James Remar. James Remar, who played Harry from Dexter. That's who played.
There
Raiden.
you go.
Yeah. He was gonna. Wow.
Yeah.
And apparently, there's one shot in Aliens where he is present, but it was like behind him, so you can't tell. And they pointed out, but yeah, I'm telling you, this series is so fucking fantastic.
And the crazy part is like you like because so everybody loved him as Hicks in Aliens, and he plays such a 180 in Abyss. And it's like,
because he's a fucking nutcase.
Oh, he's lost his damn mind in that
Dude,
movie.
I still cringe with the knife and the fucking.
Oh god! Oh yeah. Yeah, no, it's Steven. You got to see that. That movie's amazing. But if you can, like, depending on what the release is going to be, I say watch the longer version.
Yes,
watch the extended version.
Supposedly there's a proper Blu-ray release, like, and I guess notoriously like is always just about to come out. So who knows like what the actual status is? But But I mean, someone was there was an update just a few weeks ago. I feel like that said he was like,
I heard something. I heard something about it a few weeks ago too. Yeah, but we're in believe it when we see it territory with that. We totally are, and I think it'll happen at some point. But they've just got to dot so many I's and cross so many T's with respect to getting that transfer. And then for me, it better be in a fucking steelbook. Seriously, they better have a really kick-ass, lovely steelbook for that movie. But
if that movie didn't exist, Terminator 2 doesn't exist. I mean, that's the technology. The technology with the water and the manipulation.
Right, you will understand. Like if you've seen Terminator 2 and then you see Abyss, you will totally understand what he just said because it's blatantly obvious that Abyss was the testing ground for a lot of the shit they did in Terminator 2.
Yeah, I've seen some screenshots or clips of a little bit of that at least, so I got an idea of the. But
what's crazy about it is when you watch it, and especially if you watch if you finally full on watch it, and it's a Blu-ray version that's all crisp and everything, you have to remind yourself, this was the 80s.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
To be fair, to be fair, it was 89.
89
So it
and
was-
the 80s
but
still,
yes.
but still.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
still, I
that's
mean, you
true.
see stuff from like the late '90s that does similar things. I mean, look at The Rock in Scorpion King. I mean,
Oh, God.
wow, yeah, you're right.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
or
How
no,
dare
in
you,
as the Scorpion King
Mummy
in
Returns.
Mummy
Mummy-
Returns.
yeah.
Knocks on the moon, baby.
Yeah, no, that's yeah.
Oh, that's just awful. That's just
No,
Yeah.
doesn't.
You know,
But
I love
no.
those movies. Those movies. One, I love 1 and 2. Third one, I'm not a big fan.
Oh yeah,
of, but
1 and 2
man,
is great. 1 and 2 is. I mean,
yeah.
I love 1. I never two. 2 is on my complaints just like cross apply most of what I say about the Mandalorian or Book of Boba Fett, where anything that's good about 2 or wants to be good about 2 is just like, remember that joke you liked in the first one?
yeah,
100%.
exactly.
Guess
100%,
what?
yeah.
Okay,
But Brendan
so
Fraser
like,
back then was just such a charming, charismatic motherfucker. It's
totally
like
was.
I love.
Rich
What do you mean
White.
back then?
Oh, well, no, he still is, but he just had like that. He has a different charisma now. He had that leading man. Like,
Yeah.
He catches
True.
your eye right away. Like
He was George of the
Bedazzled is not a
Jungle.
good movie, but I love
Dude,
the hell
dude,
out of that movie.
Dude, like
Bedazzled?
Airheads.
Yeah, but that only works because of him.
100%, yeah.
Airheads is not that great of a
Oh,
movie, and he has an
fuck
awesome
yes.
support. And he has an awesome
Thank
supporting
you.
cast. But I will still fucking watch that movie. Airheads. It's
Thank
just,
you,
yeah.
Ray. Have you
Yes.
guys?
But
seen
that's
Airheads?
why, speaking of Avatar and Aquaman 2, I compare
we're talking
Momoa
Airheads,
to
people.
this generation's Brendan Fraser. As far as like, Momoa is like not the greatest actor in the world, but he has that presence, he has that sex appeal, he has that.
Yeah.
Anytime he's on screen, you want to watch him. That's why I loved Aquaman 1 so much, because it reminded me of The Mummy. It really did.
Yeah,
of like,
that's a great comparison.
we have
You
this
guys-
adventure going on. What?
You guys need to see Airheads if you haven't seen
Yeah,
Airheads. I'm
he's
just saying.
saying. Listen.
Come on.
Mo,
Come
look
on.
at the Brendan Fraser aside. It. First of all, it's Brendan Fraser in totally like a Three Stooges pairing with
Yes.
Steve Buscemi and Adam Sandler.
Oh,
It's such
so
a weird
great.
fucking
You
cast.
start with that, and
Yeah.
then you bring
and they
in
break
Joe,
into a radio station to play their
Right.
demo.
and so then you bring in Joe Montana and
Yes.
Michael McKean
Yes.
and
Joe Montana, Joe Montana.
Ernie Hudson.
That's
as
all I
the
hear
cop.
anymore.
Yes.
Ernie
It is-
Hudson is the cop.
It is
flipping-
peak 90s
what's his-
awesome greatness.
Yes, it is.
Oh, man.
It is. It's
I love
not-
that movie so much. And they're
it's-
called the Lone Rangers. And the whole joke is like, well, you're not really lone. There's 3 of you. You know, it's like,
It's a stupid movie, but I will watch it.
oh,
I've seen
it's
it so many
so
times.
Great. Harold
Yeah.
Ramis is even in it.
He
man.
is.
Come on.
He's in it for like 2 minutes, but yes,
Yeah.
he's totally in it. Yeah, for sure.
Chris, it's Chris No, Chris Farley's in it too. Yes.
Yes.
he
Oh,
plays the
yeah.
cop.
Yes, Chris
Yes.
Farley. Yes, he is
Chris
absolutely.
Farley's
in, that
in
movie,
it
yes.
as well.
There's a definite SNL presence in that movie.
Oh yeah, big
sure.
time.
Yeah, but
Oh man, God damn! Thank you, Ray, for fucking saying how much you love that, because I love that movie so much too.
it's
Well,
probably
somebody even posted on a Twitter account, because the whole Spotify thing that's happening. They said the Lone Rangers are also pulling their music from Spotify. I retweeted that. I was like, yes.
that's like one of those fake bands. You're like, okay, where is their album? Can we just get them together and like do a Lone
Well, they
Rangers
did.
album?
They did kind of make a song for the fucking
They did.
movie, so it was kind of cool. It was like
The Soggy Bottom Boys.
Soggy Bottom Boys. Great. Oh man, fake bands. I love it. Spinal Tap. Yeah.
No, but okay. So like Travis, you were saying before about like with box office, like you mentioned sports.
Yeah.
And see, okay.
Uh-oh.
I can have like the type of box office discussion that we're having with as it relates to sports. Yeah, I'm cool with that. I just hate scoreboard mentality.
Yes. Yeah.
I hate
There's a
when
difference. Yeah.
I hate when people are like, my movie is better because it made more money than yours. Fuck that. Like that, all of that, and there's so much of that now. Like
it sucks
with talking about it, but I do like it. Like for example, like with No Way Home, like everybody analyzing and projecting how much that was going to make, and it was literally like, okay, I'm looking at it to see how much it actually makes. Like I'm genuinely curious about it. What I don't like is all the people that want it to win. They want it to beat Infinity or Endgame, or they want it to beat Avatar or whatever. And it's like, you're not getting it. And then I'm not looking forward to this because I don't think I'm one of the people that, these opening projections are great for the Batman. I personally don't think it's going to hit $1 billion. I don't
really.
I think it's because the reason is because and this is going to be part of the goalpost moving with the conversation. No Way Home was a celebration of Spider-Man in cinema all the way back to 2002. Yes, it is an MCU movie. Yes, it does absolutely maintain its focus on Tom Holland, but it is a celebration of Tom Holland, Tobey Maguire, Andrew Garfield, and all of their constituents, like Alfred Molina, Willem Dafoe, everybody else, right?
Legacy movie.
Exactly. And when you have a legacy movie like that, okay, and I don't know how close it is to 2 billion now or whatever. I mean, I know it got
like
past
1.8 or something like that.
Right. Yeah. Like it's getting up there. So it's like, okay. And it's a movie that you can take the family to go see. Right. I don't really, I know the Batman's PG-13. I don't think you're taking your kids to see that.
I know, man. Joker broke $1 billion.
Yeah. Joker was the one that
pandemic though.
Yeah, that it was pre-pandemic. That was always still the surprise that I was like, but Joker still had that. I think it had that curiosity factor of okay. I think we're on agreement that it got.
This has a curiosity factor too, though.
Well, that's what I was going to say.
I agree with that, but by the same token, Dave, when I went to go see, I will never forget that I went to see Joker in Birch Run, and there were cops patrolling my theater because of all the worries about the dangerous incels that were gonna show up at the theater. So So that was I really feel like that was part. It's the craziest. It's the craziest bit of like grassroots, like negative marketing that actually heightened the curiosity for people. Like when I see it on nightly news, it's like, oh, people are worried about the things happening at the theater for Joker. That makes people like, okay, let me see what the fuck this movie is. That they're all worried about it. Right?
Telecommercial, you cannot see this. The internet will rot your child's mind, sort of deal, and it gets people go, oh, I got to see this movie. But I think the thing that that was the opening weekend, and then I think after was just, oh, it's a good movie, and people are curious about it. You start getting this buzz for Joaquin Phoenix. I think Dave's right where you have a buzz about the Batman. It's not the same. It's not the theories getting shot up, but I think it's just that you have a buzz. The good thing is, and maybe the chat can correct me, but until April 1st, which Morbius, I don't even know how well it's going to do. March is pretty, I won't say empty, but as far as I think it can really run the month. So when we talk about legs, and even April, it's not that stacked
It's empty as far as comic book movies.
Yeah, and even just big tentpole. There's not like a Fast and Furious. There's not a Mission Impossible. It's something where you look at if you look at something like June, it's like boom, boom. Look at November. Right now, The Flash and then Black Panther are a week apart. Where Batman really for now, exactly.
I don't think Black Panther is going to stick, but that's
100%. No, 100%. I don't think so either. But as of right now, I have my doubts about Morbius even being that big of a tentpole movie. Batman, I think, just kind of has the table to run for a while, and I think it will have those legs. And the curiosity it still has, because I have so many people at work that go, oh yeah, I'm not passing, I don't know about him. But people have that sort of, I still want to see it to judge for myself, like because they just know him. Oh, can the Twilight guy pull it off? Unfortunately for them, they haven't seen other movies. He will pull it off. I think he's going to be great from everything we've seen.
Yes.
But I think it's going to have such good word of mouth that it's going to have really good legs. So I think it will hit $1 billion. I think
it's in a
the fact spot. That it's a Batman movie alone puts it into that essential viewing category. Which once again, that is all of the movies that people aren't seeing now are being focused into movies like this. So that could even have a boosting effect. But like when I bring up something like Joker, it's not even because it's going to hit $1 billion for the same reasons so much as it questions like what logic can we bring into what will and what won't do well. And I think that a couple things are true, and one is that it is a must see on the big screen vibe. Partly because it's Batman, partly because it just looks cinematic, and the trailers are great and loud, and so there's all these factors that are like. It must be seen. Also, there's this weird, I don't know, the perception and reception of DC, where DC movies are theatrically now, is kind of all over the place. People want that like DC movie they can just go love without this like, what are they questioning what they're doing or why, and like you watch the Batman trailers and you don't get that like, what is this universe, what's going on, like how does this connect to whatever. Like that's not a vibe that people are giving out for this, and it's something they can just kind of go love. There's a lot of curiosity around it in that way, and so I think the biggest thing is like, more so than anything else, is the runtime going to be an impediment for the legs. But like I don't know if this logic totally applies because of the time and place and everything, but like Avatar was like 10 minutes shorter.
Yeah.
So I think like the bottom line is like, if a movie is good, not like getting people talking good or getting a high Rotten Tomatoes score is good, but like genuinely like quality, people feel edified through the theatrical experience from it, that history has proven that like that kind of thing just will resonate at the box office. So I don't know. I would not bet against it hitting $1 billion. I would totally understand the things that are an impediment to it, but I would be probably surprised if it doesn't. Although I'll understand if it if it doesn't.
Also, barring like any like new big case or like shutdowns against stuff like that, like because things can change all the time, right? As of right now, they're like, okay, tickets on sale Thursday. I think, and especially like for us here, my theater's been open, but there's been a couple places like Quebec and somewhere else where their theaters just they are opening again though. But all it takes is like, for some reason, what was it? Moonfall said, "Oh yeah, we're not showing this movie in Canada." It's like, my theater's been perfectly open, but that's why it's like, barring something again, a big spike or
theaters are so weird too, because like, despite you've got bars and gyms and like through contact tracing they establish like, it's not, contact tracing isn't perfect or prolific completely, but like theaters don't even crack the list of super spreader locations. Like they haven't.
No, they haven't.
And so, and I think because you look at the thing, and I don't, at this point, like it seems like a lot of the kind of conventional rules people were following initially don't still apply to this
in the states for sure. They don't apply.
And stuff like now they're pushing like the N95 masks, because the cloth masks which people have been wearing the whole time aren't as effective, and people are vaxxed, and then they're saying like Omicron might actually help immunity. And I don't know, I'm not trying to get into, I don't know what the case is, and I'm not trying to make any claims about what it is. It just so much as like what the narrative is and where it is. And people are understandably scared about theaters, but you compare it to like a sit down restaurant or whatever, and you're not talking, you're not facing people, you're sitting forward. There's not a huge, you're not interacting directly with people, you're not looking at anybody's face. And it's a big room, it's well ventilated. And so that's why I think like even at the height of the pandemic, when stuff was, a lot of theaters were closed down, but even at that time there were no huge outbreaks linked to theaters in any way. And I think there was a back when was it, like after Christmas, I think, when everybody was buying all the rapid tests and they were all like, nobody could find them. I saw a few articles, which who knows, this is all like anecdotal when they do articles like this, but I started to get people started to get to a point where they were like, I think it's when they started using the term endemic, where people were kind of saying like, oh, you know what? I think at this point, like, if we're going to get it, we're going to get it. And like, so long as the at-risk population is taken care of, people are like, you know what? I'm healthy. I think I'll be fine. I'm not going to avoid it for my entire life. I don't need to hide away. I think we're past the worst of it, and people are kind of at the point where they aren't being quite as cautious about everything.
They want to do shit. They've had like 2 years of
well, like the cost benefit analysis, I think is entirely different now too, because it's like, okay, the people who are at risk have the vaccine. They have the better treatments. We have it figured out. Who am I protecting? Who am I putting at risk? And it's at the point where it's like, is going to a movie really going to cause me harm or put people I care about at risk? At this point, it's not clear if that was ever the case with theaters, but especially at this point, I think people are going to be like, you know what? Even more so than like with No Way Home, because that was even coming out at a time when like Omicron was kind of on the rise.
That was before. That was like just like in the like as the Omicron surge was starting.
Yeah,
and like really hit hard last month. For
yeah,
sure.
because my theaters for No Way Home weekend were full, and then come time the Wednesday, they went back to 50%. It was almost like we're gonna make our money as much as we can these next 5 days, and then next weekend it was 50%, and it's been 50% ever since. They've never closed again, but now it's back to, if it's a 100-seat theater, only 50 can take it.
It's kind of funny too because like last night when I went and saw Moonfall, I was like, I had my mask in my pocket, but I was like, I'm gonna see how are they really pushing for this, even though it's required over here. And I just kind of walked in. I walked through the mall, walked into the movie theater, got no pushback because I was like, all right, I guess. Are we lifting this? I mean, it's apparently over here. It's supposed to lift on the 15th.
Is it because Garcetti said he held his breath when he took we took?
Yeah, did you hear that? What the fuck? I mean, he held his breath when he took a picture.
He took a picture with Magic
Johnson. Mascot. Oh my
Right.
god.
Yeah,
I'm telling you, the leaders here, even Newsom when he got busted too, and he was like, "Oh, I was wearing it the whole entire time," and then there's other pictures of him. It's like, dude, stop.
But no, but again, so Travis, the discussion that we're having now about box office is awesome. But what I'm gonna hate is what I'm gonna hate is when is either if it doesn't hit $1 billion,
it's a flop.
Or if it doesn't reach what No Way Home did, and I hear it's Batman. Batman should make this much easily, blah, blah, blah. I don't want to hear that. I'm not looking forward to that shit.
You know what's great? Other people's reception of a movie does not have anything to do with your reception of a movie.
That's true. That is true.
I don't follow like what did but I'm not talking it has nothing to do with how I feel about the movie. It has everything to do with I just hate that hate that mentality.
No, I do too. That's just the thing that I've had to come to terms with, where I'm more saying that in general, not as pointed, but I kind of got to the point where I was like, oh, you know what, like it's so easy to get caught up in these debates and everything, and like it's easy for us to be like, oh, someone else doesn't like something the same way I do. And the second you kind of learn to tune that out, you're like, oh, I'm actually stopping myself from enjoying something by caring too much about whether or not other people are enjoying it or letting me enjoy it.
Oh, okay. Ironically, Stephen, that just brings us back to our feelings on Cad Bane.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm happy. I'm not trying to stop anybody else from enjoying it or convince anyone else that it's bad. I'm just saying like why it's not working for me.
No,
if you enjoy it, I genuinely hope that I'm not gonna like make you change your mind on it. Like that's not my like. I would feel bad if someone's like, I loved it until I heard Steven talk and now I hate it. Like that. Like that's not my goal.
And that's
I get those messages every week, Steven.
I remember after, and I won't use any spoilers for people that haven't seen whatnot, but I remember after I saw No Time to Die, I was like, this might be the best Bond movie ever. And then I did the review with Kirkland, and he had some things where it didn't make me like it any less, but I was like, okay, I can see how that's an issue. Seeing this team bring those things, I can see why those are an issue for him, but I still loved the shit out of it. You know, it's the same thing with the Batman. There's been times where it's like in the past, and now I don't do it anymore, where you see her tweet and you want to go out. I know, Ray, you like to get into it sometimes.
I've been better lately.
Oh, you've been
noticed
way
lots of
better
lately.
Ray.
And I
You've
think
been
it's, I don't know, you've
better
probably
lately.
noticed a good thing, and that's why for me too, because I talked about this with Chris Balga, who I used to host Marvel Alliance with, just like, it never works out until you're in an environment like this, because you could probably have that same, like I said earlier, same conversation. It's just not worth it. And those people, the people that deal in the black and the whites, it's not really going to matter, because at the end of the day, unless this comes out and it makes like 15 million opening weekend, we're going to get a Batman 2. Whatever you feel about Warner Brothers, they're clearly in the Matt Reeves camp. As the movie hasn't even come out yet, and they've been like, "Hey, we're gonna do Gotham PD. We're gonna do Penguin."
Read some of the interviews with Pattinson. He's already talking about what he wants to do for the sequel.
100%.
Oh yeah,
Okay,
so it's like unless
it's pretty ready to go.
Yeah. And that's the thing where we kind of forget that this movie, was supposed to come out originally July of last year. I think it was July, then October.
Was it
October?
Yeah.
October,
Either way, I know he's doing his finishing touches and whatnot, but I'm pretty sure Reeves has probably been in not sequel mode per se, but like thinking of the future mode, because the movie's been done the same way. There was a report coming out like, it's just a rumor that Kroll put up, but we might hear the new Bond like come the next few months, and everyone's like, that's really soon. No Time to Die just came out, but it's like that movie's been done for like 2 years. Like they're ready to start going. For us, it's recent because we just got No Time to Die in October. But for them, they've been like, okay, we just made a Bond movie, we need to make another one.
No Time to Die was one of the first, if not the first, massive release date change that scared the shit out of us. Because they moved it like a year back. We're like, what the fuck?
And then Fast followed after, and it was like, holy shit! Like Fast jumped a year. Like, everyone was doing like the few months shuffle. Like,
we still have yet to see Maverick. What the fuck?
And that's what's crazy about the Batman. Also, is the fact that and I don't know what the truth is, but the rumor is that Reeves has a trilogy planned.
Mm-hmm.
And you look at how long he took to write it, and also the fact that he's coming off the back of the Apes movies, where I suspect that he wishes he had that more mapped out when he started, just because of the delay of finishing Dawn and then having to start from scratch. Like, what do I do next? And so I wouldn't be shocked if he's like, okay, if I'm going to come into Batman from scratch instead of picking up in the middle of a trilogy like I did with Apes, I want to have this one scripted. Like I want the script for this to be perfect, but also to have at least a framework. And then you look at the delays and the fact that they did additional writing during like the delays. I've got to imagine that if he doesn't have a script, he's at least got treatments for what he's going to do next.
100%.
Oh yeah.
And I really feel that, like how we had, Nolan when he did the, one Batman, then one for himself, one Batman, one for himself. I don't think we're going to get that with Reeves. I feel like he's in full, like he's producing that Cape Crusader show. He's having to hand 2 shows. I think he's in full, and like, I'm in Batman mode right now. And I love that. I'm happy that he's like making his own little BCU here of just like, okay, I'm going to have these, and that's exciting.
I don't know about him personally. I guess who even knows Nolan personally, because he's so professionally distant.
Mm-hmm.
But I can see the appeal to Nolan of feeling like he needs to keep one foot grounded in real cinema.
Yeah.
Not that he considers Batman not real cinema, but to him he needs that palate cleanser, whereas Reeves is way more of a genre guy. And I think he's very cinematically minded also, so there's no way to say he's like less cinema than on the Scorsese scale.
Just different mindsets.
But I can see him committing to a universe way more. Now, I think that commitment is going to be entirely different than like most kind of franchise directors, where it's still going to be very Nolan-esque in the way that it's like not a comic book movie. But I see him being way more immersed. He's doing the shows, he's doing the animated show, he's so I'm really interested to see kind of how I can see him committing to this for like a decade and then being like, cool, I did my thing, now I'm gonna go do my next thing.
And it's not like for the Gotham PD show where it sounds like he just wants a producer credit and he's happy. The rumor was why originally had you had that Boardwalk Empire show run that was going to do it, and all the scuttlebutt was around that whatever it is, that they had different visions of the show, right? To me, that's him putting his foot in, like, I want some say on this. I want some input, not just, okay, sure, you're going to do a spinoff, just have my name on there, make sure I get a check, and I'm happy about that. No, it seems like he's pretty hands-on, and we've heard rumors about other things, and I'm excited. I'm really excited to see what happens and just how this grows. Like, if that Penguin show's a hit and if that Gotham PD show's a hit, and we hear these rumors about like a Catwoman show, just like, how big does it get? And like, is this a guy who, does he want to be a James Cameron of Batman, where James Cameron's spending 10, 15 years of his life making Avatar? Does he want to do that? And if he does, and I like it, then cool, but I'm very curious. But again, back to box office, as far as Batman, you don't got to worry. You're going to get a Batman 2. You probably get a Batman 3, for the most part. It's just going to be for sake, where does it go? Like, even then, if it does have the biggest opening for a Batman movie in the pandemic, that is super impressive. Even if it doesn't hit $1 billion, that's very impressive. It's the same way as like I'm very impressed by Venom 2, the fact that it had a bigger opening than Venom 1. It's just like, and it tracks to see what people are really wanting.
I think the context is also very changed too, in that I realize this is a theatrical exclusive for the first 45 days, but the WB paradigm shifted drastically during COVID with the simultaneous releases, and I think that that's still valid even though it's not a simultaneous release, because like the box office discussion with all those movies is hilarious because so few people understood to contextualize it. They talked about like the losses and how much box office was missed out on, not realizing that like HBO Max is making more yearly than WB has ever made in a single year theatrically. And sure, that's off of HBO, that's off of TV, that's off of all of these things. But the fact of the matter is, it is a guaranteed revenue stream greater than their theatrical total ever was. And the Batman is gonna be there in 45 days after it releases.
Do you hear what he just said, Suicide Squad haters? The Suicide Squad box office people that keep talking about how it was such a bomb. Oh, yeah. Listen to what he just said.
Well, no, I mean they sacrificed the 2021 box office at the altar of streaming revenue, and I think it paid off in a big way. I mean, you look at the fact that HBO Max, without like Disney Plus launched it and it exploded because it had the IP catalog, right?
Yeah, the
Marvel,
library,
Pixar,
right.
Star Wars.
If you got kids, you got Disney Plus for life until they're 16 to move out.
And so it was immediately the number 2, number 3 service.
Right.
And it's hard to even count Amazon Prime in that because so many Amazon Prime users don't even use video, right? And so they're just piggybacking off of, they have a Prime membership because they like overnight shipping, and so the fact that like HBO Max grew as fast as it did and as big as it is such a huge testament to that. And sure, they're not going back to that, but they know, okay, look, Batman, the fact that they're okay with it being 3 hours, I think Matt Reeves has a lot of creative control and stuff that influenced that, but also they're like, look, people decide to skip out on theaters, they're gonna see it on HBO Max. Like, people are gonna see this movie.
Yeah, and they're paying for it, right?
Maybe they'll wait 45 days to see it on HBO Max, but the fact is they will see it, and they will get that money, and they're gonna get a higher percentage of it for the people that see it on HBO Max than the people who see it in theaters.
And then they'll watch the Penguin show, the Gotham Central show, because it's like, okay, if we don't get you in the theater, we're gonna get you.
Because this is all building a long-term catalog, and so the more that catalog snowballs, the more valuable HBO Max is. Even if it's not an original, even if it's not a simultaneous release, that all rolls into HBO Max eventually, even if it is a theatrically released movie. So
yeah, and Matt Reeves, he even said he's embracing that, the fact that he can do these spin-offs. And I think he even said in a recent interview, he was like, yeah, you could do something that's like, you can flesh out these characters, you can make it like a novel, and that's what he's trying to do. It's like, we're probably going to get an announcement of a Catwoman spin-off series too.
They're just going to wait till after, I think.
Yeah, Gotham City PD is most likely, like, Pattinson's going to be part of that. I mean, we already heard that he's a part of HBO Max when it comes to other original products.
I hope they finally, because my issue with Gotham, I hope that with the GCPD show, they actually do what they did with the Rocha and there was Gotham Central and GCPD were the 2 comic runs. But I loved those because it was actually a cop show where like they would get to the scene just as like Batman's cape was like disappearing around the corner, or Batman and Robin had like tied the guys up, and then it picks up at that moment in the crime scene. And so have Pattinson talk to Gordon whatever on the rooftop. And then so maybe he has a cameo here and there, but then it's not following Pattinson's plot line. It's following, okay, after Batman leaves the scene, then what happens?
Yes.
Like, that's really cool.
Right. Well, when that show was announced, I was like, I just don't know if I know Pat wants to be Batman. It's like, could you even get him an appearance? But what's made like deliberately clear in this press tour that this dude is a fucking huge Batman fan. Like this guy's being
Yeah.
like, oh yeah, one of my
Don't you love that?
inspirations for this movie is Mask of the Phantasm. And you're like,
Oh,
oh
yes.
it's like
Oh,
the
The fact
fact
that he
Bale-
dropped the name of that and like
Yes.
there wasn't a bigger outcry. Like I saw that and I was like, whoa, who has
Yeah.
ever done that before?
I couldn't
So I
believe it
talked
was.
about it.
Yeah, it was so under the radar. Like Mask Phantasm is like the hipster, like that's the fucking Batman movie, dude. And I love it. But like, and Bale, he's my favorite Batman. I don't know if he could tell you about Mask of the Phantasm. This is a
Fuck
guy
no.
who's but this is a guy who's made it clear. Like he literally said, "I didn't play Batman. I was Batman on the set." He's
Right.
like Keaton like 30 years ago, but even more so. So
Well-
the fact now I can believe, oh, he would come
And
to
you-
Gotham PD to make an appearance. 'Cause,
I
like,
don't-
He loves this.
And I don't know enough about Pattinson personally, like who he even does, because he's such like a deflective in his interviews and stuff
Yeah.
about like. But I very much get the impression that he like did the Twilight stuff and then he went off into this indie stuff, and he's like very much an artist and very much a performer and loves performance and stuff. But also, I very much get the sense that he's like, okay, I did my like heartthrob, make a name for myself.
Yeah,
and
become a
that
brand, yeah.
and that enabled me to then go do this artistic stuff that I love. And he's
yes.
like, now I get to do what I want to do.
Yes.
And this is
He did what McConaughey wished he did like a lot earlier on. Remember
Yeah.
McConaughey did that later on as far as he got away from rom-coms and Interstellar.
McConaughey, I always talk about McConaughey. If you look at his IMDb, you look at his filmography. When he turned 40, he went, all right, I'm going to be doing some serious shit now.
And
I'm
Pattinson,
not going to do the heartthrob
Pattinson
stuff.
did that in his
Yeah.
early 20s. He was smart where he got the Twilight money.
No.
When you look at
As
his
soon as he turned 40, all of a sudden you go, "Oh wow, look at that! Look at
Yeah.
his filmography when he turned 40. Holy shit!"
And
How the
like-
fuck else would you do this job?
and like
Cocaine and
Steven
hookers,
said,
my
like,
friend.
Pattinson, he has a I don't know, a reputation of being kind of like a weird cat, but he has a reputation of like a big spender, all this stuff. So he made his Twilight money. He's having fun in his career, and now it's like he kind of gets to tiptoe back in the bid budget thing, but it's not for something like Twilight that's kind of tongue in cheek that people are going to bug you about. It's this,
The
arguably
dark
one of the
and
biggest
Batman.
fictional character of all
Well,
time,
well,
and now it's
and-
like
and he's got the footing in indies that he needs, that if he's like, you know what, I want to go do a small thing, he can go do that again.
well, look at his
that-
next movie he's doing with Bong Joon-ho. Like he's going to do like the guy who just won Best Picture
Yeah.
a few years ago. He's
Well,
about to star in a movie.
And also,
But-
people don't talk about it enough, but back in the Twilight commentary, back when he was cast as Batman, there was that whole thing going around where he like was he was doing a whole Batman voice during that. I mean, it's clear that like, and of course that was a bit of a meme like at the time.
Yeah.
But
And
yeah,
he
I
said
mean,
he asked his agent every day while they were casting for the Batman, like, "Hey, you got any updates?" Like, he's made it clear that he.
Yeah,
won't.
and his agents were like, "I thought you like playing freaks." He's like,
This
he is a freak.
And
What the fuck?"
I think he's also prepared for the fact that, yes, so many people know him as Edward, and people know him as Edward, people know him as Cedric Diggory, right? People know him from The Lighthouse, like whatever. Like there is a general audience perception of him already. After March 4th, he's Batman for the rest of his life.
Oh yeah.
For the rest of his
Because
life.
there's gonna be like my kids will grow up, and like Steve, your kids will grow up. They'll see past and like, oh, he did like a vampire movie before. Because I did the same thing with my like actors in my generation of like, oh, he was this before. Like Val Kilmer wasn't Top Secret.
Keaton was
like,
Mr. Mom.
Yeah,
What?
exactly. But when I grew up, I just saw Keaton first as
You know,
Batman, and then
Juice?
everything else was prior to, because it was '89 and I was born '93. So it's
Dude,
like, oh, when
people still called Keaton Batman, and he was Vulture in Spider-Man: Homecoming.
yeah,
He was on the
100%.
press. He was on the press tour saying, "I'm Batman,"
And, like,
promoting
that-
a Spider-Man movie.
And that's a good thing for both Passon and even Kirsten Stewart, that those movies could have just defined them forever, those Twilight movies, but they both steered away, and she's like creating a good resume for herself. He's about to be Batman, and it's all in the past. And I think the good thing is the Twilight thing probably has prepared him for a lot of this mainstream press tour, things like this. And like he's trained where someone, probably like Bale, sure he was in some movies, but Batman was the first like, hey, you're the guy now. This
and
is
he knows what he's getting into also.
Yes, that's
so
the
it's-
point, yeah.
So when he like on that, I don't know, I'm sure Affleck had an idea what he was getting into also, because it's Ben Affleck.
Not
But-
exactly, but yes.
Yeah, but in that same way, like when he when he can't get out of the Batman shadow. And he was cognizant of that, I think, going because he was Edward, so he's not gonna be interviewing for a different movie in a couple years where they ask about Batman and be like, where did this come from? He gets it, like he knows
he's
exactly
been in the
what he's
machine
signing
before.
up for.
He's been in that. You're in 5 movies, you're gonna get asked the same question over again. But like even now, he did some Twitter thing where they invite some like football player to like a press screen or something. But like he's all like jolly and happy. But I'm like, oh my god, like Robert Pattinson back, like he's doing the whole machine thing where it's like you got surprises come for Batman March 4th. It's like this is weird. Like 4 years ago he was like the quiet guy who was weird at the Oscars, but now he's back to like, oh, you're 27, you know how this goes. So
well, and that just makes it even better that he's enjoying this, that like this is something that he wants to sink his teeth into, so he will legitimately enjoy talking about it. He's not going to get to Harrison Ford level, you don't think?
Oh, I can't wait for those press junkets with Pattinson.
yeah.
Well, he's going to have some fun.
Oh yeah, no, they're gonna be tons of fun. That's one of my favorite pictures though of the cast, but do their press junket, and it's Zoe Kravitz, it's him, and it's Colin Farrell, and they're all dressed in black. They're like doing like smolder looking in the camera, and then you pan over to Paul Dano. He's just like has like the nice like church boy smile. Like it's just like it's so good. And shout out to that Riddler theme that dropped this week because I am just dying for that whole soundtrack. It just
Michael Giacchino, which we established that a couple episodes ago, Travis, that Steven found this out. Michael Giacchino.
If you go to his Twitter, he tells you how to say his name. Yeah, I realized that not too long ago.
Because we were all saying it wrong.
I've been saying Giacchino forever. But I've heard it said 5 different ways. It's like how we fought about Gal Gadot. There's no T in it. Like, and people,
Yeah.
No,
that was great stuff this week.
Dude, the Riddler theme is like haunting. It like
it's creepy
you're just
as
kind of
hell.
going like, what the fuck? Like when I listened to it the first time, and I'll probably listen to it after we're done with the stream, I'm like, because I still have the fucking tab open. But I'm like, when I listened to it, and I listened to it probably about, 6 times last night, it was just like, wow. I mean, this, there's just something unique about this where it sounds like, it's creepy, of course, but it just, you wouldn't think of a Riddler theme like this. I mean, that's what I'm loving about this interpretation of the Riddler is the fact that it's like he's full of riddles, but he's the Zodiac killer, essentially. That's what I'm fucking loving about this. Some people are hating it because it's like, oh, he looks like the whatchamacallit dude from Ray's poster right there, Pulp Fiction. What do they call that guy?
The Gimp.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, well, he looks like that guy. I'm like, fuck off.
Well, Come on. Because it's not the green suit with the question marks and the bowler and the cane. It's not that. It's gatekeeping. This classic. It's like
the gatekeeping.
Whatever your classical conception of it is what you want to see.
They also don't necessarily. I mean, look at Bane. Was a change, or Scarecrow was relatively similar, but I mean, you get all these
still,
characters, and there's a reaction to the change, and then before you know it, it's the expected. It becomes part of the canon, and I'm sure we're gonna get comics where Riddler takes a look more like this.
Oh yeah,
sure.
It's gonna in the same way that Nightmare Batman look is no longer just Snyder's now. I mean, it shows up in
now it's part of the fucking comic book canon. But you know what's great about it? You know what I love about the Riddler look is he's got the jacket and the mask and everything, but he still has to put on his glasses right on top of it. It's so
one of his goons
beautiful.
needs to be like, hey, I know you can't see, but for this crime part, you should probably get some contact lenses. Imagine if those glasses fall off while you're hunting Batman. You're gonna be fucked. But yeah, it just completes the outfit.
So have we watched the clip? The funeral,
of course.
The funeral clip is.
I can't avoid it. I haven't watched all the TV spots, but I have been. It's tough.
Because Reeves is not helping because originally when that clip, I don't know what part of marketing overseas the clip was originally part of, but it was clearly part of something because it had the end, the title card at the end, in theaters March 4th, that type of deal. But it was in low res all over the place. And then earlier this week, Reeves is like, here's the 4K version. If you haven't seen it, it's like, oh,
he's
like,
the significant other sexting you and you know they're on vacation for like a month. Like, I can't do anything. You're not here for another 4 weeks. And he's like, yeah, but look at this great picture of Riddler.
Oh my
like,
God.
Okay, I guess I'm waiting for 4 months, but I got some.
I love that we haven't seen Paul Dano's full on face.
Yeah. And that's why I wonder, do you guys think it's scarred at all, or do you think they're just having fun with that? Because I feel like I'm not saying it's going to be like a big question mark, but they've just been so deliberate with it. I feel like
he's got a big question mark scar on his face.
Yeah, there's gonna be something.
So cool.
I don't know. It's just, but even then, even if it's not, it has the great mystique. As if you like, obviously everyone makes this comparison right to Seven, but if you look at Seven John Doe, they hit his face for that whole movie. But then when you get to him, there's nothing wrong with Kevin Spacey's face.
Yeah,
it makes him scarier.
Yes,
and Paul Dano. Not to disrespect him, but he can look creepy enough on his own without you having to scar his face, right?
And it's also his acting. He can portray that too. Of like, I just watched Prisoners again this week, and that's phenomenal.
God.
And I got a kick out of. It's just so weird that at one point in the movie, he's walking a dog and he's singing the Batman Smells Robin laid an egg thing. And it's just so funny. Like he's singing that, and then where we are years later, and he's about to play Riddler.
I had that same fit because I watched Prisoners for the first time a couple of months ago because I was doing this thing for my Patreon where like before Dune, I wanted to get caught up on all of Denis Villeneuve's theatrical releases, and I hadn't seen Sicario, Enemy, or Prisoners. So I watched all of those before Dune came out, and Prisoner. That was a crazy moment in Prisoner. And the other
when he's walking his dog. Yeah,
even Hugh Jackman says enough with the fucking riddles. You're just like this guy,
right?
Like he was prepping for Batman.
But then on top of that, it's like you look at that movie now, and it's like, okay, so this movie is Wolverine, Riddler, Amanda Waller,
Mysterio,
first roadie. Not second roadie. You know,
and you know
next
those
time,
fucking
baby.
kids are gonna be like Iron Man Jr. or something in the future too. You know, so at some point. But Prisoners is fantastic. People don't talk about Hugh Jackman enough in that movie either. He's such a powerhouse.
It's a hard movie to like. It's a hard watch.
Oh yeah, it's not one of those movies you just put on.
No, it's
very good, and it's one of those ones that I've seen it once, and I would love to rewatch it, but it's just so like, when do you pop that one?
Especially if you're a parent.
Did you? I was gonna say, Steve, did you see it before or after you had kids?
You know what? I don't remember. My son was either a baby or we knew he was on the way. Yeah. So I was definitely had that context that
it's difficult to watch if you're a parent. I can imagine.
This was the first time I'd watched it as a parent. It is that like every fear you think about and every situation, but that's what's so good about the movie is like every character's motivations make complete sense they set them up, but like there's 15 minutes of their normal, but they still give you enough of how they would act, and then as like they all proceed the events, it all sets up, and it's so good, and it's just such. Love that movie.
That's
so
very
much.
well constructed. Yeah, Prisoners is a very well constructed film, and
when you, right there, man.
And when you have that, I'm now remembering David Desmalch and Polka Dot Man is in that movie too for a second. Yeah, and it's like but when you assemble, because that was the other thing that blew me away when I started watching the movie. Like I knew about Jackman, I knew about Gyllenhaal, but then it's like Viola Davis, Terrence, what? Okay, and I'm like, okay, well, they're probably in the movie for 5 minutes. No, they were in the whole movie. It's like, okay, all right. And then like Melissa Leo, who's like, I already didn't like her in The Fighter, and now I really hated her in Prisoners. It's like, but like, no, it's not my favorite Villeneuve movie, and I kind of put it in the same category as like Seven and like Schindler's List, where it's like I've seen them once. And at some point I'll watch it again. I'm not in a hurry.
Yeah, you have to be in a certain mood to watch that movie.
You really
again.
do.
Unlike like Arrival, which I think is my favorite Villeneuve movie, is just because it was funny too, because when I was watching Moonfall last night, I went, God damn, I could only imagine what this could be in the right hands. And I'm like, oh man, if Denny did this, it would be so magical. We have Roland Emmerich. It's fine. It's cool. He's trying to do something here. but whatever.
Yeah, with
fine.
Denis, my favorite movie is honestly it's that kind of whatever day it is. I don't have a bullet point. Like with Nolan, I know it's like The Dark Knight, and if you say, "Okay, take out Batman," I go, "Okay, it's Inception." With Denis, it's like I can have a case for Blade Runner, I can have a case for Prisoners, I can have a case for Dune, I can have a case for Arrival. Like those are the four that kind of
I
jump
love
back.
Enemy.
Well,
I love
because
Enemy.
he's not
Enemy is
someone.
so good.
Enemy's rough for me to watch because I'm kind of arachnophobic. Anyways,
Okay, I get that.
And Nolan is similar where I'm not. I think it's fair to say, like, obviously Dark Knight and then people love Interstellar or whatever, but I think Nolan and Villeneuve and a lot of these cinema directors, with like cinema capital C, they what you get, like they don't iterate on, like they don't. It's hard to rank their movies because they don't have their movies don't fit into a list. Where like you can't line up at any. I mean, maybe like Dune and Blade Runner you could line up for Denny, or obviously like some of Nolan's you could do that also. But like when you're talking about Nolan, man, Inception is so good and Interstellar is so good, but like Prestige is like almost a perfect movie.
Film.
But how do you compare Prestige to Inception or Dunkirk? Like they're all totally. My preference on them has nothing to do with like comparing them against each other so much as just like what vibes with me the most and what day of the week it is.
It's even difficult comparing any of those to Tenet. Truthfully, like they're all very different.
Even though Inception and Tenet kind of fit in
that family
I think Tenet suffers a lot because people compare it to Tenet and they want to do the whole deconstructing it in the same way they do Tenet, but they do Inception.
Inception, right? Yeah.
But it is also totally different, like even like plot structure and etc. And I think that people like to fit things into boxes so that they can say like, oh, I put this in this box and now I can compare it to everything in the box. And then
Hollywood does that.
Yeah.
Hollywood, like that's one of the things that they told us back in film school was like when you like craft a pitch to like any of these studios, like you have to tell them what movie is your pitch going to be like,
and always pick a successful one, not a cult classic. Always pick the one that made a lot of money because they go, oh yeah, okay, I can.
Or like or Scorsese gets that a lot because he did so many gangster movies. Everyone's like, oh, he just does gangster movies, but he does so many other stuff that people just aren't familiar of. He just
Shutter Island.
Unlike
Silence. Everyone's talking about Andrew Garfield for Tick, Tick, Boom, which I love, but Andrew Garfield gave this phenomenal performance in Silence that no one even
Last Temptation.
Nobody even talks about. Nobody talks about that movie.
No, it's like Martin Scorsese made a movie that didn't even exist, and like him, Adam Driver, even Liam Neeson, like they're phenomenal at that movie, and it just it came and went, and it had its time. But when he did The Irishman, I was
and you get that from these big guys too. I mean, look at like Ridley Scott is another good example of like people know him. People think of like Blade Runner and Alien. I mean, he made those 40 years ago.
Yeah.
But you look at like his actual filmography, and even just this year, we got
Last Duel.
We got The Last Duel, and
Nobody talks about that movie. Really.
And we got and Gucci, and like how do you put those in a box? And then he did The Martian, which not only is like is different from other recent stuff he's done, but you can't even compare it to the other sci-fi he's done. It almost doesn't.
You can't.
It almost doesn't even feel like a Ridley Scott movie. I mean, the fact that like Ridley Scott did a script, Drew Goddard wrote that, right?
I think so.
Well, yeah.
I thought it was because I thought that's when Drew Goddard was just like the name in town that he was just pumping out like hit after hit, and that's when wasn't he talked about for Sinister Six too at one point? Like, oh, he's gonna be the guy.
Yeah. Drew Goddard adapted because the Martians is a
right.
Andy Weir wrote the original story.
I could be wrong. I thought his name was on it, but I mean, regardless, the fact that like even when Ridley Scott does a movie that fits into the wheelhouse of like what you would expect from Ridley Scott, it's totally doesn't. You can't put that in the same box as Prometheus, right? You can't like,
Prometheus, Alien, Blade Runner.
Even
no,
Prometheus
it doesn't fit.
and Alien Covenant are so very different, but it is a sequel to Prometheus, and it is like you got David running around and stuff like that, and it is very different, which is like that's what I love about Ridley Scott, but also it scares you because I feel like. Not that he has misses, but you never know. Like it's for me, he's not consistent as far as my quality because there's stuff I absolutely love, and then there's stuff that like Alien Covenant. I won't say I despise that movie, but I had a very not a great time watching that
and
movie.
it's also hard because
and I loved Prometheus
more so than the other directors we're talking about, where they do different things. I think what's hard for him is that he does a little bit more franchise stuff and will do, he does multiple Alien movies. And the biggest knock against like Prometheus or Alien Covenant is how do you approach it fresh or evaluate it as anything other than a component of the franchise that it's a part of. And that's a kind of a disservice to both of those movies.
And also on top of that, like, fair to him or not, it's always kind of this unwritten rule that like that became a franchise with Cameron's movie, not necessarily with his.
Right.
Because it started with Ridley's, but everybody consistently game over, man, game over. Everybody references the second one first.
I think to me, Alien Covenant was more of a studio, like, hey, you have to have the fucking xenomorph, you have to have Alien.
It was very much Ridley saying like, okay, how do I do the things that I wanted to do in a Prometheus sequel while packaging it in the movie the studio wants to be a sequel to Aliens?
Look at just the whole segment of David, and I forget the other robot's name, and this is my spoilers for the movie, but it's them having this conversation, and then they're playing a flute, and they're kissing each other. And I remember my theater, people were fucking laughing during this thing. It was not supposed to be a funny scene, but people are laughing at this, and that's where it's like, this does not fit at all as far as the trailers, this, alien adventure, you're shooting them up, you're running, but then it's like, okay, we're going to take 15 minutes for this robot to have a crisis with himself, another robot, and they just clash. And I feel like, I even feel like Gucci does that too, where it clashes with itself. I agree with everyone that Duel should be getting all the kind of
Duel
awards,
was a better movie.
Yeah,
Duel
but I agree with people
than
too,
Gucci.
where I think that's just timing, where people going back to the movies did not want to watch a sexual assault drama. That's not what they're going for.
That's the thing. It's funny too, because I talked about that with Scott before one of our Batman streams. I was like, I finally watched Last Duel because I had a Thursday where I was like, I'm going to have a Ben Affleck night. I'm going to watch Last Duel. I'm going to watch Tender Bar. Both fantastic movies. Everybody should watch the Tender Bar. It's really great.
Yeah.
But of course, when it came to Last Duel, he's not like the main character, but
take off your
man, when you watch that movie, it's like, yep, that's one of those movies that we've talked about where you go,
yep,
I don't see me watching it again anytime soon.
Yeah, well, I haven't seen it yet because I haven't it's on the list. I want to see it, but I'm not necessarily.
It's weird because the subject matter is feels like such a barrier, and then it turned out that the hardest thing to watch in the movie, not that the assault stuff was a cakewalk by any stretch, but I think it's handled well in terms of presentation and the way it's directed, but also it's not the hardest pill to swallow of what's in there. There's other stuff that is presented that is way harder to kind of grapple with.
The main thing of why this whole story exists is the hardest pill to swallow, but everything else kind of goes oh, okay, cool. And I like the structure of the story. You're seeing different perspectives of the different characters.
Great, yeah.
It's really great, how he structures the story.
And it's not even big spoilers, just the way they frame Driver's story compared to her story, and it's just such a good dynamic there. But it's,
and then you got Matt Damon's story, and it's just it's really great. I always love that. That's I always say when Tarantino likes to do that a lot. I mean, when you watch Jackie Brown, which is his underrated fucking movie, when you see the final act and how that all plays out, you get the different perspectives from this whole little heist thing that's happening.
Yeah. Or Reservoir Dogs.
Reservoir Dogs, same thing.
Reservoir Dogs is very but Reservoir Dogs still gets way more respect than Jackie Brown does, which is a crime because Jackie Brown is and what he's taught because I guess technically it is a heist, but it's a heist plus a con.
Yeah,
at the same time in the whole mall switch out thing, but yeah.
Well, and the last thing I was just gonna say with The Last Duel too is just I feel like it's the same way I am with any movie that pitches about it's gonna be about COVID or it's gonna be about this. I'm not really interested in it, and I feel like especially these last few years, when Me Too happened, that's been so much in the media, and that topic rightly so should be talked about. But I think that also has a lot of people going, I hear about it so much. I don't know if I want to take 2.5 hours of this topic that is heavy. I do have to deal with it. And I just think it's more people that I'd love to see streaming number stuff because I feel like that is that quintessential. I'll watch it at home movie. I'll watch it at home. I'll wait for it.
There's definitely a sentiment of people, especially within the last couple of years, looking to movies for pure escapism more than and they don't
more than
really,
ever now.
Well, I mean, it was already bad enough. I mean, if you want to get back to like the Snyder stuff, this whole idea of I don't want to see real life depicted in my movies. I just want to see my superheroes blow shit up with heat vision and fly with capes,
and then not question whether or not they should have used their heat vision or blown stuff up in the first place. Yeah,
right, exactly, exactly. Yeah.
Speaking of being on an Affleck kick, because I also watched Last Duel and then Tender Bar, and then I wrote a piece where I broke down every single Rotten Tomatoes score of his acting appearances, and it highlighted a bunch of stuff of his that I'd never seen, and also because he had these huge, like, really rough dry spots where it's like, oh man, I can understand why his life is in like these swings, but as a result, ended up.
You wrote about surviving Christmas?
I mean, it was referenced, but
I was like, did you finally watch Reindeer Games?
No, it's hey, no shit on Reindeer Games, man.
Changing lanes.
Changing lanes.
Oh, yeah, with Sam Jack.
Yeah,
yes.
Man, that movie goes hard. Like,
yes, it does.
Changing lanes is good.
Yeah,
and then also, didn't he play a Jack Ryan, right?
Yeah, he did.
Yes, the sum of all fears. Him and Morgan Freeman.
Yep. Yes. Yeah, he played a Jack Ryan at one point too. Yeah, everybody forgets about that. He's like, yeah, he once played Jack Ryan at one point. I was like, oh yeah. What was that movie called? I can't remember.
Sum of All Fears.
Sum of All Fears. There it is.
Sum of All Fears.
Thank you. Yeah, Affleck had a pretty prolific career.
It's insane. He's been in 50. He's performed in 50 movies. And he's averaging like about 3 what was it, or about almost 2 movies a year, more than 2 movies a year for his whole career. But from like 2000 until like 2010, he was in literally for like 7 years in a row. He was in 3 movies every year, and never cracked over like 58%.
What was the first Affleck movie you saw?
Armageddon.
Yep, that was mine too.
Mine was Mallrats. Mine was Mallrats.
Okay.
I didn't see Mallrats until I did my Kevin Smith binge in 2020.
Yeah, same. I saw Chasing Amy before I saw Mallrats.
But then again, like I was telling John when we were one-on-one, technically it was Buffy the Vampire Slayer because he does have a role as a basketball player in high school in that movie. So I would say technically it was that movie.
It's actually crazy with it's not Chasing Amy, it's what's the one where he's got the daughter? Jersey Girl.
Jersey Girl, yeah. Underrated movie, by the way.
It's very good, but what's insane to me is seeing how much he's grown and matured as a performer. Part of which is that his average, I saw in the breakdown that I did, increased significantly once he started directing. That he became a better actor when he started directing. But then you watch an emotional scene in Chasing Amy, but also like when he's crying, he has a scene where he like has a monologue and he cries in Jersey Girl, and compare that to like The Way Back, and it's like, wow, I can't believe this is even the same guy. In like the emotion. I think part of it's the writing. Kevin Smith is a great writer, but I don't know if he's great for like an emotional monologue compared to.
He's like, great for dick jokes and
the directing thing is really intriguing though, because like I remember when The Town first came out and like you look at the trailers, it's like, okay, this looks like it could be good, but it's Affleck. How good of a crime heist movie could this really be? And then you watch it and you're like, son of a bitch.
I think it's better than Argo, to be honest. Argo is also fantastic, but I think The Town.
I think The Town's better. Yes,
that's his best movie.
Yeah, The Town is great. I think Argo is more Academy friendly. Just
because
absolutely.
Yeah, it's got that prestige.
Yeah, I'm excited that I hope he gets back to like I want him to do another one soon. You know, like obviously
that was the most. I'm okay with him moving away from franchise stuff, but him saying that he's like not interested
Not
in
down to direct, right?
he's gonna take a break from directing until his kids are out of college. I'm like, I hope he does something small that he can shoot.
Yeah.
You know, like
Yeah.
I don't want to, or even just writing. I mean, he's got stuff. He's attached to
Well, Last
so-
Duel.
He wrote Last Duel. Yeah.
yeah, but he
with
was also
Metcalf.
he had a what was it was it The Last Juror, or it was like a Grisham, or it was like a Grisham type title that he was announced to direct.
He was, because it was for Disney, wasn't
Or
it?
that McDonald's movie.
Yeah.
Oh, right. Yeah.
But yeah, no, I didn't hear about that kids in college quote. That sucks. But also,
Does anybody else like Live by Night? Because I
Yes,
like.
I
like
tried-
it.
I liked it enough.
I
Yeah.
tried to rewatch it recently because I'm on the Affleck kick, and there's a lot to like about it, but it just doesn't quite the whole
It's
movie.
just missing something that the
It's not
first
perfect.
movie-
There's
like,
something
it's-
that it just I
Visually, it's his most ambitious for sure.
yeah.
I think Ben Affleck in a fedora to me kind of defines the movie, where it's like there's just something not
Yeah.
quite.
I wonder if it would have been
Like-
better if he wasn't in that
And-
role.
and-
you
and
know,
it's-
Like,
and
I
it-
think
it's-
so.
And it's
kind of like
Who
Good
acted
Baby
in it?
Gone. It worked
And-
that Casey was in that role versus him.
Yeah.
and it's unfortunate that that hair, that's the same hair he had in the damn reshoots.
Yeah.
So because he had just finished it. But you know who was really good in that movie though? Chris Messina. Really like Chris Messina in Live
Oh,
by
yeah.
Night.
Oh, he's always good. He's always good.
Well, it's funny. The first thing I saw him in was The Newsroom, and have you seen The Newsroom, Dave?
Yeah, I've seen The Newsroom.
So
yeah.
like I love how his character in the first season you hate him, in the second season you tolerate him, and in the third season you like him. It's like a really weird thing that his character does throughout the three seasons of the show.
Good character development right there. That's for
Yeah.
damn sure. Now he's always been like I think the first time I saw him, wasn't he also in The Town? Was he the cop? Was he one of the cops? No.
I don't think
that,
so.
That was him. That was him.
That
What
sounds-
fucking movie was he a cop in? Damn it, I can't remember.
What
He was a
movie
cop
he
in
cop
some
in?
kind of movie.
Huh.
He was a cop in some kind of movie. If somebody IMDb's it, but I was like, he was a cop somewhere. I
That's what
saw
I'm
it.
looking at right now.
He had to be. I could have
You're not
swore.
thinking
He,
House of Cards when he was like the bodyguard for Frank,
Birds of
are
Prey?
you? Birds.
yeah, no, he was.
Zaz.
Yeah, of
He
course,
was-
he was Zaz. We know he was
he
Zaz.
was
I know
Zaz,
that.
right.
He
Yeah.
wasn't. He wasn't Argo. He was.
He wasn't Argo. I know that, but I thought he was
Yeah.
a cop. He was a cop in some fucking movie. Was he an accountant? No,
I
he
still,
wasn't
look like
I
it,
still
no.
haven't seen The Accountant.
What?
I still have not seen it.
They
Oh,
play it on
you gotta see
TNT
it.
like every fucking week.
Yeah, but who wants to watch it edited?
No, I.
Did
know,
you watch
honestly.
Sharp Objects, Dave?
No, I did not.
He was a detective in that.
Oh, there you
God
go.
damn it!
Was that the Amy Adams show?
There was a movie
Yeah.
that he was a cop, and I'm
Devil,
like,
where they're stuck in the elevator.
okay, Devil. I remember Devil. Yeah, that was a good movie because
The
that
movie
was
when
M.
everyone
Night
hated Shyamalan at
produced.
that point and
He was
everything.
M. Night Shyamalan produced that. He didn't like.
Yeah, he
make
did,
it.
but it was just I can't remember what it was. There was some urban Hollywood myth of like the first. It was shown during some big movie, and his name popped up, and like the entire crowd like booed and stuff. And it was like it was some article where it was like written at the height of like.
You know what?
Shyamalan
It probably
being-
was Devil. I think it was Devil. To be honest, that was the fun. Yeah. Oh, he was in Palo Alto, man. No.
Oh
I
man,
think
he was in
Devil.
Rounders.
What?
Rounders.
Who was he in Rounders?
Fuck
He's been
yeah.
around for a long time. and it's, you know,
Higgins.
Higgin? I don't even know who that is.
that's
in
his
the movie.
first credit too.
It's
You
just
know
funny
what?
that
Yeah,
that
it
he's
was-
done
it was
so much
Devil.
work with Affleck when he. I wonder if that was the connection. Was
Oh, was
Yeah.
was Damon?
yeah.
Dude, he was in You've Got Mail.
Yeah, as Fox.
Yeah, but, like, No, it was Devil. It was Devil. He was the main dude, and he was like one of the main dudes in Devil. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what it was. But what didn't he? Yeah, Detective Bowden. That's what. Yeah.
there
Okay,
you
there it is.
go.
Devil.
Okay.
Who would have
That's what it
thought
was.
Devil would have came up tonight? 4.5 hours in, we're talking about the M. Night Shyamalan produced Devil.
I was gonna say 4.5 hours in. I was gonna try to. I know I did the Affleck pivot already, but when we were talking about like Ridley Scott, actually no, back when we were talking about Matt Reeves, there's multiple times I was gonna pivot into this that I feel like we have to talk about it before it ends. And so I'm just gonna forget the creative segue. There's multiple places I could have done it. Fill in the blank. Zack Snyder is directing part 1 and 2 of
Oh, yeah.
of
Right.
Rebel Moon back to back.
Yeah.
Fuck yeah.
That's awesome.
Why is okay? But here's the thing. Why is are people surprised that Netflix would okay that?
Nope.
No, I think that it was kind of under the radar. My understanding was that it was I don't know if it was intended to be a surprise or what, 'cause it kind of came out like through Production Weekly. But I know it was something. It was one of those things they were kind of.
We heard about the production schedule beforehand, and it was like, oh yeah, it's going to be like April to November, and I think a lot of us kind of went, is that one movie? I mean, even though it's Zack Snyder, I don't know if that's one movie.
April to November is a long. That's a long shoot.
It's a long shoot.
So, but yeah,
and so if he's doing, so it also makes me wonder if he's then going to do like Planet of the Dead and Army of the Dead 3 back to, because like if Netflix is okay with him doing this production schedule, I know he'd prefer it, and this means that we're going to get like 3 movies from him in the next 3 years. And
we're gonna get a lot of Zack Snyder's.
I mean, did you see the thing? What was it? It was either today or yesterday. The sizzle reel that Netflix just put out for all their movies for this year.
Yeah.
It's like their talent investment is just like they're doubling down.
It's massive.
They're
they
doubling
got
way down.
Roster there.
Yeah, exactly. Well, and with someone like Snyder, also the type of movies that he's going to provide them, I don't think it was much of an ask really for him to just say, "Hey, look, let me shoot these both back to back." And they're like, "Oh, if we can guarantee we have a Zack Snyder movie on our library every year, yeah, sure. Like we will take that."
It's better for them. Like costs all around. Just like it's one of these things. If they have already talked to Zack, and let's say the idea was, "Hey, I want to do Rebel Moon 1 and 2," and they're like, "Great," and then he was like, "Okay, could we do it back to back?" Why are they? I don't know. Like if they're already committing to it, and they've already committed to a lot of other things he's done. And that's great. I'm waiting for. I want to. Not that I'm expecting big stars or anything, but I'm excited to see the rest of the cast fill out and whatnot.
Yeah,
I know
we're all excited to see that.
Yeah, I know that Sophia's like going to be the main anchor and everything like that, but I'm still excited to see who kind of comes around and stuff like that. Like my legacy, I still want Snyder to work with Jackie Earle Haley again. That's like my dream. That I hope he finds a role. Like I love that pairing, but no, I'm really excited to see what happens there. And yeah, he's got a lot of content coming out. Netflix is happy to do it, and they put out that sizzle reel because they gotta show off the goods, you know. Because they even said in their last like quarterly earnings that they didn't. Right, that was the big thing. That was like stock tumbles because they didn't hit their goal. It's like they're gonna be fine, even though they're trillions of dollars. That they're gonna be fine.
Well, they raised their prices, of course they are.
Yeah, exactly. They're gonna be fine, but they still want to show off. Like, hey, this is a reason you should be with us.
I meant to buy stock when it because I saw
somebody. You and I were talking about that
because I saw a thread on Twitter and someone was like, "Oh, I'm concerned because now what people don't realize about everything going to streaming instead of cable is that if these companies fold because this revenue model is still new, then the content disappears, and then instead of having streaming versus cable, we have nothing." It's like that economically. That's so. As long as people want to watch content and are willing to pay for it, and there's people that want to make content, there will be a platform via which people can make content to sell to people.
Right.
Like, that's not going away. Even like theaters could burn down and streaming could disappear. And as long as people want to watch content, they will find a way to deliver content to people for money.
and it was like we got our notification that Netflix has gone up. It's like I think it's $19.99 now, right? But seriously, like that's just millions of people going, son of a bitch, type in the credit card number.
Yeah.
Like they
don't even have to type it in. It's just updates it.
No, like, all right, fine.
Right.
Here we have it.
My point is, there weren't like a million cancellations. People are just like, well, fuck
I'm sure there was like a small percentage that maybe did, but
maybe.
But
they'll be
not enough to.
Back.
No. Not enough to affect it. No.
Oh, and Travis is right. They'll be back. All it takes is one of their 10 annual hits that they put out, like the show that no one's heard of that all of a sudden dominates.
And then they're gonna have a Star Wars. They're gonna have their own Star Wars with Zack Snyder.
I think it's interesting that look at Star Wars theatrically, the only Star Wars movies that ended up getting made under Disney were the movies that were already in development when George Lucas, like he left and they had like Rogue One had been discussed. They had like treatments for Solo, and he had like an outline with treatments for 7, 8, which they drastically, they went away from that. But But that was like when he left, he was like, "Look, we've got these ideas," and then that's what they made, and they're like, we don't know. Let's do the greatest hits on Disney Plus."
It's so
and now
crazy
Rebel
how-
Moon is being, Rebel Moon is being made. That's the other one that he was working on with Snyder. Like that's I don't know what else may have been undercover that was in the works, but that's that's all of the like the last gasps of Lucas are like spent.
To me, it's like I agree because like Gray, we've talked about this before, like Star Wars being great on TV, and I agree there is like a reason that, but I still want Star Wars movies, and I'm just so shocked. You look at the slate we have this year for like Marvel and DC, all these films coming out, like we're just so lucky. And Star Wars, it's like there's not even a peep. Not like there might be pre-production, but nothing's gearing up this year. Nothing's getting ready. Taika keeps saying, "Yeah, I'm gonna direct something." You know, everyone keeps saying, "Yeah, I'm gonna get to it. I'm gonna get to it." It's just,
And I look at the way they handle creators on their movies in general. None of those are sure bets.
There's been very rare good all the way through start to finish, no problems, and it's just weird. It's weird that they have this massive for a company that loves money and has always like said, "Oh, you're a super greedy company trying to get as much money." The fact that they're not even trying to pump out anything right now is fascinating. It's fascinating.
And I have, as much as I have defended Kathleen Kennedy and like Lucasfilm especially from the nerd QAnon assholes, but like that that consistently think she's getting fired every day. But like, as much as I defend them, they got issues. Sure, they have issues. I can point to what happened to Rogue One. I can point to what happened to Solo. They have issues, right? That's not even counting the sequel trilogy. So no, they're in this weird place where it's like, it wasn't like any of the sequel trilogy lost money. However, they're getting more buzz on Disney Plus. So they're kind of in this holding pattern where they're like, okay, well, we don't have to worry about, the fandom menace attacking us for throwing all the stuff that they love into these shows, even though it completely misrepresents the structure of the show, and they should have titled it something fucking different, but whatever. Like, they're in that. It's almost like they're kicking the movie can down the road and just leaning so heavily into streaming because of how polarizing the sequel trilogy and
not just that, but I think there's something interesting if you look at the difference from what Disney purchased from Lucas was not what Lucas had built.
Nope.
Right? They bought the rights to what Lucas had built. But you look at like George Lucas made 6 Star Wars movies, and then obviously like the merchandising rights that he had for that is like legendary. He invented the like cinema merchandise market in a lot of ways. I'm sure that someone would disagree with the nuances of that statement, but what he did with those movies was sure they sold toys, but like they and in many ways were engineered to sell toys, but like that wasn't actually their core like purpose. They were still like cinematic, and it's debate is in the air as to whether or not like the ring theory thing entirely holds true with if that was what he did intentionally when he constructed them. But I think one of the most interesting things about the sequel trilogy to me that was really frustrating was that it clearly was not whether Lucas did it intentionally or not. Ring theory worked with those 6 movies, and then it was not something that worked that stayed true through the same pattern does not apply to the sequel trilogy in a way that like the prequels were so different from the original trilogy, but there's these motifs in the music and the visuals and the whatever that stays true, and then the sequels were very similar in it didn't break expectations or aesthetics or approach in the same way that the prequels did. And while at the time the prequels were divisive, you see as a whole 20 years later people are like, oh, actually this is kind of these eras make sense. And then what Disney did was they came in and they immediately went to that greatest hits, kind of throw Star Wars in a blender, and they were when people talk about how do you capture the magic of Star Wars, that's always a thing people talk about. And Disney was very focused on how do we capture the magic of Star Wars, whereas George Lucas was never trying to capture the magic of Star Wars. He was always making the magic.
He was telling a story.
Exactly. And so he didn't go to write episode 1 and think, how do I recapture that? He was just telling a different story, and it happened to because it imbued his love of cinema and his love of like the pulp movies of the era that he was emulating, and then John Williams and all of that brought it together. It had the magic in it, and so I think that kind of what Disney found out by the end, by the time you got to like, how do you make the third movie of a trilogy that is already already a send up to another trilogy of movies? Like, you get to the movie that's supposed to be like, you look at Return of the Jedi, and that movie, while it's pretty different from A New Hope and Empire Strikes Back, it has the most callbacks of all of them, right? It references, it iterates on all of the things that happen in those movies. And then you get The Force Awakens, which iterates on heavily on the other movies. Then you get The Last Jedi, which it's pretty unique, but also really leans on those Star Wars motifs. And then you get to like The Rise of Skywalker, and it's like, okay, so now we're going to wrap up the movies that were wrapping up the movies that like, and you just kind of get into the reference, the member berries fest of just, well, let's just highlight all these things that people like about Star Wars. And then after that, they're like, okay, so now we don't even know what to do, because the thing that worked at first of Chewie, we're home, that let's make fans happy by giving them this.
Oh, that was such a good scene, though.
Like, but you did that, and then now, like, you can't just do that. You can't just say, "Dude, Chewie, we're home."
How do you replicate
over and over and over and over again?
It over and over again.
And the diminishing returns is like the Rise of Skywalker is the end result of the diminishing returns of that approach. And so then what do you do next? Especially when you're like afraid of Solo, and like what happened with Alden Ehrenreich there, and moving forward. Whereas then on TV, though, you can get away with that kind of. Also, Mandalorian started off, way different, but you don't kind of get the blowback of people comparing it cinematically to, like, for example, if they were to make these as movies, and like if the Mandalorian were to be a movie and they were to put it up next to the other ones, I don't think it would. It's great TV in a lot of ways, but I don't think it would be appraised very well cinematically speaking, because it is way more focused on these Star Wars tropes that I don't think the tropes on their own sustain the movies.
Right.
But on the TV show, because it doesn't have the same burden of expectation.
Yeah.
Like on the TV show, it's like you're sitting in your living room watching it, and you can be like, "Oh, that's awesome! That's a Star Wars thing. I love that." Right. And in the movie, you do that, and then you're like, "But what? Where's the bang for my buck?"
I just paid my $14.50. What am I doing? What are we doing for like that 2.5 hours? Yeah, totally.
Yeah, I mean, I on a Wednesday morning, I can pop on the Book of Boba Fett and be like, "Oh, it's not Yoda, it's not Boba Fett, it's not Luke." And
he's probably in the thumbnail though.
Yeah. But yeah, and you get that whole, it's like, oh, this is what I love about this franchise. And that same approach doesn't work cinematically. And if that's what Disney is good at and what they want from these franchises, and I very much understand where they're like, you know what, we can't do this cinematically, because what you need, Rebel Moon, we'll see what he does with that, but I think Rebel Moon is very much the approach that Star Wars should be taking, and not because it's like Zack Snyder, but just because it's this, let's do something, let's break outside the mold, let's be George Lucas and not give you the Anakin origin story that's like, oh, here's all the Star Wars stuff you love. It's literally no Millennium Falcon, no X-Wings, no Death Star, no Empire. Even the Jedi that you thought you were going to get is not what you're getting, and not in a way that is like undermining the franchise. But when it all comes together, you're like, oh wow, this all fits, even though I didn't see it like in the moment, and it has that lasting impact.
Yeah, and I think that's why myself and everyone's uncle is always like, Star Wars needs to do Old Republic, right? Like, it's 20,000 years away. We wouldn't get any of that. But again, like you said, I don't know if they really want to do that with the movies, even though you can make, like, I just feel like there has to be some executive pitching, like, hey, 4 out of the 5 movies we made were $1 billion. Rise of Skywalker did have diminishing returns, but you are going to get an error of kid that grew up with that Rey is their favorite character, that Finn's their favorite character. And there's good, I think that's the part, even if they don't do it on Disney Plus, I feel like they're always leaving money on the table, because there is still a fan base for whatever you feel those movies that loves these characters that are okay. This is my generation, or just even would like same thing. I honestly I really love Force Awakens. The other movies are mixed for me, but I would love it if we got like a Finn series or something like that. But it feels like they kind of they got to that end point. Like okay, here's the trilogy and we're done. And I hope to see Star Wars on the big screen again because I love seeing the opening credits. I love the music. I love that feel of it. But again, I don't know. Every time we start up, we pull back,
Right. Well, what do you do if you do episode 10? Or...
That's what I would love. Like to me, they probably wouldn't because like you're talking about, but that would be the most freeing of okay, you have Rey 10 years in the future, and there's all these problems, but there has nothing to do with the Palpatine, nothing to do with the Vader. Completely gone, kind of what the EU did with Luke Skywalker. Now, eventually, of course, you got like Palpatine back and you got people, but like when they introduced Thrawn, they're like, here's this new villain and he's going to take our heroes in a different direction and here's the conflict. That's what I would love. As much as I love Kylo Ren, we don't need another villain that's the grandson of this person. But I don't know if they would do that.
The scary question is what's more likely for them to do episode 10 where they have to break new ground and be like, okay, we can't make this trilogy about being a send up of the other one, or do you remake? Do you start from scratch and just do like a modern and New Hope?
The latter.
I think you do 10.
The latter.
Yeah.
What will Disney do?
No, when he's asking what is more likely, the
WWDD.
The latter is more likely. I mean,
I think we'd get like Star Wars restarted and here's a New Hope again.
I would
prefer what you're saying in terms of like an episode 10 and break new ground. Absolutely, but Hollywood's history suggests otherwise.
Nope. They want nostalgia.
For me it's tough because Star Wars paints them in this box of everything's canon, and I don't think they should have done that with the comics. And there's pros to it, but there's also cons to it, and that's where I feel like they might keep it going for a while. Where because if you reboot and you started a New Hope and we're doing that again, what happens to Clone Wars? What happens to Boba Fett? Do you have to stop those right now? Because we have a new Han, we got a new Luke.
Well, you just mentioned Thrawn, and it's worth noting that Thrawn is absolutely canon within Star, and not from the novels in the EU, but from Rebels and the one mention from my favorite episode of season 2 of The Mandalorian, The Jedi, where Ahsoka flat out asks Morgan Elsbeth, where is Grand Admiral Thrawn? Which means, and this, glad I get to pivot back to this, Stephen, because you brought this up earlier when you were talking about the idea of doing a far out series where they're looking for Ezra. Well, that's what Ahsoka and Sabine should be doing in her show.
Right. That's what I'm hoping for. It's hard with my cynicism of their approach to not like look at Obi-Wan and Ahsoka and be like, oh, are those just gonna be like, oh, and turns out CGI Luke joins them going out into the Outer Rim, or like,
well, I'm somebody like I get that everyone's excited, but for me, when they announced Hayden Christensen / Vader coming back, that was the biggest like nut shot to me, because I'm somebody that I like the idea of the very last time they saw each other was Mustafar, and you have all that history, and I guarantee you, in my opinion, George didn't write it that way, like, oh, and they also did fight one more time in the middle. So for me, I wanted a Logan, Obi-Wan just on Tatooine, dealing with his personal problems, dealing with the things going on, maybe talking to a young Luke. But now we got to go for one more adventure to fight Vader one more time. Even the artwork they showed for the show is them fighting on like another fiery like situation. Just like, we don't need this. This is just, but again, does that sell subscriptions? And it does. Obi-Wan versus Vader again, one more time. HD, Hayden Christensen back.
Now, if they, because that was another thing that came out today was, rumor that show may premiere in May.
What date is that gonna fucking premiere on?
If it's a Wednesday, like that day is a Wednesday this year. That is Disney Plus's day. As far as that goes, so yeah, if they don't do that, that is the most egregiously missed opportunity on Earth.
Well, it could be that, or it could be the 17th. When's the anniversary of A New Hope?
Oh, that is the 17th. Yes,
25th.
25th.
How can you miss May the 4th?
It's got to be.
But the only thing you got to think of,
because May 25th is the real May the 4th.
Oh.
Well,
They've-
yes.
They've never had a Marvel and Star Wars show overlap, and if they do, they have to have Moon Knight have 2 episodes because its finale would be on May 4th. It's 6
Well.
episodes, so either Moon Knight's gonna have to go 2, or if it doesn't, you're gonna have a Moon Knight and Obi-Wan, which I think they really want to avoid.
Probably
they don't.
not. They're probably not going to
so-
do that. So, all right then. Well, then that's not going to happen. Yeah. Dang it. But,
I mean, it would be the anniversary of the first appearance of Obi-Wan if it's on the 25th. So
And I think people are also
okay.
saying it's
That's
like,
true.
yeah,
Okay.
I can't remember when Star Wars Celebration is too. People were saying like, oh, they might hold it for after that because you can do a big push and stuff, which I'll look up. But I think it's
Yeah, when
is
somewhere
Celebration?
in
I bet
May.
we get a trailer for that next week.
Yeah,
At
we're
the
probably
end
gonna
of-
get a trailer
at the
for
end of
Kenobi
Book
soon,
of Boba
right?
Fett, because we haven't seen it. Yeah,
you would think so.
Oh yeah, because
Yeah.
it's the finale, right?
yeah.
Yes, next week is
Yeah.
finale,
Yeah,
yes.
Celebration is May 26th to 29th. So if that would really work
What are
either,
the
so-
odds? No, well, we
No,
can't.
because it would be. I don't know what it'd be. May 31st is probably.
Are
May
we gonna have a
31st would be like a
Kenobi
Tuesday.
Force Ghost that shows up in the last episode? Who knows?
Steven, it's not just to it's not that I don't completely understand your cynicism. I do. I 100% understand it. It's just I have that cynicism in a different place.
Yeah, I get it. We get it.
That's really all it is. So because it's like
Yeah.
because I really just wish they'd have structured that damn show better than tell us up front that this was the direction you were going to go in.
Well, it betrays what they really want to do versus what they want you to think they're doing.
Right.
Sounds
and,
about
and
right,
that's kind of where I start to apply these other in the same way, like, oh, they want you to react as if they're giving you Luke and Ahsoka content, but like really what's actually there is just a reference to something that we don't actually have yet. And maybe we'll get that. I'd love it if we get that, but we don't have it yet. We just have a teaser of something that we might get one day. But we got that with the Book of Boba Fett too. At the end of season 2 of Mando, we got a teaser for a Boba Fett show that we didn't get that version of the Boba Fett show. And so it's really hard then eventually to be like, oh, so now they're teasing something that I want, but every time they do that, when I actually, it's like I said, they're making movies out of post-credit scenes instead of actually making movies or shows or whatever. And
I will be 110% on that cynicism train with you if they do this to Ahsoka. I will not be happy if they do this to Ahsoka.
We're gonna see, man. All right, before we wrap it up here, who we got? Bengals or Rams?
Oh,
Travis.
you know, we have another week, right, Dave?
I know, but still,
He's that tired. Oh, Sunday. Yeah, I'm going.
I know it's not this Sunday, but I'm just saying.
I'm going Rams. I think Bengals are a great team, but I also think they have like a lot of luck working for the direction, and I think Stafford's gonna get his moment. I think it's been working hard. So I think Rams in a pretty close game.
I knew this was gonna bother fucking Ray. Sorry,
but I could see near the end of the game Rams really like kind of running away with it, like winning by like a couple touchdowns here. So I'm going Rams. All I hope though is a good game. I don't want like last year where it's a 13-3. Like I want just obviously it's not going to be Bills.
I mean, we've had some good football.
Oh yeah, Bills versus Chiefs is arguably the greatest football game of all time.
I'm telling you right now, the Super Bowl will not live up to the last 2 weeks of playoffs that we've had. It
probably
will
not.
There's no way.
I'm going Rams for my pick who I think will win and want to win, but I don't really have a horse in the race. It's over,
Okay. Oh, Ray, you go last. Steven?
I am very tuned out on football, but I think that
you've got a new head coach though.
I couldn't even tell you his name.
Got a new defensive coordinator that'll help figure out how Justin Fields is going to run the ball.
I think that of the teams, the one that I have more familiarity with and connection to is the Rams, and also I think that like second half of the Super Bowl, Stafford is something that could be very electric to watch. Like who knows how it'll go, but like if it comes down to the line, I'm very curious to see that guy try to. The things he's done in tight situations have been, in prime time. Oh yeah, in prime time, if you give it to Stafford and say make something happen.
Both of you shut the fuck up.
He's a franchise builder. He's a guy you don't trade away.
Yeah.
Okay, Dave, you know what you've done, right? Because this is the NFC. This is 3/4 of the NFC North here, right? Packers, Bears, fucking Lions. So,
all right, go ahead, Ray. I mean, okay, I'll say mine. I'm rooting for the Bengals.
Ooh.
I am, even though that my dad would probably be like, "What?" because he's a diehard Rams fan. But I'm just kind of, for some reason, there's just something about, I love Burrow and the fact that he's second year in the league, right?
Year.
Hot shit.
Yeah, and I just kind of like that, but at the same time, I'm just kind of going, well, it's Stafford
And Cup.
Stafford deserves it too. So go ahead, Ray.
Okay, all right. So the funny thing about this, Dave, is I've been watching the playoffs very sadomasochistically rooting for the Rams because I hate the Ford family. The Ford family is awful, and this just makes them look even worse. And of course, it's totally fucked up our draft position. We had a draft pick in the first round from the Rams that at one point was 18, and now it's going to be no lower than 31st. Fucking whatever. But at any rate, my head says the Rams because dude, out Stafford aside, this is what you traded for Von Miller for. This is what you have Jalen Ramsey, and you assembled a team to win now. So go ahead and get it done, in spite of your head coach, who's a fucking idiot and tried to lose last week. Like how do you waste 2 fucking timeouts?
I know
in the second head.
Coaches and timeouts have been really a fucking thing.
So like my head says the Rams, my heart says the Bengals. I can actually root for Joe Burrow because he left Ohio State. He's an LSU quarterback. Don't let any fucking Buckeyes tell you that he's a Buckeye quarterback. He's not. He left Ohio State and was saved by LSU. But I just have this feeling because it's his second year and because of how insane he's been this season, I have this sneaking hunch that, and I hate saying like the player is like the next so-and-so, but he just seems like he's going to be the next it guy that picks up where Brady left off as far as like winning titles. And it just would not surprise me if in his second year in the league, he wins now. And it's like, son of a bitch, this dude really is. Because that's like Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase are like the 2 best draft picks the Bengals have ever had in their franchise history. Seriously, like that's insane what they have going for them going forward. So head says Rams, heart says Bengals. If you ask me to put money on it, I'll say the Rams. And yes, it's gonna fucking hurt because we had the dude for 12 fucking years.
That's the thing, man.
Couldn't beat either one of their teams.
2 years to 12 years.
Could not beat either one of their fucking teams with Matthew Stafford. His first fucking
and we couldn't
year.
beat anybody else's team. So,
right.
I mean, that's even worse.
His first, I mean, not 2 years down the road, not 5, his first fucking year
with
away from the Lions. He's in the fucking Super Bowl.
Well, just wait for him to win and see what he says in the post game.
Oh God. Okay, if they do win, Ray, I mean, we'll talk about this.
Dude, they're gonna talk. The announcers are gonna talk about this all game too. They're gonna be like, Stafford in his first appearance in the Super Bowl once he gets away from the Lions.
Oh, it's gonna be so bad.
Where was this Stafford for the past decade?
Dude,
I will reach out to you and be like,
they're just gonna act like he didn't have a career before he went to the Rams. Like
that's what it's gonna be.
He was in purgatory. Like we just live in. Like I know it's fucking 5 degrees here right now, but it's not actually Siberia up here. But Jesus.
Nice.
Yeah.
Oh, well, there it is, folks. And I think it's a good spot to wrap it up. 5 hours in. And I want to thank, of course, John Rocha for joining us and spending some time with us. That guy is a good dude. Hopefully he can join us again. And we're just going to go around the horn and promote, plug, whatever the hell. Go ahead, Travis. You first.
Well, you can catch me on Geek First, not Geek Nation, Dave, as you introduced me, you bastard.
Oh, did I say Geek Nation?
Oh,
you know why? Because
that
of
was a
Outlaw
good guess.
Nation.
I didn't say. Yeah, I know.
That's what was in my brain. I'm sorry.
Yeah, whatever, Dave. Whatever. But at Travis B. Snell, find me there, and we got Geek First probably podcasts about. In February, we got 25 podcasts coming out, so almost one a day, and we got busy stuff going on. So we got a few months, and I'm just counting down the days of the Batman. Very excited, and don't delay this movie. You'll crush my soul. That's all.
Exactly.
But thanks as always for having me on. Good to talk to you, Ray. Good to talk to you, Steven. Good to talk to you, Dave. It's a fun night.
Yeah. No wonder you've been looking green all night. You've been hiding that Hulk because it was like I called it Geek Nation. Sorry.
100%. I was waiting. I was going to just flip while Rocha was on and stuff like that. But no, I was like, oh, I'll play it cool.
I apologize. I had Nation in my brain. All right, Mr. Ray.
At the Flightcast on Twitter. You can find my weekly podcast on my blog at theflightcast.com. I've also got Monday Morning Sports Ball, which, yes, I will be talking because there's a bunch of other NFL. There's a bunch of NFL shit that's happening and happened like in the offseason, including the retirement of Tom Brady, which was unofficial for 2 days and then was made official like shortly afterwards. And of course, I'm still in Squadcast Media. I co-host Fans Without Borders with Brent, and I have resurrected DCTV Squadcast. I'm in the middle of a current DCTV binge. All I will say is that it is an HBO Max live action series. I'm currently binging, and that I will be reviewing it. I was behind on all of them by at least a season. I'm currently binging it now, and I will record an episode for that for Sunday. So I'll have some strong thoughts on this particular live action DCTV series. But yeah, that's what I've got going on right now.
All right, Steven.
Awesome. I'm Steven Colbert. You can find me on the social medias at SM Colbert, and you can find my writing at screenrant.com. And you can also find my podcast with Andrew Dice at snyderminute.com. We've got episode 0 or 1, I'm not sure what we're titling it yet, but of our Rebel Moon by the Minute podcast is up. It's either live, I think it's live for Patreons, and it's on our BVS by the Minute feed right now. I don't know. We'll have a dedicated feed for it soon. But that's just kind of an introduction, breakdown. I actually dropped some info in there about my thoughts on the budget using some Hollywood math and some tips that I got, and some casting thoughts. Then we've also got BVS by the Minute has new episodes coming out, and I ran out of stuff to plug. So yeah, catch me in audio form without my twitchy eye over on SnyderMinute.com.
There it is. And for some reason, the hiccups just hit me right now. I don't know why, but okay.
Yeah, we're all falling apart.
I know we're all falling apart right now. It's fine. I mean, it's 5 hours into this fucking thing, and I'm like, all of a sudden the hiccup. Well, thank God. There it is. Anyways, guys, smash that like thumbs up before you leave, and thank you to, of course, again. See, there it is, Mr. Rocha, and for joining us, and of course having this great conversation. Thank you, Travis. Travis, Ray. I mean, it is like
we are crawling to the finish line.
Oh, dude, you don't even know. I'm just like fucking like, I'm gonna make it. I'm gonna make it. There it is. Jeez, I don't know why all of a sudden it just like hit me right now, but I haven't even drank anything in like the past like 27 minutes. But anyways, thank you guys for joining us. I'm just gonna end this as much as I can now. Join and do all that Patreon. It's all down there. All right, guys. We'll talk to you later.